samej skrzynki chyba w samym encenie. Imprez z samego rana w czwartek poszło, ale wcześniej został tam koordynator w encenie, którym koordynowali, więc...
Mindaugas? I on co to jest?
Wydaje.
Tak? A to jest, kto to jest?
Nie było problemu. Nie było
Skąd on jest, ten Telemek?
Ja dużo wypuścić kogoś takiego. Jeszcze z kolejtory sama nie rozumiem. Ale to już są tylko względy niemerytoryczne. Ja wiem.
Litwa.
Jak pani mówiła, miałam podobną sytuację,
I Mateusz to jest...
niewiele się dało z tego wyciągnąć.
Tak, tak, tak. Tak? Już mamy? Szanowni Państwo, chciałbym... Wczoraj witałem wszystkich Państwa, ale do nas jeszcze dzisiaj przybyli minister zdrowia Litwy, pan Aurelius Veryga. Również dołączyli do nas pan profesor Carlo Lavecchia z Mediolanu. To jest nasz wspólny współpracownik od wielu lat. I
We have been working together for many years. Mateusz Zatoński of the London School of Hygiene, as well as Professor Mindaugas Telemekes, the director of the National Institute for Public Health in Lithuania. These are the people who are joining us for the first time this morning. We welcome them. And now we are launching the Second World Conference of Family Health. By opening this conference, I would like to refer to a document adopted in 2014 and signed by all nations of the world. I'm referring to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These are globally defined indicators of global social progress in 17 dimensions. 169 goals are included in this set, and they are to be attained by the year 2030. Just as the Millennium Development Goals that were supposed to be attained by 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals emphasize such traditional solutions as the eradication of poverty, the promotion of health, and the promotion of education. Attaining those goals requires us to act locally, on a national level and on an international and a global level as well. This requires everyone to be active, to protect the environment, to pursue economic and social sustainable development, and it requires us to work for the benefit of peace. Those objectives are binding for all countries, both the wealthy, so-called developed countries of the world, and those countries that we refer to as the developing ones, or so-called poor states. There are many reasons why family policy should be considered essential and why the role of the family should be considered as essential in attaining those goals by the year 2030. We have to emphasize that the family is a natural and fundamental social unit of all modern, contemporary societies of the world. So in order to attain social development and in order to attain sustainable development goals, we must not overlook the role of the family. I'd like to refer to the words of the Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon. In his report published in 2010, he expressly emphasized this fact.
And the international level, the family
He said at the international level,
but not prioritized in development efforts. The very contribution of families to the achievement of development goals continues to be largely overlooked, while there seems to be concentrate on the fact that so far the stability and cohesiveness of communities and societies largely rest on the strength of the family. The effect, the very achievement in development goals depends on how well families are empowered and contribute to the achievement of the goals. Thus, policies focusing on improving the well-being of families are certain to benefit the development. To jest raport sekretarza generalnego.
That is a quote from the report of the Secretary General of the UN of 2010. 5 years before the results of the Millennium Development Goals were summarized, the Secretary General noted that operational activities aimed at families are not sufficient, and they should be treated as a priority. In the subsequent report, published in 2014, on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the International Year of the Family, the UN Secretary General directly blamed the decision makers of all countries of the world and international organizations, stating the following.
Relevant stakeholders should support data collection and research on family issues and the impact of public policy on the families, and invest on family-oriented policy and program design, implementation and evaluation. Mimo że wiele celów milenijnych.
Despite the fact that many Millennium Development Goals have been attained, goals such as the minimization of economic disparities and the limitation of social and health disparities between countries and between social groups, have not been fully achieved. And they continue to plague our world. Some of the disparities have even become more pronounced, and that's why many Millennium Development Goals have been reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals that are valid between the years 2015-2030. The goals that have not been attained have not been attained mainly because families were not sufficiently made part of the efforts. The UNICEF Office of Research published a report in 2018, and in that report it is emphasized that we should become more involved in operational activities and that families should be more involved, because otherwise the Sustainable Development Goals will fail to be achieved. And that is an important threat, a threat that affects the health of societies across the globe, and that affects the health of children. Developed countries and developing countries should work to attain those goals in order to prevent restricted access to health in many regions of the world. Efforts should be taken to eradicate diseases, to combat family violence, the use of psychoactive substances or sexually transmitted diseases. In many countries of the world, also in the developed countries of the world, such as the US or Poland, this, for example, leads to shorter life expectancy amongst the residents. We have studied that here in Kalisz, and Professor Zatoński, in his work, was the first one to prove it, and he included that in many papers published in leading journals of the world. Right now, the world is facing an unprecedented crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so this phenomenon will only become more pronounced due to the long-term impact of the pandemic on the economy, society, and individual lives. The family has an important role to play. In the US, where the public health system is very well organized, efforts have been taken to redefine activities meant to promote and sustain health that has been enshrined in the US Public Health 3.0 policy. That strategy emphasizes the fact that the public health leaders should be the main decision makers, working hand in hand with social partners and education system leaders leaders as well as other stakeholders, so that they are all involved in the process of creating public health policies in natural ecosystems where individuals reside. Considering the central position of the family in terms of its influence on the shaping of health and the shaping of social cohesion, the family should be the most important actor and should be the co-creator of the so-called health production. That's what it's called in public health in 21st century. It is emphasized in this document very precisely. And another thing that is emphasized is the fact that the family is still downplayed and not valued sufficiently in the health shaping process. Currently, the family is universally defined as a set of two or several people,
marriage or choice, and whose relationship is characterized by at least one of the following: social and or legal rights and obligation, affective and emotional ties and endurance, and intended endurance of relationship. Ta definicja może obejmować.
This definition can include various types of families, both multi-generation families and people living on their own, who are still influenced by family members. Social interactions show that the family is an important element of sustaining and recovering health throughout human lives, starting from the time of conception and early post-birth periods and throughout adolescence and adult life. The family is an important institution for individual health due to four basic reasons. It shapes the creation and the maintenance of individual health. It provides and takes care of the health of its members. It ensures the continuity of the family, and it ensures relationships to its members and contacts with wider groups, such as religious or national groups. It also plays the role of a channel of information. It safeguards relationships, and it ensures the possibility to use the resources it has at its disposal. In recent years, in public health, we have had no wide consensus in terms of where health should be promoted. Families have often been overlooked, for example, in relevant international organization documents. The only exception were programs directed to vulnerable families at risk of pathologies. There has been no focus on family health, and that was also a result of the universal conviction that families are private entities and that nobody should interfere with the families. National institutions dealing with public life, such as family health, such as CDC of the US, focused on pathological families, overlooking the role of the family, a normally functioning family, and its influence on individual health. Surveillance and supervision is the basis of family health because it allows us to identify health problems and assess whether our activities are efficient. Most aspects related to family lives and related to health on this level are not monitored, whether we are talking about developing countries or whether we are talking about the developed ones. So the level of family relationships, the quality of interpersonal relationships, and the efficiency of problem solving, as well as the monitoring of pro-health activities, are not monitored sufficiently, including aspects such as the physical activity of family members or the quality of the meals prepared within the family. As a result, it's impossible to monitor and set health objectives that are supposed to be implemented on a local level and especially within the family, because the family is a core social unit. In order to attain the Sustainable Development Goals in countries with a well-developed health system, such as the US, there is a need to change an approach to how the goals should be pursued, and emphasis is now placed as the family as the main actor and the main driver for the implementation of public health and family health policies. It is emphasized in US documents that only this family-centered approach can help us to reverse the trend of deteriorating family health. This approach has been influenced by current social agents and by the global situation. Such factors and agents include armed conflicts and humanitarian crises that have obviously been a problem, limiting access to health and limiting the improvement of health indicators. This is also compounded by migration crisis that we are now witnessing, and so these factors distort the functioning of the family. And it's within the family where health habits are shaped and where health is produced, so to speak. These aspects have an impact on present-day generations, but they will continue to have an adverse impact on the generations of the future. And that is basically the topic of the Second World Conference on Family Health, which will be focusing on the situation of families at the times of crises and wars. And the crises also include the pandemic we are now living through. In relation to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have decided to organize this conference as a hybrid event due to the sanitary restrictions currently in place in many countries of the world, including Poland. The first World Conference on Family Health was held in 2019. In 2020, we decided not to organize the event dedicated to family health due to the pandemic. So this year we are revisiting the idea and will be discussing family health in a global perspective at a time of conflict and at a time of a crisis. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for participating. I'd like to thank our speakers representing the most far-flung countries of the world and that specialize in family health in contemporary times. Some of them will also share their personal experience and the effects of their direct observations. They will also talk about certain events related to the infringement of fundamental human rights and genocide in the world. We'll also be discussing civilizational threats that have an impact on family health, and we'll be discussing the impact of the pandemic on family health as well. I would like to wish you fruitful proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. I hope for a lively debate, and I do hope that we'll all take back pleasant memories home with us from this event and from this day in our beautiful city and in Poland in general. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome in Kalisz. Welcome in our new but very quickly growing university in Akademia Kaliska. I will be saying now a few words about in Polish before I come really to the end of the conference to English to give our friends and colleagues to understand us better. Jest mi specjalnie
I'm really honored
specjalną przyjemność
and I'm really pleased that 2 years after the first conference, which took place in 2019, we can again, and the rector of university could organize this extremely interesting meeting. I'm really happy that this new direction which has been defined by the university rector at the moment of its creation, because the university is not only the medicine, but so many other fields related to human health and medicine. It was an utmost pleasure yesterday to share the floor with such eminent personality as Professor Theodor Meron, who was born here in a different culture, different economic conditions, who almost after a century managed to return to his own place, to his own family home, family town, the person that marked his name in the history of laws and history of science worldwide. Yesterday, I was really surprised that after my great attempts to talk to Professor with my broken English, I do not belong to generation speaking Oxford English, unfortunately. I realized that Professor Meron speaks beautiful Polish. So this shows the correlation of all these elements connected with his family. And I would like to say to students who now are pursuing their academic career, so they are an important place in the map of Polish science and world science. The Academy in Kalisz is developing fast under the supervision of our rector. That is why I would like to welcome all the young people, and I would be very glad if such great personalities as Professor Meron could grow out of this university, and the representatives of the world science should be here thanked for joining us for this conference. Let's return to our celebration of science and learning. Here I would like to remind you that 2 years ago, and our meeting was broken and interrupted, and we were not able to keep the agenda, but we managed to continue this meeting right now, and I hope that this will become the tradition of the Academy in Kalisz. So I'm really happy and glad to be able to say everything I wanted, and I would like to ask a few persons to
wygłosić welcome reception. I would like to ask my colleagues
to speak the welcome reception
in other places than Kalisz to have short welcome address. And I will be starting with my Aurelius, how I can call you, my old friend, and in some way next generation of people working for health in Central and Eastern Europe with Dr. Aurelius Veriga, which is currently a member, I hope that Aurelius is with us, is currently a member of Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania, is former Minister of the Health in 2016-2020. And he comes from the same environment from which I am coming. These people which was trying to do something most important, using tools of public health. So Aurelius, can you say a few words to our colleagues and friends and collaborators which are today in Akademia Kaliska? Welcome.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Professor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear friends, colleagues. Let me thank you for the invitation to take part in brilliant conference, and it is a great pleasure for me to see professors like Professor Witold Zatonsky, with whom I was growing up as a tobacco control activist, and from whom I was learning how to do the public health policy. And 25 years ago, and I remember Professor calling me a tobacco control baby. And I know how many of you knows that of the conferences in Poland, regional tobacco control conference, to turn my professional career into public health. So I'm very thankful to the professors, to those at that time who was working and during the tremendous job which Poland definitely did in tobacco control, demonstrating not just to Polish society, so to international society, that in tobacco control and evidence-based. So thank you very much, Professor Witold, to what you have done, not just to Poland, but to also international society. Looking to the program of this conference, I really liked the focus of pandemic is not over yet. Even we are putting the sentence that the end of the tobacco control pandemic, the end game, but this is not over yet. It is just getting a new phases. Is a very recognizable. What we see from what is happening now, tobacco industry is trying to use doctors and researchers to speak on their behalf. And the tactic is exactly the same that was like 50 years ago used in the world. And I remember the optimism from the colleagues that we had on Framework Convention for Tobacco Control. And we were actually talking about this end game. But as I said, there are still challenges in COVID pandemic itself brought a new challenges, talking about the health challenges, the challenges on mental health with the children and adults at the same time. The challenges relate to alcohol consumption or possible increase in alcohol consumptions that was named by the Swedish experts and researchers. And today you will have an opportunity to discuss the possibilities to those challenges or reduce the risks, the possible risks. You have a brilliant expert. I see on my screen Professor Jürgen Rehm, who will talk about that later on. So I wish a very good conference, and thank you once again for inviting me. I'm so happy to see, even if it's on the screen, but still a very big patience and the best greetings from Lithuania to all of you.
Thank you very much, Aurelius. Thank you. So, well, my proposal is, unfortunately, as always, we are having some problem with time. So we stop welcome addresses, and every of our colleagues, starting with Jürgen and with Mindaugas and with our Polish expert, will be having possibility to make address in the beginning of presentation. So then we will be now going to the next presentation, or to the next event of our conference, which is short lecture by Professor McKee. Professor McKee is steadily friend and collaborators of our University of Academia Kaliska, and Professor McKee was just elected as president of British Medical Association, very important person in medical and scientific life in Brittany. Martin is not only our collaborators, but Martin loves Poland and Eastern Europe. However, he's by origin he's Irish. Maybe this is the reason that he's so close mentally to us. And he was member of special committee, and we will be just able to learn, which put together how this pandemia, this coronavirus pandemia, was changing our not only way of acting, but the way of thinking. So I would say, Martin, the floor is yours. Can we have Martin McKee presentation? Unfortunately.
Hello, everyone, and I'm going to talk about health and sustainable development in the light of the pandemic. The main heading, Never Again. And I'm going to be saying something about the lessons that we've learned from looking at what's been happening in Europe and to some extent further afield. To begin, I'd like to just say that this is the summary of the work that has been done in this group, the Pan-European Commission on Health and Sustainable Development. I've been very privileged to chair the Scientific Advisory Committee and also to be the main rapporteur for the project. It's a project, a team that hasn't had many people with particular expertise in health on it, but this is, I think, a good thing. It brings together two former prime ministers, Mario Monti and Helle Thorning-Schmidt from Italy and Denmark, three former presidents, a couple of health ministers, and a lot of people from international banks and civil society and elsewhere. And we just published our report a few weeks ago, and I hope some of you have had a chance to read it. So let's start by thinking about what went wrong. And here I'm going to draw on an analogy that Sandra Galea and myself and some colleagues published in the British Medical Journal last year, where we likened a country in the midst of a pandemic to a ship in a storm, or more precisely, we're looking at a set of countries being like a fleet of ships trying to get through a storm. What went wrong? What do you need to get through to the calm water on the other side? Well, you need a captain with the ability to take decisions, to be decisive, and to show leadership. Now, if you look at the countries that have done worst in the world, you can see that we had serious problems. I'll just mention in passing Donald Trump, Boris Johnson, Jair Bolsonaro, and some others, and you can see the problems that we faced. On the other hand, if you look at people like Jacinda Ardern, you can see how things can go much better when you have somebody who knows what they're doing and can take a clear view as to what needs to be done. The captain of the ship needs to have a crew in sufficient numbers, enough people to raise the sails and to take them down when needed and to move things around on the deck, who are working together, who are adequately trained. The ships themselves need to be strong and secure. You need to have robust safety procedures, safety nets, so you don't have people wandering around the deck and falling through into the sea. You need to have a means by which the ships can communicate with one another. The countries can communicate about what they're doing, about their cases, about the research that they're doing and so on. And you need to have a system of surveillance. You need a lookout to try to anticipate what's going to happen. The modelers, the people who are gathering data on the variants of the virus and so on. And crucially, you need to have a map, and you need to have the right map. Countries in the Asia-Pacific region had a map labeled coronavirus after 2003. We in Europe were using a map called influenza. So as we get into the report, we have a section which looks at the legacy of the pandemic. These are the things that we're going to have to think about going forward. The health consequences of continuing outbreaks, of future pandemics, new variants, The burden of long COVID in those countries that have had a high burden of acute infections, and the legacy of mental illness. But we need to look at the new way in which we will be delivering healthcare. This has changed remarkably. We are seeing tremendous innovations in new models of care, with remote consultations, for example, but we're also recognizing that we need to have greater surge capacity, and we've found new ways to work together in teams, and hopefully this will continue in the future. We have a huge challenge of a lost generation of school children who have missed out on education at a crucial period in their life, and that will live with them throughout their lives. They can expect to face problems all the way through their working lives. We don't know what's going to happen to the economy. The IMF and others suggest we will bounce back quickly, but we're not sure that everybody will benefit. We're going to see changes to the built environment. Already people are looking at ways of improving ventilation, which will have an impact on other respiratory viruses. But we're also looking at people working from their home offices, active transport, and so on. The nature of work will change. We've all found that we don't need to make all of those trips, but we've also found the disadvantages of not meeting in person and of being on Zoom endlessly. And the changing role of the state. We're seeing governments retreating from globalization with strategic industries, looking at supply chain management, and looking at the role of the state and the individual whenever people decide whether they will or not be vaccinated, or they will or will not wear face coverings, for example. In the report, we are very clear that we need to make the case for health. Throughout the pandemic, there's been a debate about whether health even matters. Shouldn't we just be enjoying ourselves? Why should we be restricting our lives, even though people are getting ill and dying? And there are many arguments. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but promoting health is the right thing to do. We should do unto others what we would want for ourselves. Health is a human right, and our governments have agreed that it is on multiple occasions. We know that health is a driver of economic growth, as is education. People who are healthier contribute more in terms of participation in the labour force and productivity. Health is a factor in security. We invest in defence to protect our people from external threats in the same way we should invest in public health. And we're increasingly recognising the role of health in solidarity. Countries, communities that experience declining health create fertile ground for populist politicians who want to sow division. We need to plan ahead, but what comes next? There are so many different existential threats to humanity set out by the World Economic Forum and others. Anything can happen, from another pandemic, an asteroid strike, artificial intelligence out of control. The World Economic Forum has compiled a long list of existential threats to health. So we need a comprehensive approach to try to make sense of all of this. What we've done in doing this is we have created a model in which we put One Health at the centre, the health of humans, of animals, and of the living environment, all superimposed on planetary health. Both the things that we can't control, like the asteroid strike, and the things that we can control, like the loss of biodiversity. And acting on the health of us, the animals and the living environment, we have things which make life better. And those are the prerequisites of health, going back to the Ottawa Charter: peace, clean water, food, but also newer things like digital inclusion and access to justice, as well as the threats to health, the things that damage health, which can be corruption or organised crime, or the commercial determinants of health, the tobacco industry, the alcohol industry, and so on. So here we are right in the middle, just expanding a little bit on our concept of One Health, looking at the complex interrelationship and at all times looking at the threat of microorganisms that move between all three of these elements, and particularly antimicrobial resistance. So this is our model. It's in the report. I don't have time to go through it in detail, but you can see how we have the One Health in the middle, acted on by the natural and the anthropogenic elements of planetary health, And all of these things that we don't want, the global bads, conflict, pollution, food insecurity, lack of shelter, disinformation, racism, and the good things, digital access, safe environments, housing, education, water, and so on. Biodiversity is our ultimate insurance policy. That's what we need if we're going to survive as a species. So what we're asking for in our report is to place One Health at the basis of our future well-being. Within countries, we need structures and incentives and a supportive environment for coherent cross-government strategies which build on the well-established principle of health in all policies. But we need the international organizations to work together. The World Health Organization, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the Animal Health Organization, the United Nations Environment Programme. These need to develop a shared understanding of One Health, to agree common terminologies and to create that international architecture. COVID has exploited existing inequalities. If we look at the death toll from COVID in a country like England, we can see that it maps onto the index of multiple deprivation. And we know why. In those areas where people are living in multi-generational households, who are overcrowded, who cannot work from home, who work in have a life that is precarious, who face food insecurity and so on. So we need to heal the fractures that weaken our society. We need internationally comparable information systems that capture the many inequalities in health and in access to care within and among populations. We need to identify those in society who are leading impoverished or precarious lives. And we need to develop and we need to implement policies that will give them security, the security that we know that underpins good health. And we need to adopt explicit quotas for representation of women, because we have seen so often that the voices of women and other groups that are often marginalized or left unheard in society are left out of the formulation and the implementation of health policy. Innovation is absolutely key. I'm speaking to you from the United Kingdom, which has done terribly badly in the pandemic. But in the area of innovation, it's done really well. We've had the recovery trial in which a high proportion of patients with COVID were entered into a series of trials. And this demonstrated the benefits of giving people corticosteroids. It also demonstrated that chloroquine was not effective as a treatment. It was the system that saw the development of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. The Open Safely study, where the data on patients with COVID was brought together, and we were able to identify who was at greatest risk and who wasn't, using observational, non-experimental data to generate hypotheses that could be tested by others. So we need to have innovation at the heart of our response going forward. And that means that we need to have research with a purpose. We need to be able to identify the gaps in research, the neglected diseases. We shouldn't have neglected diseases. We shouldn't need a drugs for neglected diseases program, because there should be no neglected diseases. The neglected populations, the communities that are left out of the clinical trials, the communities that we call hard to reach when we really mean that we haven't tried hard enough to reach them. And we need to fill these gaps. We need to work in partnership. We need to work with the private sector. The private sector has played a crucial role. But we should not have a situation where essentially we're paying twice, where the public sector is paying for the research that allows the innovation to take place, and then the private sector is reaping the benefits. Mariana Mazzucato and others have talked about how we need to share the risks and the benefits between these two sectors. And we need to make sure that when we do innovate, we make a difference. We need to have learning systems that adopt innovation rapidly. There is no point in having a new piece of information that can save people's lives published somewhere but never taken up, or where there is no mechanism for a health system to get those ideas into practice. This is another area where we should never be in the same situation again. Intensive care units that were overwhelmed, staff that were burnt out, experiencing moral injury where they felt guilty because they knew they could not give people the treatment that they wanted to give them. These are scenes that we saw across many European countries in the early days of the pandemic. So we need to invest in strong and resilient health systems. We need more money for the systems, but we can't just put the money into it. We need to make sure that the money is spent appropriately. And that means, in particular, strengthening and investing in the health workforce. Some countries, like the United Kingdom, thought that they could build hospitals rapidly, the Nightingale hospitals. Take a conference centre and fill it full of beds and ventilators. But that's completely pointless if you don't have the staff there. And you cannot just go down to the local labour exchange and find skilled, trained staff if you haven't invested in training them to begin with. We need to work hard to bring health and social care closer together. In many countries, we saw the Cinderella area of social care just ignored, and as a consequence, we saw people essentially being left to die, with COVID going through care homes, residential facilities, looked after by staff who were paid very little and who had inadequate supplies of personal protection equipment. And we need to prioritise prevention, because we know that it was those people with complex chronic diseases like diabetes that were most vulnerable when the pandemic came. But all of these things, well, they're great ideas, but how do we actually make them happen? Well, the first thing we need to do is to create an environment that promotes investment in health. Too often when health departments go to their finance ministries, or when governments go to international financial institutions like the IMF, they're told off for spending money on health. And yet we now see that it's far more expensive if you haven't invested. So we make proposals to change accounting systems to promote investment, to incorporate health and health risks into economic forecasts, to include health when we're assessing the financial resilience of a country. A country cannot claim to be resilient financially, to have all the systems right in its banking system, if it is weak in terms of its ability to resist a pandemic. We need to support investment in global public goods, and we need to increase the share of development finance spent on health. Now, there's a lot in this slide, but we develop these ideas much more in the report. And we do the same with another set of recommendations, where we talk about how we can improve health governance at the global level. We're proposing a global health board under the auspices of the G20. Why the G20? Because that's where the money is. We're basing this idea on what happened after the financial crisis, which led to the G20 being created. And it created a financial stability board. And this board was able to demand that central banks were prepared for a financial crisis, that they had invested, that they had liquidity. And one of the consequences of this was that during the pandemic, we didn't have a global economic crisis, which we could easily have had. And the Financial Stability Board, which liberated the necessary money when it was needed, that made it possible for the banks to be recapitalized. That was crucial. But when it came to health, well, yes, governments did find money, but it would have been made much easier if we had a global mechanism in place, and that's what we're calling for. We need a pandemic treaty. I think everybody agrees that. But this is one which holds governments to account at the same time as supporting those in need. It's the fundamental principle that each should contribute according to their ability, and each should be supported according to their needs. And we need a global pandemic vaccine policy that enables availability of vaccines for everyone, and also that those vaccines can get from the laboratory into people's arms so that they actually make a difference. So my concluding thoughts are, that in our report we've set out a very ambitious agenda. We know that it's not going to be easy, but if it's going to work, countries will have to accept shared sovereignty for the greater good. Now you think, why would they do this? But they already do it in many areas. They do it in areas like nuclear and biological weapons. They do it in international finance. There are much stronger regulations against counterfeit banknotes than against counterfeit medicines. They do it with the law of the sea. So all we are asking them to do is to take the same sort of measures when it comes to health, so that they come together to protect us all wherever we live on this planet. It's the only planet we have, because we will have more and more threats, and in particular those that are arising from what we're doing to this planet. And we need to be prepared next time so that we really can come out of this and say to ourselves, never again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. This was Professor Martin McKee from London, especially for us. It will be published in our famous Journal of Health and Inequality. I invite everybody to put your contribution to our journal and publish in December. It will be Polish and English version, as just Martin was presented us. So we are under tough time pressure, so we must go quickly from London to Toronto. And I don't know if you know that in Toronto it's now 3 o'clock. Can we have Jürgen? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Are you here? So, welcome, Jürgen. I am so sorry that you must stand up so early. It is very heroic, and I understand that you are ready for your presentation. And Jürgen Rehm is a very special person. Is this what is going on with techniques? Some interference? Hello?
Hello?
Jürgen, we are hearing you very well, so I say only a few words. I would like that you are a marvelous person, that you are very great scientist.
I'm here.
Oh. Presentation. And Jürgen Rehm is a very special person. Is this what is going on with It's easier with London,
Okay,
with not Toronto.
I will start my presentation now. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay.
You can start, but remember you have 25 minutes. Go, Jürgen,
Okay.
go. I will be saying
I will
nice
now
words
start
about you
my
later.
presentation. It is about alcohol and health in Central and Eastern EU countries.
I will start my presentation now.
And I will speak about the status quo and alcohol control policies.
You can start, but remember you have 25 minutes.
Okay, I will remember 25 minutes. So the next slide is about alcohol consumption in Eastern, Central and Eastern EU countries. Okay, and you see here the World Health Statistics for 2019. That's the latest available data. And we see that among the countries with the highest APC, you really have lots of countries.
The next slide is about alcohol consumption,
Which
in about Eastern, Central, and Eastern EU countries. Okay.
you basically see that Czechia is currently leading all of the countries in alcohol consumption, followed by Latvia, and then the other countries in the Eastern and Central Europe are coming very, very close. Remember, we have about 200 countries, And those 5 countries, which I will focus on, are all in the top 25 of the countries with alcohol consumption. Remember that the data here are data on adult per capita consumption in liters of pure alcohol. We are not speaking only about recorded consumption, but we are including unrecorded consumption. Now I will try to show you what we learned about consumption here. Well, overall, the WHO European region is the WHO region with the highest alcohol per capita consumption in the world. And the Central and Eastern EU countries are amongst the highest globally. We've just seen that. That is the result of several developments. Russia and surrounding countries, which had been leading, reduced their drinking than the Eastern and Central European region. China, which had been rumored to go up or predicted to go up, did not go up because they actually also reduced their alcohol consumption due to the anti-alcohol campaign. And in the Western European countries, alcohol consumption also decreased. Not clear what happened during COVID, but not all of the data are in yet, but we expect problems. In recent analysis, Lithuania had one of the highest increases in decreases in life expectancy. Lithuanian men in 2020 decreased their life expectancy by 2.2 years, and alcohol has been playing a role there. So this is a slide on pure alcohol per drinker. Again, you see that overall these countries are very high within Europe, although they're not the highest. In Eastern Europe, there are way more people who drink heavily because there are also more abstainers. And suddenly, when we speak about drinking per drinker, a country like Turkey also comes in, where there's not a lot of alcohol per capita, but a lot of alcohol per drinker. So we'll have to take those things into consideration as well. I now go into the alcohol attributable harm. Basically, what you see, there is a gradient from west to east. The more you go into the east of the WHO European region, the more alcohol attributable harm there is. And this is based on the SAFER report, and we are currently redoing these data, but it will show very similar results. And why is it so important? Well, I'm showing you a famous picture by Alexander Nemtsov. It is the example on Russia. Alcohol consumption and life expectancy basically were a mirror image of each other. Whenever alcohol consumption went up in Russia, life expectancy went down. And the correlation between the two was 0.9, very high. And now you're saying, well, this is Russia. You were talking about the Central and Eastern European countries. But our analysis show very similar results for the Baltic countries. And the analysis for Lithuania clearly showed that alcohol use was associated with a higher relative risk for disease than in Western European countries. I will show a similar picture later in the presentation when I speak about the policies. And this includes a high relative risk for CVD due to binge drinking patterns. So alcohol in this region is way more important than in other regions. So what can we do? We've shown that alcohol is actually making a huge difference in Central and Eastern European countries with regard to health. Well, the good news is we can do something. The bad news is we do not do it often enough. This is alcohol control policies in 2019 and 2016. The lighter bar is 2019. And you basically see that every country is doing things on drink driving. But when it comes to pricing policy, when it comes to taxation, most countries do not do enough. And the Eastern and Central European countries are participating and could do more, even though we've heard that there had been efforts, for example, in Estonia, in Lithuania during when Aurelius was health minister, but overall there's not enough. And if you look into the next slide, you will see the picture of the proportion of tax in the final price for all alcoholic beverages. Just to give you a comparison, for tobacco, the regional average is about 75%. So when you buy a pack of cigarettes, 75% of the price will go to the state. However, for alcohol, this is not the case. In most countries and for most beverages, there's way less than 75%. And for some of the alcoholic beverages, for example, for wine, there is no tax at all. This is a very telling picture. It also says that basically we do have a situation where we are doing 20-30% overall of alcohol being taxed, and in the West it's way, way less. So what is the situation overall in the WHO European region? The mean of what you pay for taxation in the European region is 14% for beer, 6% for wine, and 31% for spirits. For tobacco, this is 69%. And the median are even lower numbers. So what we did is we modeled what would be if we increase taxation to a moderate 25% of all alcoholic beverages sold outside of premise. So the tax share should be at least 25%, and more than that, all ethanol should be equally sold. So people cannot drink beer because of the spirits tax being low, being high, or vice versa. It would still be way less compared to tobacco. And we did that calculation, which will appear in the next 2 or 3 weeks in Lancet Regional Health. And we found that with this simple taxation increase, we could save 23,000 deaths every year in WHO European region. And it's not only WHO European region. We could also save in the region I've been talking about, the Central and Eastern European countries. So basically, these are the numbers. In Poland, we could save 1,300 lives, or avert of 1,300 deaths in 1 year. In Latvia, 147. In Lithuania, 117. In Estonia, 81. And in Czechia, 500. And here you see where those deaths would be saved. And you see overall that it is cardiovascular diseases and other categories, mainly alcohol use disorders, alcohol poisoning, where most of the deaths would be saved. So, are these predicted effects real? This is a modeling study. I will now present some of the results for Lithuania, which we have done in an NIAAA project, which is co-directed by Mindaugas Telemekas and myself, and it's funded by the US government. So I'll start with a slide which is showing again life expectancy. It's from the Health Research Institute in Lithuania. And you see the impact of different alcohol control policies. You're seeing that whenever we strengthened alcohol control, life expectancy was going up and poisoning and was going down. Whenever alcohol control was liberalized, for example, by allowing more time where alcohol could be bought, more availability, life expectancy went down and alcohol poisoning rates went up. And you see that these kinds of relationships were not only in the 1990s or in the years 2000, they were continued until now. And I'll give you one example of a policy which was done very recently. It is the 2017 tax increase, where excise tax in Lithuania was increased by 112% for beer, by about the same percentage for wine, and by 23% for spirits. And when we looked into that, and this is from a publication of the project in addiction, we found 1,452 deaths avoided in 1 year only after the tax was introduced. And that's quite a lot for Lithuania. And this means that the actual deaths avoided were way higher than the ones which were predicted from our model. So this is the mortality overall in Lithuania and the secular trends. Mortality overall had been going down until the COVID infection. As I said earlier, it has been going up now, unfortunately, and life expectancy has been decreasing and mortality has been increasing, at least for men in Lithuania. And you see in the red dotted line that this tax increase has actually contributed and has shifted a downward slope even more. So then we were told, okay, but you increase the taxes, but you will lose money. That was not the case. Here you see how much money the Lithuanian government got, and you basically show that overall millions have been gained for government by this tax increase. So there's no reason why governments should not increase excise taxation. They will do something for their health something for their finances. And the alcohol policy is especially necessary also because of COVID-19. I'm showing you a slide from 73 million US patient records, and you can see that heavy drinking and alcohol use disorders have actually fueled the COVID epidemic in the US, and the same because there's biological reasons, weakening the immune system and having alcohol-attributable diseases contributing, they lead to more COVID cases than you would expect without alcohol. And overall, we have, from a meta-analysis and a systematic review, a clear view that unfortunately during COVID, while the overall alcohol consumption went down in many countries, the heavier drinkers were increasing. And those are the drinkers which are mainly represented in the alcohol-attributable diseases, the alcohol-attributable deaths, and in the weakening of the immune system. So overall, we expect more deaths due to alcohol, due to COVID, and for that reason, alcohol control policies should be strengthened. So what is my conclusion? First of all, alcohol use is comparatively high in the Central and Eastern EU countries. In fact, the two countries with the highest alcohol consumption in the world in 2019, that's the last data, the last year when we had data from all of the countries, were in this region. And in this region, it causes a high burden of disease, higher than in other EU countries. However, while we have high alcohol use and associated burden in this region, we also have alcohol control policies which could change this. And Lithuania has demonstrated that the application of availability restrictions, of a ban of marketing, and of taxation increases has actually led to a lot of lives saved. However, alcohol taxation increase and other pricing policies, even though there had been some good signs in Estonia and in Lithuania especially, are still underutilized, and they're way, way lower than in tobacco. Even if we moderately increase, we could save many lives. And this is especially important during COVID. Unfortunately, during COVID, there had been a tendency in many countries to declare alcohol an essential good and to loosen alcohol policies. Unfortunately, we can see that in those countries where it was really loosened, the US, the UK, Canada, actually alcohol increased and alcohol attributable deaths increased as well. So we have to do this, and we have to stop this trend and take care of alcohol control policies and implement more, and taxation should go first because it is a win-win situation. We win for health and we win for finances. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. It was excellent presentation. I was learning a lot from your presentation, and I will be just starting my presentation, which I hope you will be as well critically analyze. I was not having time to say a few words about Jürgen. Jürgen is extraordinary person in any dimension. So to say all what I wish to say about Jürgen, it will be taking 30 minutes, but sorry, Jürgen, I don't have 30 minutes. So I have very nice short summary. Professor Jürgen Rehm is senior scientist in the Institute of Mental Health Policy Research and Campbell Marital Family Health Research Institute at CAMI in Toronto. This is a very famous institute which have huge expertise in all what is connected with psychological health and addiction, especially alcohol. This is absolutely leading institution. But Jürgen is leading institution in alcohol control in Europe. Jürgen spent dozens, I will be not telling how many dozens in Europe, but not only in Europe. And he was for 10 years very closely connected with Poland, doing together our famous project in which Jürgen was helping us with this alcohol part. And nowadays, Jürgen was invited us with Stanikas to be part of this Baltic country plus Poland program, which we are just starting to realize. So Jürgen, thank you very much. I'm sorry that you were standing so early, but I hope that it was worth, that it was very important for us and for our conference. So telling this, I probably now will be going to my presentation, which is showing what is going on. Well, very in some way connected with this what Jürgen was just presenting. Can I have my slides? I will be speaking much more from historical perspective. This is what Jürgen was just showing us. It is status of situation in last years. From historical perspective, situation in Poland is much more diverse than in other Baltic countries, or in other Baltic countries and in Russia, they are diverse than in Poland. Situation, unfortunately, in this part of world, in this part of Europe, not only politicians are illiterally from point of view of health, but as well public. So education and action is so important because health became to be our worst part of our situation. I will be just showing you few pictures which are documented this. Unfortunately, Poland, after first decade in 90s, Poland was country in which health gain was fantastically. Jürgen was just saying that life expectancy increased 2 years in Lithuania. In Poland, in 90s, life expectancy increased 5 years. In 90s, health development was going fantastically, fabulous in Poland. And I was very proud because it was very strong connected, for example, with tobacco control. Unfortunately, in the last years, we have very dramatic development. If you take very simple indicator, so-called yearly deaths, that you will be noticed that the first in Poland, and between 1985 and 2002 in Poland, consumption of alcohol was freezing. They was coming from this Solidarność law, which was done by Polish Parliament in 1982. Anyway, we was having freezing consumption of alcohol until 2002, and from 2002, we have huge increase in alcohol consumption. So with measuring alcohol consumption population is very complicated. This is recorded. This is by all adult 15 plus. So they are only indicators. They are not really giving you very precise information about consumption, but giving you some information which if you do properly, you can learn a lot. And after this increase of consumption, we notice linear growth of alcohol attributable mortality. And we was showing this, publishing in Lancet, in JAMA, once again in Lancet, once again in very important journals. So this alcohol health disaster is very good documented from epidemiological point of view. Well, so unfortunately, if you look to this, and I will be next showing you a picture, this number of deaths which our statistical office is noticed in the last period is really, is this going? No, it's not. Anyway, you see that, no, can we go? I am not able to use this to, okay, but you see that in the 2002, the number of Poles which died was 359,000. But in 2090, it was 409. So this increase of annual deaths in Poland was tremendous. Unfortunately, after this increase of or the decline of health, Poland was, as in other countries, having pandemic of COVID, which was once again making numbers of yearly death plus 70,000. So once again, numbers of deaths was dramatically going up. So health is very important. If you would like to have a nation which is harmonically developed, have proper human development, you must have not only per capita increase, economic growth, not only education increase. And this is what we have in Poland in the last 20 years or 30 years. Unfortunately, we have huge problem with health. The best indicator, summary indicator, which is showing this, is life expectancy. Historically, health transformation was much later in Poland than in Sweden or in UK. So you see that the last, well, I am not able to show, this pointer is not working. So if you see this last part of this line, no, in this direction, don't disturb my, I need indicator not changing picture. The last part of this picture is showing health transformation in Poland starting much later, 100 years later, than in Sweden or in UK. You must notice that still after war, the life expectancy in Poland was only 50 years. In this time, if you look to Sweden, and this is development of life expectancy in different countries, and you see that in Sweden, do we have pointers? Can I have pointer? So you see that in Sweden, life expectancy is steadily going up. And then if you... No to ja robię to. Podtrzymać, aha, i taka ta kula, no, że ona nic nie pokazuje. Dobrze. If you are looking carefully, that you see that increase of life expectancy in Sweden is continuously from 1945 until now. Every year, life is growing. Unfortunately, in Eastern and Middle European countries, and much more dramatic in Russia, we have some disturbance. In Russia, life expectancy in the beginning of 90s was declined 5 years. Similarly, this is what's happened in Poland is very much different from situation in Sweden, but as well in Korea, in South Korea. So if we are looking carefully to crude overall mortality, annual number of all deaths per 100,000 situation in Poland in the last 20 years, but generally very interesting how it was for the beginning after the Second War. So if you look to the last part of this slide, that you see that until 2002, the annual crude death rate from 2002, from 940, is growing to 1,065 per 100,000. So tremendous, dramatically loss of lives. Unbelievably. And this is connected with increase in alcohol consumption, with exposition to alcohol. So it's alarm. We must do something. This is exactly what Jürgen was showing, that that's the same phenomenon is in Lithuania, but going down. Exposition is going down, life expectancy is going up. So this is what's happened in Poland. It's absolutely not, we can accept this. So this is numbers. So numbers are really, once again, shocking. We have excess death from alcohol diseases, nearly more than 50,000. It is disaster. So if we analyze this all causes mortality, taking short period, that you see that after 1990, after democratization, after what we was calling democracy is healthier, in which life it was health gain. Life was improving. Since 2002, year in which consumption of alcohol was growing, health is declining in Poland. It's declining quite dramatically. Okay, I don't have enough time to go slowly with you through this whole picture, but you can do this as we publish this. But I am happy as well to share this with you. So what's happened, that after this, if you look to 2002, without indicator, not easy, so you see that from 2002 we have increase of absolute number of deaths, for example, which was in the last year jumping, and this is connected with Professor Chavez. You are not this one. This one, well, oh, now I'm happy, I hope. So you look here, 2002, dramatic increase, and 2020, COVID, another decrease. If you put together two disasters, which we are now observing in Poland, increase in alcohol-connected death plus virus, we have increase in number of deaths 110,000 yearly between year 2000 and 2020. This is something which must be controlled. Unfortunately, we are not doing very well with COVID either. So this is another documentation of this phenomenon which I was just showing. What is going on with alcohol history? So usually we are saying that Poland was always drinkers' country, or that we was drinking a lot of alcohol. This is not true. If you compare level of alcohol consumption in France in 1960 or 70, they was drinking 25 liters per capita per year. In this time in Poland, it was only 5, 6, 7. So we was compared with alcohol diseases, with liver cirrhosis, as I was student was calling French diseases, was much, much higher in France than in Poland. What's happened is not that we was always drinking. Well, this is some secret to go or to 50-50. Okay, so if you look to abstinence, do you know how many people are abstinent in Poland? Guess. 30% of Polish population, they declare they don't drink alcohol. And if I remember my younghood, woman was not drinking. They was drinking only in Hochzeit, or how you call in other familiar, but woman was very little exposed to alcohol. This is what we must remember, that history is changing. So you see here, after we became to be socialistic, and we are dreaming then all that we have all available, and what we was having available was potato, sausages and vodka and cigarettes. So you see here how it is good going. And guys from Kielce was making big business, producing alcohol or beefsteak of all these things which are unfortunately unhealthy. So you see that we was having huge increase in alcohol consumption from something 2 liters in 1950 to nearly 10 in 1980. You see here. Then we was having this period of decline. This is Solidarność movement, which was freezing increase and decline of consumption of alcohol in Poland. And then after this, and of course not every people from another country is knowing history of alcohol drinking in Poland, which is completely different than in Lithuania or in another country. So we was having fantastic health situation in beginning of 90s in Poland. We was leader of health gain in the world. But what's happened then, capitalism was coming. And market economy, power of market. So consumption of alcohol was going from 7 or 6 to 12, nearly double. And this is what we are now able to see results in health indicators. So this is history, and to understand what is going on without measuring history is not possible. So as we was after this increase of consumption make some first our publication in Lancet, that you see that we notice linear increase of mortality rates from alcohol attributable fraction. You see this very strong increase here, yeah? The next one, yeah? I am making. So then we was making another, because my colleagues don't believe in this which we was publishing. So we was making another publication. And this was as well published in Lancet, or no, in JAMA. And we was showing that mortality, whole attributed to alcohol, is quite dramatically growing in Poland. Then we was making another publication, Lancet publication, in which, and this is from scientific point of view, this is why I am now, Poles drinking a lot make me famous, because they publish my paper now, in which I am reported what they are consequences of increasing consumption. So you see that liver cirrhosis was dramatically growing. So the best example for this is that in 2002, we was noticed in Poland 100 deaths from alcohol liver cirrhosis in women. But in 2020, we have in Poland 1,300 cases of alcohol liver cirrhosis in women, from 100 to 1,000 plus. So it is showing, and there are some extra so-called, I am able to destroy any mechanical things from childhood. Anyway, this is the story of liver cirrhosis, which is very interesting scientific from point of view of science, but dramatic from public health point of view. So the next, but people were saying only you are publishing these papers connected with increase of alcohol-dependent deaths. No, there is another group which was publishing some time ago, so we have many new evidence showing this dramatic increase in alcohol attributable diseases in Poland. Unfortunately, in the last years, we notice as well decline of life expectancy. You see this last part of this picture. I don't like to speak today about COVID. Genera will be doing this, I hope, publishing some papers in near future, because COVID is another disaster in Poland. We are not, because our tools, our institution, Sanepid, was not having money, not having computer, not having people, so they was not able properly do with controlling COVID, and you see how it is going. People are speaking about 4 waves. I don't know which one is 4, but we have 1 peaks, one in the middle of November, the second in the middle of March, and probably now we will be another peak, but at a little lower than this peak in November. But this is not my topics. Kasia will be showing us much more. I don't like to go further. This is another COVID. This is for you, Minister of Finance. I will be not speaking about this. Once again, this is map of health illiteracy in Poland, similar as in UK, as Martin was showing. So you see here that in the east part of Poland, people are health illiterate. They don't understand how things are going, so they are not having vaccination. We have still, Genera was telling me that 30% of population age 80 plus, my age group, was not vaccinated. What it means? That they were dying, because COVID, until now, is terminal diseases. If somebody in my age have COVID, he will be dying. And this is why I am trying to be far from you. And I am saying, you are very intelligent people because you have masks. False? Some yes, some not. They don't believe in virus. And this is, of course, having nothing to do with science. This is something very difficult to understand. Death in old age is inevitable. I will be dying, but thanks God, maybe next 10 years, if I don't meet with virus, and I will be not drinking every day 1 bottle of vodka. Conclusion. I am not able to make conclusion. Senators are able maybe to do this, but really we need in this country conclusion. We must do something that consumption of alcohol will be declining immediately, or we would like to be unhealthy country in the world. Once again, situation is still comparable to another country, but much worse than it was 20 years ago. So it is not that we are #1, but we are in the group of countries with the highest risk, so we must change this. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you. Zamykamy i przerwa. Nie, dyskusja. Okay, so we don't finish with Andrzej. We have our commentators. I hope that they are ready. Who will be first making? Carlo, you are first in the picture. Can you start reflection, conclusion to this group of presentation? Carlo is marvelous friend. He's the best epidemiologist, cancer epidemiologist in the world, together with me. And my best friend, Carlo, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Vitor. Congratulations to all the speakers. That was very interesting. What probably I learned this morning is the importance of a unified and organized management of disease, which was in most countries largely missing for COVID. So what we have to learn in the future, both for the epidemics, and we will have in the future in other epidemics, humans have had the fights against viruses for a million years, so we can expect it in the near or long-term future in other epidemics. But we have learned, or we should learn, to be more organized and essentially guided in a structured way, which can be open to discussion. We have, for instance, the example of Sweden, which adopted a relatively open policy to manage COVID. Sweden was able to limit the consequence of COVID at a level lower than several other European countries, including Italy and the United Kingdom, without changing policy. Another aspect we should learn from this terrible year and a half is a better organization of family medicine, of medicine in the territory, which was lacking or inadequate even in countries like Italy or like the UK, which had world-class National Health Service, or that was National Health Service, but they collapsed in front of such an unexpected, because the problem was that such an event was unexpected by two which every year arrived at the limit of possibility of management for even common conditions like viral pneumonias in the The other point, which is policy of health, is the control of tobacco and the control of alcohol. The control of tobacco has been going on with more or less success in several European countries, most European countries, with different time frames, with unjustifiable delays, but thanks to personalities like Witold, even in countries which started later, several successes have been made. What I see with optimism for tobacco and also for alcohol, but for alcohol, the issue, as we will see, is different in Mediterranean countries as in Central and Northern Europe. But what I see as a favorable pattern is that the young now smoke much less than previous generation. We have a prevalence of smoking around age 20 in Italy, which is less than 20% of men and women. And nobody's so stupid to start smoking after age 20. So this generation, the generation born this century, when will be in middle age, will have only a residual number of smokers. So what we have to do now is to stress the importance of stopping smoking about current smokers, which is the key point. And in this sense, probably across Europe, taxation is the key point, because all the possible restrictions in most countries have already been adopted. Witold mentioned and discussed the dramatic problems of alcohol in some areas of Central, and also we know of some areas of Northern Europe. We will see that the pattern is totally different in Southern Europe, where in fact no legislation measure was taken. So my view on alcohol is that apart from legislation, apart from prices and so on and so forth, there are strict cultural motivation to drink alcohol, essentially because alcohol addiction is much rarer than tobacco addiction. If you smoke even a few cigarettes per day, you become an addicted, while most alcohol users, even moderate to intermediate alcohol users, are really not addicted. It's a sort of attitude. And so there, the strategy may be different or can be different in various countries. Certainly a control of distribution, control of prices or increase of prices in the situation where alcohol has been and is increasing in a dramatic pace is something important that Jürgen Witold stressed. But I would mention different patterns and different attitudes which have taken place in southern and Mediterranean areas over the last 4 decades, and we will discuss this later after my short talk. Thank you again, Witold, for inviting me. It is very important and very interesting.
Thank Can I ask Mindaugas?
Yes, of course.
Yes, can you say a few words, but remember that people are waiting for lunch, so for coffee break.
Very brief in my comments. I really liked what Professor McKee said about the shared solidarity and the need for shared solidarity in the field of health. There were some international examples presented there. I think we have quite a good example from the tobacco control. It's FCTC, Framework Convention in Tobacco Control, which might be a good example to follow for the alcohol field. Of course, we all can see a lot of challenges here that might arise when reaching such an international agreements. It's really, but we definitely need more international agreements in tobacco control. Why? Because, well, tobacco is a very international problem, and also to tobacco and alcohol lobbying, which learns one from another. And sometimes not only national examples matter. We need also to follow international rules. I will elaborate more on what Professor Jürgen Ram was telling from our region, and specifically on Lithuania, so I will not comment too much here, but I was very happy to see some of the slides, what the professor showed, continue elaborating on those in my presentation in the afternoon. Regarding COVID crisis, I think well, even though this is a very sad story for many countries, but this is also an example showing how quickly the health indicators and the overall mortality might increase when something bad is happening. And at the same time, this is also a reminder to all of us that alcohol control is also such a similar phenomenon, because it in populations and societies which has a high level of alcohol consumption, so those also, well, alcohol also quite quickly might result in worsening of epidemiological situation, in increasing the mortality, or in contrary, might quite quickly improve the public health situation, which also an example comes from Lithuania, where Lithuania quite significantly improved the situation, and some critics says that okay, it might not be only alcohol, etc. Of course, it's not, but alcohol is a significant risk factor that benefits to improving life expectancy in different societies and in Lithuania. So I will stop here. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Matteo?
Here, thank you. I'll be very quick.
Matteo is historian, political science specialist, public health specialist, and my son.
In order of importance. So I'll be very quick to let everyone see. Just a few quick reflections. So we heard today about those 3 ongoing crises or ongoing pandemics, very much from a European perspective. We've heard of one pandemic.
And he speaks Oxford English, not as me.
That hopefully we're seeing weakening in Europe, namely the tobacco smoking pandemic. Jürgen in much detail about one pandemic that is very much ongoing and differ between different countries, namely the alcohol pandemic. And we saw from Witold how the situation in a country like Poland is actually deteriorating still today. A new or maybe rather recurring pandemic, namely the infectious disease pandemic, in this case, the COVID pandemic. How important appropriate policy tools are in shaping each of those health crises or diseases. Point two is something Witold also mentioned. So the power of the market, the fact that at least 2 out of 3 of those pandemics we're talking about, social pandemics. They are the tobacco and alcohol pandemic. They're pandemics driven by very powerful commercial interests trying to sell their product as widely as possible. Where I work, the University of Bath in the UK, what we do is we monitor those what we call commercial determinants of health, in which the corporate sector affects our health, and what are the best ways to control and regulate it appropriately. I wanted to point out, we had very much a European perspective this far, but of course this is a world conference, and I know we will hear from speakers from other countries as well. I wanted to point out is that from the tobacco point of view, in Europe, we often see it as a problem that's largely solved, where the situation is improving. But if we look at some of the poorest countries in the world, especially in the World WHO African region, we see the numbers of smokers actually increasing. And mentioned the tactics of the tobacco industry that it used in Europe to promote its products, its aggressive marketing, the highly addictive products, regulation with any means. And we see all of those tactics repeated now in a lot of the low and middle income countries, especially, as I said, the African region, sometimes also fighting back against regulation in ways that are illegal. And recently we published a report showing how British American Tobacco, one of the world's biggest tobacco producers, has bribed officials in Zimbabwe, has been trying to bribe officials from Robert Mugabe's party in order to secure policy advantage. So it's all things we have seen in Europe and North America before, but now we see them recycled in the poorer countries, where the tobacco industry is really targeting with their product. The one point I'd like to make in the conclusion is that as we focus on those new challenges in health, such as the COVID pandemic globally, it's important that we don't abandon progress on the existing challenges, especially in countries that have less resources to deal with them at the moment. And as Jürgen mentioned, the different pandemics can actually fuel each other. And for instance, alcohol drinking or the health impact of tobacco can actually make a country worse prepared for an infectious disease such as COVID. I think there's this importance of treating all those pandemics, or rather a syndemic, pandemics that interact with each other and add to each other in their health burden, and taking this global picture on how to tackle them, not just focusing on them from a high-income country perspective. So that's those are my reflections on this great panel and great presentations today morning.
Thank you, Matteo. Jürgen, if you have still 3 minutes, if you have hot comments, I sure that you have something special, and we will be having as well later more time, because as I mentioned, our time is finished. Jürgen, start. Oh, Jürgen is no more with us. Then coffee is waiting for you. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mindaugas. Thanks, Carlo.
Thank you, Mateusz.
I stay here mute. Thanks. Yes, yes. Just let me know when I should start. Shall we start? Should I change slide or should I ask to change slide? How can I change for next slide? Okay, I see it. Perfect. Okay.
Okay, and may I ask advice for the moderator for the chairing functions? So, as far as I understand, there should be another chairing person, but as far as I understand, not all of the presenters are still here. So are we starting a bit later? Okay. Okay, so yeah, there should be Dr. Katarzyna Zatonska, and we both are. Okay, great.
Il 100° di evento in 50 anni. Quanti anni? In N anni. Però c'è. Shall I mute him or it or? Just let me know when I should start talking.
Kinga just wrote to me that there seems to be some technical.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo serdecznie witam wszystkich
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome all the participants, and we'll be starting the first A session. The topic is family healthcare in Poland, Ukraine, Israel, Mozambique, and Poland. We'll first hear from Zofia Małas. Let me introduce her. There is a slight change to the agenda. The second and the third presentations will be compressed, 2 in 1. So the two ladies will be presenting together, and then we will watch a short 3-minute long video. Family healthcare in Poland is the first lecture by Zofia Małas. Let me introduce her very briefly. She is very well known in Kalisz. She is the head of the National Chief Council of Nurses and Midwives. She's a chartered nurse and a specialist in epidemic studies, and she is a specialist at the University of Łódź. Go ahead.
Witam Państwa.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I will now talk about the situation of the Polish nursing and midwifery profession. I will be talking about the aspects related to healthcare. And I will be talking about the crisis that has affected medical staff, including nursing staff. I apologize for that, but that will be the approach. The COVID-19 pandemic has really emphasized the dramatic situation we have in the sector, which is not new, but has been additionally highlighted by the recent developments.
Chciałabym to przełączyć, tylko mi się nie przełącza.
I seem to be having trouble changing slides. I don't really know why.
Próba była, ale proszę. A gdzie macie bazę? Bo może gdzieś do bazy jest daleko. No ja będę w takim razie mówić, a za chwilę...
I will just keep talking and then hopefully the slides will catch up with me. Okay, it seems to be working now. Let us start. I think everything's working.
Teraz to już poleciałam za daleko.
Well, that's too far. One slide too far. Let's go back. Okay.
Zawody pielęgniarki i położnej w Polsce, wykonywanie zawodów
pielęgniarki of a nurse and midwife is regulated by 2 leading acts. The first one is the Act on the Self-Government of Nurses and Midwives, adopted in 1991.
I ta ustawa tak naprawdę od momentu jej powstania dążyła do tego, żeby uchwalić ustawę o samorządzie, pracowała 5 lat, żeby uchwalić ustawę o zawodach pielęgniarki i położnej.
Has led to the adoption of the Act on the Nurses and Midwives. So the entire community really wanted to pass this other act because the previous act on the profession of nurses and midwives was quite archaic. It was originally enacted in 1935, and the Act on Midwives was enacted in 1929. And then the Ministry of Health adopted various regulations in order to regulate our profession. The self-government of our profession is 30 years old this year. The Chief Council of Nurses and Midwives adopted a resolution to declare 2021 the year of the nurse and midwife. The World Health Organization in 2020, as you might remember, before the pandemic struck,
rokiem pielęgniarki i położnej tak naprawdę
2020, the year of the nurse and midwife, and so there were many celebratory events that were held all across the globe. It was quite official. Then the pandemic interrupted the celebrations, and that's how it happened. So the Act on the Nurse and Midwife profession was adopted in 1996, 5 years after the Act on the Self-Government of Nurses and Midwives, and that was the start of an accelerated path to the professional independence of nurses and midwives. over the course of 30 years, we have developed a strong base, we laid the groundwork, but we missed one detail in the process, a very important one, the economic factor. In 1980s, there was plenty of nurses and midwives, and then later many jobs were axed, and there was a scarcity of personnel, and that led to a situation that I am about to describe.
Pielęgniarka I położna opiekują się oczywiście pacjentem.
Nurses and midwives take care of a patient ever since they are
mają uprawnienia zgodnie ze standardem prowadzić ciążę fizjologiczną.
Can cater to pregnant women if the pregnancy is physiologically normal. It is a new regulation because right now in Poland it's mainly medical doctors, obstetricians who take care of pregnant women. It is now changing. Midwives are playing an increasingly important role, but still many pregnant women, for example, stop working and are on medical leave, and so only now are midwives entering this sphere and really taking care of pregnant women and the family from the beginning of the pregnancy to delivery.
Mają wszystkie, bym powiedziała, świadczenia, czyli zakres świadczenia, mówi o tym ustawa o zawodach.
According to the Act on the Profession of Nurse and Midwife, nurses can offer nursing services, diagnostic services,
To jest działalność promocji zdrowia
and they can offer health education, health promotion services to patients. They're also involved in health prevention. That's a very broad realm in terms of the competences and the tasks incumbent upon nurses. According to the Polish constitution, every citizen has an inalienable right to healthcare. Every citizen has to have equal access to healthcare services funded by public funds, regardless of the person's social and economic financial situation. So it is an inherent right of every citizen. We know what the actual situation is like right now in Poland. I don't mean to criticize the decision makers in this respect, but I have to tell you that there is a lot of room for improvement in this field. Professor Zatoński said that in the post-solidarity era in the 1980s up until the year 2000, healthcare services were much more accessible to every citizen than later. And just as I said, in terms of our profession, I have to tell you that we are not only meant to execute the orders of medical doctors. That's only a portion of our work. We should mainly focus on taking actual care of patients. We should promote health and health prevention. Why am I using the word should? I'm using this word because in a moment I will tell you actually what hinders us in our pursuits to do just that. I am sorry, I think it's the wrong slide.
I proszę Państwa, tak naprawdę chcemy dojść do tego, co było dużo wcześniej. W latach po 80.
So in the 1980s and 1990s, at the beginning of the 21st century as well, at the very beginning, what we had was well-coordinated healthcare offered to patients and families. Right now, people are pouring the baby out with the bathwater. The healthcare teams are now too extensive. Before we had those large teams, multidisciplinary teams, and the coordination in those big teams was much better. Right now, the Primary Healthcare Act has changed things around, and right now in every primary healthcare facility we need to have a coordinator that would take care of the patient and their families so that they can be easily taken all through the healthcare path, so that they can consult with specialists in an easier manner, so that they can be led along the entire healthcare system path. So that is also a new regulation issued by the President of the National Healthcare Fund. We will see how it pans out, but the coordinator is extremely important because we have a scarcity of healthcare personnel. There are not enough human resources available in the healthcare system, and it's an important problem in the Polish healthcare system, reflected by figures. We have too few people employed in the Polish healthcare system. The shortage is around 10+%, and so this was why chaos ensued after the pandemic struck. Of course, it was not only a Polish problem. Things fell out of place in every single country of the world, but in Poland especially, I think we were not very prepared for the pandemic. There were no personal protective equipment items available, so there were basic resources that were missing, and medical personnel were afraid to put their own lives at risk. They had no aprons, they had no disinfectants, sanitizers, no face masks, and as the Chief Council of Nurses and Midwives, we really wanted to do something to counteract that anxiety. We launched a hotline with medical professionals, with lawyers, and we really did our best to help the National Sanitary Inspectorate and to help devise procedures that would be applied in particular situations. However, there was a lot of hate speech against medical personnel, against nurses, for example, because the society, members of the public, started to be afraid of us. They thought that we were actually the vectors transmitting COVID-19, and that deteriorated the mental condition of the medical personnel even further, including nurses and midwives. However, we recovered from that quite quickly. The second wave was smaller than the third wave. Still, during the third wave, we had a lot more personal protective equipment items available, and we really had the standards in place. We knew what to do and how to operate, but still there was this deep-seated anxiety, especially in the young personnel, the young medical staff. It was difficult to find places available in mental wards for young nurses and midwives who had never previously in their professional work come across such high numbers of fatalities, people dying in hospitals, and that was something that was a great challenge for us, the self-government of nurses and midwives as well. Oh, I seem to be having technical problems with the slides again. That's something I've already covered, but now I would like to say and tell you a little bit about the free psychological assistance. There were 2 hotlines available, and psychologists really helped our colleagues, nurses and midwives, a lot. In Poland, we have 266,000 working nurses and 28,000 midwives. What is the age structure? And I think that is the most important problem that decision makers are now facing, because they need to close the generation gap in the profession. So in terms of the age groups, below 40, we have 50,000 people. The highest bar, though, represents the 41-60 age group. 200,000 people fall within this age bracket, and we have almost 80,000 nurses and midwives who are employed and could retire. They have retirement rights, but they stay on in the profession, for example, because they are passionate about their work, but also for financial reasons. The remuneration they would receive during retirement would be so low that if they have enough strength, they stay on working at hospitals and clinic, maybe not full-time, but at least part-time. So as you can see, the average age, the best average age would be 38 years. Right now it's 50 age, that's the age for nurses, and 51 is the average age for midwives. So that is a very negative age structure for our profession in Poland, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, and as the self-government, along with the Polish Nursing Society and along with the trade unions, we would really like to do something about it, and this is actually what our situation looks like as compared to elsewhere in Europe. That's the number of nurses and midwives per 1,000 residents. As you can see, these are OECD countries, 5.24. That's the proportion of nurses and midwives, and we are lagging behind Hungary, Canada, Norway, Switzerland. These are all countries that outperform us easily in terms of the number of nurses and midwives per 1,000 residents. And this really goes to show that we have half the number of nursing and midwife personnel than the OECD average. And so together with the Ministry of Health, our self-government organization and the Polish Nursing Society and the trade unions, we worked with the ministry. It took us roughly 4 or 5 years to build a strategy for the development of the Polish nursing and midwife profession. This strategy was presented by the Ministry of Health to the Polish Parliament, and it was adopted, it was enacted, and we were really happy, we were very hopeful. And this again is the age structure that you can see here in the slide, and we thought that we would be able to get more young people into the profession, because just as I said, if we do not double the amount of young people entering the system, young midwives and young nurses, 10,000 people every single year acquire retirement rights. So those 10,000 people who are living should be replaced by new midwives and young nurses. And if we do not close that gap, our forecasts show that in 2013 the average age in the profession will be around 60 years old. Polish nurses and midwives will mostly be people who have current retirement rights and could basically retire. So that's something that we would like to change around, and we tried to prove it to the decision makers how important the crossroads was that we found ourselves at. That's something I've already covered. This as well. I'm a bit lost, I think. I'm confused myself, but hopefully I will manage.
To już momencik, jedziemy dalej.
please bear with me a moment longer. I wanted to show you
Chciałam jeszcze Państwu pokazać taki jeden slajd. Chciałam sobie skrócić do tych 15
slide. I wanted to shorten my presentation in order not to go beyond the 15 minutes that have been allocated to my presentation, but this is a very important slide that shows you the tricky situation our profession is in. This is the young age at which midwives and nurses die in Poland. And again, here you can see the number of nurses and midwives that enter the profession and that acquire retirement rights. In blue, you can see those retirement rights that are acquired by so many people, and in orange, you can see young people entering the profession. So you can see the huge disparity. You can see how much work we still have to do. That's something we need to really work on, and I'm happy that here in Kalisz you have a study program for midwives and nurses, because in Poland we have 5.24 nurses and midwives per 1,000 residents, and in the western part of Poland we have around 4. So there is even more demand here, because those regions of Poland are located near Germany, so we know what the situation is. So the demand for nurses and midwives in the west of Poland is even greater than elsewhere in the country. So again, just to finish off, I would like to show you the mortality rate in our profession. Well, in terms of the profession and what we did before the pandemic. Between 2015 and 2020, we managed to increase the number of universities offering nursing and midwife programs. In 2015, we had 77 such universities and colleges. Right now, we have 106. The entire Poland is not covered uniformly. There are certain blank spots still out there, and I think there are some more colleges and universities that should offer nursing studies, or maybe a branch office of another university should be established in order for the public to have better access to such study programs. Because we know that the birth rates are falling, there are fewer and fewer young people, but there are still people interested in studying midwifery and nursing, and I think that's good news. And I think it's the right time for us to really try to develop the motivation in young people to choose nursing as a profession. If we don't work on that, we will never close that huge generation gap that we are facing.
Muszę czekać na przełączenie.
I need to wait for the next slide. So thank you for your patience. Gentlemen, please. Give me a hand.
Właśnie tu chciałam powiedzieć o tych zgonach.
Here I would like to discuss the number of deaths, because each year the Supreme Chamber of Nurses and Midwives, with the register of, we received from the central register the number of deaths by year among nurses and midwives. So we're really worried about the number of nurses who died during the pandemic. It was more than 200 nurses and midwives, 186 nurses and 36 midwives, and we concentrated on 2020, and it was almost 1,200 persons, and the average age of the COVID deaths of the people who died during COVID, it was 64 years of age. So we moved back in time and wanted to see the average age at the time of death. And there is 2% of male nurses, we must remember that. And we realized that each year about 1,000 nurses and midwives die, and their age at the moment of death is 61.5. which is less than 62 years of age. So, looking at the statistics of populational deaths, it's a bit higher. So, because women in Poland die about 82 years of age. Among men, the situation is similar. So there are studies now, but the average age of surgeon's death is 55 years of age. And anesthesiologists die even earlier. That's why when we plan the employment in our medical staff, we need to remember that a difficult and stressful work is the cause of early deaths. That's why we need to be aware of the increasing demand for the medical staff. We need to improve the study to see what it is like in other countries, whether the small number of staff leads to more work burden, workload, and more physical effort among nurses and midwives because they live shorter than the rest of the population, and whether the situation is similar in other countries, because, as you know, there is a large action of protesting nurses and doctors in Poland. The watchword is "we are tired." Nurses and doctors do not work 160 hours per month. More than half nurses work about 200-300 hours per month. So we keep complaining that we are overworked, that we are overburdened with work. But we work in this way also because there is no one else to do our job. So the retired people who still stay within the system and the employment of retired nurses and midwives, it is a way to save the system. So if we do not treat human health as a national asset and not as cost, we will not rebuild the staff, we will not improve it, and I don't know what will happen to our healthcare. We keep asking for auxiliary staff. So in Polish healthcare system, we have about 7, and in some places up to 15% fewer people. These are transportation specialists or scrub nurses. So now there are special companies employed from outside. These services are outsourced. So apart from nursing care, there must also be some other assistance for nurses. There is no money for the education of the patient, for supporting their family, for preventive actions. There is also a tendency in Poland that we have deinstitutionalization of healthcare. We will not be successful in that because there are too many patients treated in Poland. So we can actually move the prophylaxis and patient care to outside hospitals. So deinstitutionalization, for which the government is hoping, will not be successful because the personnel in the primary care is getting older. So I need some technical support, apology, but ladies and gentlemen, I keep observing that it is the same situation with the post-communist countries and what it is like in Western Europe or in Scandinavia. So this planning looks like that. You have the motivation for medics so that they should work within their possibilities. But what the epidemics showed, the first crisis affected the old-aged institutions for pensioners, but they should be actually in hospitals. But there are too little of such institutions, and the residents stay in the nursing houses. But people in nursing houses should be able to look after themselves. The situation is different. If there are 30, 40 or 50% of the residents of nursing homes with many comorbidities who require 24-hour help, and there is one nurse for 30, 40 or 50 patients, she's unable to do all the services. So they were first to contract COVID, and the entire Poland knew that there is no one to work in the nursing home. So the data that I presented were collected from the report. So 252 hospitals should cease their existence because this really leads to a risk of the proper patient care. So there is no complete coverage with regards to the efficiency of nursing care as compared to quality. So if there is not enough staff, the quality is decreased. So we ask the decision makers. So we need to take the advantage of the situation. So young people do not want to work for 200 or 300 hours per month. They want to earn to be able to make a living. So if there is no priority ascribed to the restructuring of medical staff. It is not only about nurses, but it's also about doctors, especially in case of specialists. So if there is no priority for it, we will not be able to guarantee the equal access to medical care because we cannot afford buying staff as other countries do. So the staff from the East are not interested in working for us because for them it's only transitional. They would rather prefer to work as carers in Germany, for example. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry for talking too much. I should concentrate on the family health, but this is really important. We need to have enough time to look after patient education, and we have too little time because there are too few of us in the system. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo proszę.
Jak to się dzieje, że podczas pandemii tak średnia umierających pielęgniarek rośnie? Pani mówiła, że rosnący stres.
You said that increasing stress results in the number of deaths, and in pandemic, the average age of dying nurses was increased by 5 years. Yes, we carry out research in this area because we would like to juxtapose the number of deaths, and the study sample is 7,500. So we would like to juxtapose the mortality with the mortality in other professions and with the mortality in Polish women in general. We know that it's higher among women because women in Poland live for 80 years and nurses retire and they die soon. But we need a larger population situation, because if you have 300,000 nurses and midwives, we need to juxtapose it with other data, and we do the research together with other specialists. So the pandemic crisis actually makes your life expectancy longer. I know what you mean. 2020, that the life expectancy was much higher than before. I cannot explain this. We even asked the main statistical office for assisting us in explaining this issue, so this was not very normal, but the highest number of deaths in medical staff was during the third wave, because in the third wave, between November and March, the following years, the highest number of medics died, because these were the numbers up to a few hundreds a day. All these reports are variable for other countries of the European Union. Yes, we have it. We have the report available on our website, and we keep working on it since 1910. What about other countries? We are in progress, because we want to do it in juxtaposition with other countries, what it looks like in comparison with other countries, and our colleagues do their job, so it doesn't look very much in other countries. I just wanted to say, please observe the time limit. We are much, and there are more, 4 speakers more, and 15 minutes for each contribution, and not half an hour. I do apologize, but I wasn't told about the time limit. So it's not a school, so there is not a bell ringing.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani
Thank you very much for the possibility of asking a question. So, referring to the previous question concerning the average age and the life expectancy, I believe that we should also compare it with the number of deaths because of COVID. Because we also said that elderly people are especially exposed to a very difficult course of COVID, and many nurses died because of the COVID infection. That is why elderly patients, elderly nurses who are infected actually had a tragic outcome, and that is why this mean age is higher. But it's a very interesting issue, and it needs to be studied extensively. And now we have 2 speakers together, and if they join me here, I will present their CVs to you.
Co robiły i co robią w tej chwili, i potem również
and after the presentation, you will have a chance to ask questions, or if you prefer, you can also ask the questions to all the speakers.
Pierwszą osobą,
the first presenter
is
Ms. Liat Safri, who is going to discuss family healthcare in Israel. So let me say a few words about the lady. It is a joint presentation. Liat Safri,
deputy head midwife, Western Galilee Medical Center, clinical preceptor, quality assurance coordinator. She was born in the city of Sefat, one of the oldest settlements in the Galilee. She completed her high school education in the Sefat Regional High School in October 2011. After completing her national service in the Western Galilee Hospital Labor Department, Liat continued her education bachelor's degree as a registered nurse in Safed, and later trained to be a midwife at the Rambam School of Advanced Nursing in Haifa. The second person is Ruth Olivia Beaton. She will be talking about the family healthcare in Israel also. And I would like to tell you that Mrs. Ruth Beaton, she is a senior midwife, Western Galilee Medical Center, director of midwifery education northern region, clinical preceptor, prenatal and breastfeeding consultant. She was born in New York and immigrated to Israel with her family in 1973. She lived in Kibbutz Magan Michael, a collective community unique to Israel, located on the sea coast between Haifa and Tel Aviv, and received her high school degree at the Kibbutz Regional High School. And after she completed her military service and served as a midwife at the Western Galilee Hospital. And she has been part of the Matt Wilder Rehab School from 1982. Since 2010, she had led 7 midwifery courses at the School of Advanced Nursing in Haifa. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here. Myself, my colleague Liat, and it's an opportunity to say hello to all our friends back in Israel who will be presented on the presentation with us. In this presentation, we would like to show you a short, we're going to focus a little bit on our hospital, what the hospital looks like, what the services are, and then we're going to focus on maternity care and show you some of the things that we feel are really special and important for maternity care. Okay, this is just a shot of the hospital from the front. The Western Galilee Medical Center is the largest government hospital in the Galilee region, and it is also the largest employer in the region. We have 69 departments and special units, 723 registered beds, 2,700 staff, and we also have many, many volunteers. What's very special, in my opinion, about the Galilee Hospital is the variety and the multicultural aspect of the area, which is reflected in the hospital. We have about 44% of our patients are Jewish, 46 are Arabs, which would be Christian or Muslim. We have 8% Druze, which is a Muslim sect that exists only in Lebanon and in northern Israel. We have what's Cherkess, it's another sect, and others. You can see that we chose this picture because in this picture you can see 2 Druze women, one of them who's a little more religious and the other one who isn't. We have a real array of different people that would be coming. We have 6 professional divisions: internal medicine, the surgical division, women's health wing. We have a new women's health wing, and later I'm going to focus on that with Liat. We have a pediatric wing. We have an emergency medicine division, and you have to remember that we are on the Lebanese border. Therefore, we also are ready for any military or any kind of emergency situation that could arise. Paramedical treatment division. Just a little bit about statistics. I don't want to go into it. We want to get to the things that we feel are a little bit more visual. We have close to 5,000 births a year. We have close to 100,000 ER admissions. A lot of people coming into ER. I won't go over how the health system works, but I will say that in Israel, everyone is insured and people can get in, come to the hospital. There are a lot of people that come to the hospital. We work very close with the community, and we'll be seeing a little bit more about that later in the presentation. The hospital has grown. I've been in the hospital for 40 years. Liat has been for 20 years, starting in her military service as a volunteer. And we have I've seen the hospital really grow. In 2015, we opened up the new Women's Health Wing, and we will be expanding. The vision of the hospital is, first of all, we use the phrase people to people. The people caring for other people and treating them as equal people. We're a fully comprehensive medical center, We have a main surgical center, including neuro and heart. And we stand at the forefront of medicine, and we want to provide professional and humane care. We're affiliated with the University of Tzfat, and there's a medical university there, and they're part of our academic team. This is pretty much where you are. Israel is a small country. We are literally, we can see the border. And if you're on the top floor of the hospital, you can see the border of Lebanon. We're by the sea, and in the circle you can see the area that that we serve. That's kind of a shot from the hospital from above, and it looks impressive, and it is impressive. It's a big hospital. We have a lot of grounds. And now we're going to talk a little bit about the maternity services. This is the women's health wing. This is a shot of the women's health wing. We have a delivery room, a large delivery room, 2 post-maternity rooms. We have a prenatal intensive care unit. We have infant units. We'll go over it a little bit as we go along.
Okay. So childbirth is one of the most meaningful moments in our life. We carry the memories of the birth of our children with us forever. A woman comes to give birth with her language, her religion, her culture, her age, her beliefs, her race, her education, her expectations, her background. She comes with who she is, with her family, with her life. So what do women want? We want to plan, to ponder, to advise and listen. We want to wonder, and in the end, we want to choose. We want to be there in all our glory.
When a woman comes to have her child, she brings herself. She brings her life. It's something that she's waiting for. It's an event. It's a family event. These are a few sayings that women have brought up when we talk to them. They want a smart midwife with warm hands who doesn't use them very much. A professional staff that gives quality care. A good, safe experience. An epidural. Privacy. Women want to be listened to. They want less machines and more support. They want to be themselves. They want honest and loving care. They want an array of different things. One woman said, I want as little as needed, but enough to be safe. An expert and kind staff, a healthy baby, and a healthy me. I want an anesthesiologist 24/7. If I want an epidural, I don't want to wait for it. I want comfort and consideration. I want a fast birth with little pain, and I want professional support. Many women said these things. I want not to be alone. I want to be safe. I want a good experience with my husband and my baby. I want luck. I want a good midwife and a good doctor. I want to be very strong, and I want to succeed. I want to be with my baby, and I want to put my baby to my breast. I want to have natural birth and a healthy baby. I want clean facilities and a single room. Women's strongest feeling about their birth experience, be it positive or negative, focuses on the way they were treated by their caregivers. Not only what they were given, but the way they feel, what the experience was like, how they were communicated with. What is a good birth for a woman? Obviously, they all want to be safe, and they want a professional treatment. But also, they want to feel that they are having a special, unique experience. And that is actually the challenge of midwifery care. How do we give the expert professional treatment and alongside We give the warmth, the comfort, and the feeling of being at home. So where should a woman give birth? This is the WHO. We would be right in saying that a woman should give birth in a place where she feels safe. It must be a place where all the attention and care are focused on her needs and safety, as close to home and her own culture as possible. Notice that we're saying home a lot, we're saying culture a lot, and we're saying hospital. And that's the challenge. How do we make the care that we give in the hospital a care that makes her feel at home, that makes her feel close to her culture? Women come in and have birth with their families. People don't come in and have their appendix taken out with their families. This has to be an experience. Of course, talking about childbirth, we have to show a few pictures so that you can feel where we are. Let's see how this works. These are just random pictures. It's our midwife, Rachel. Our goal is to provide a safe, high quality, and comfortable service. We want women to enable an experience that's professional, personal, and meaningful, and inside the hospital surroundings. And we put a lot of effort into that. What do we have for the pregnant woman? We have an infertility clinic, which also an in vitro IVF, prenatal services, childbirth preparation in many languages. We have a high risk, which is called a woman fetus department. We don't really like to use the phrase high risk. We have a neonatal intensive care department, and we were debating, Liat and I, does that belong to postpartum? Is that before? But actually, when women are going to choose, they really want to choose a place where they know that their baby is going to get the absolute best standard. Expert medical and midwifery staff, top quality equipment, and we also have an Institute for Human Genetics. We have an advanced ultrasound department. This is Professor Uda, and he is one of the expert ultrasonographists in Israel. We do a lot of work through ultrasound. Of course, ultrasound has also developed very much over the years. What about the birth itself? We offer services of natural childbirth alongside a choice of cesarean sections. We don't really do maternal requests. So we're talking in Israel about 15, 20% cesareans. I know in Poland it's much higher, okay? But we do offer different types of cesarean section. We have what's called, we'll show you as we go along, what's called no separation, where the woman and the baby are not separated at all throughout, well, obviously the baby's taken out, he's separated, but he stays with his mother. We have what's called a friendly cesarean. We have the French cesarean, which I don't really want to go into right now, but it's a different technique, and regular. We have professional staff. We have comfortable birthing suites. Every woman would be alone. On-hand emergency services. I mean, alongside the fact that we want childbirth to be an experience, something where a woman feels at home, we also want to be able to give her cutting edge. We want to make sure that she's safe, that her baby will be in the best of hands. We give a choice of pain relief. We give online fetal monitoring. And a woman can choose the support person of her choice. This is the online fetal monitoring. Those of you that are familiar with maternity departments are probably familiar, where in every private room, a woman has the option of being monitored, and we will see it online. This is the screen in the delivery room. There's also a screen in the doctor's where they have their meetings. The doctors can see this at home. We have top quality equipment. This is Professor Levenstein. He's he is the head of the maternity department. He's brought with him a lot of new innovative things, and we're very excited. We're starting with robot surgery, and we feel that we're moving forward. We have a multicultural and multilingual staff. Just to take a look here in this picture, and of course you'd never know, because the bottom line is a person to a person is a person. But in this picture we have a Druze midwife, the one with the curls, an Arab midwife, a Muslim midwife standing next to her, Israeli, Russian. Israel is a country of immigrants, as is, and of course the different languages. We're working together towards a mutual goal. Now let's see if this is going to work. There we are. Okay, we got. And that's our staff. The tallest one is the head midwife. And here we are again. These are 3 of our doctors. We managed to catch them all smiling. And that's me, trying to show probably somebody how the baby gets in and it manages to get out as well. I mean, getting in we know, but getting out is a little more problematic. We support each other. We support, the midwives support each other, the staff supports each other. We take part in our family events, in weddings, in burials. We're also like a family. That's our head nurse holding that baby, head midwife. One of our midwives, Nella. And that's me and a student. I'm supporting her. She probably has a test the next day. Here we are. As you can see, in the pictures that we showed earlier, we were wearing masks. But we also have the challenge that we're all faced with, and that is giving maternity care with COVID patients, a woman who has COVID. How do we give her? How can we care for her? And this is a real challenge. We've made a very large effort to try to have her feel at home. She can have somebody with her during birth, but that person obviously can't wander out and wander in. Whoever is with her goes into isolation. We dress up as is. Of course, we introduce ourselves and we do the best that we can, and we try to get as close as we can. That's a birthing suite. That's Nika, one of our midwives. We talked earlier about a support person of choice. You can see here at the bottom, this is a cesarean section. Notice who's holding who. That's very common in maternity. In childbirth, a woman finds that strength that she had inside herself, and many times we find that she's actually supporting the baby and the husband. She's in labor, and she's saying, "Get my husband something. He doesn't look so good to me." Seriously. I mean, you're a midwife, right? You know what it's like, taking care of people all the time. Up here we see Sari. Sari is wait a second, let me see. She would be, I don't know how to point with this because they both have glasses and they're both pretty tall. But the woman on the outer side is our head nurse, our head midwife, another one of our midwives. Okay, now this has to move for the effect, and we're going to see how this is going to happen. Let me see. Just so you can wake up a little bit. Movement is very, very important in childbirth. We say it all the time, and then women come in to have babies, and they're tied into bed. So that's a problem. Okay, let's see if it moves on. But you can really move in bed as well. This midwife, Irit, is specializing in dance, and she does a lot of dancing in the delivery room, and she has groups of women who are pregnant for dancing. You can see that this is Middle Eastern music. This is our natural childbirth center. We meet with women who are interested in the natural childbirth service. This is not an extra cost. We meet with them, we talk with them, we check to see if their expectations are what we can actually give. Many times when you ask a woman what kind of birth does she have, she wants to have natural childbirth. What's natural childbirth? A vaginal birth is a natural childbirth. It depends what is a natural childbirth for everybody. For some women, having an epidural and not feeling pain, that's as natural as they want to go, and that's fine. But if they do decide that they want to go for the natural childbirth center, then we're there. And I just want to say, because this is really important for me as a teacher, when you teach midwifery, the base is natural childbirth. Midwives don't have to have a special course in natural childbirth, really. We can all do it, and we all do it. The woman comes in, she's signed up for the natural childbirth center. The midwives that are on the shift are the ones that are going to be doing it. We don't bring somebody in who's special or anything like that. I just wanted to make that kind of clear. But we do have a choice of pharmacological pain relief. We do have the epidural. We have nitrous oxide laughing gas. We even give paracetamol intravenously. What can I say? If she's really in labor, what do you think? Not really. Still. And we're still using narcotics, meperidine, less. But we're still using narcotics. We're trying to get away from narcotics. Do you use narcotics? I didn't even ask you. Narcotics, it passes through the placenta to the baby, and we'd rather not, but we still use it. Okay, this is going to come. This is a cesarean section with no separation. I just want to see how this is going to come through here, if it's going to come through. Okay, we have a few pictures, and then I have a very short film. It's a friendly film. But here you can see the baby on the mother consistently. It's very hard with the masks in the delivery room. First of all, a woman in labor, we won't ask her to wear a mask. It's just not, it's not going to happen. And it's not easy. Now this is a film, let's see how this works. Just want to show you, as the baby's coming out, we remove the curtain. And she can actually see as the baby comes out. And this is not the cesarean of 30 years ago. The midwife will take the baby and straight to the mother. Here is the same midwife caring for that baby after the woman's had the cesarean. Notice the husband is kind of, I think he passed out because he got a bed, but he can still take a picture. He'll come back, he comes back. Many times husbands kind of don't make it all the way to the end, but it's okay. They recuperate. They get up and they keep on going, as you can see. Of course, the postpartum, I mean, woman comes in, she has a baby, but she's going to be staying in the hospital between 36, 48, maybe even more hours. It's very important. The care that we're giving professionally, and also what kind of surroundings we can offer. So we have the expert medical nursing staff, the comfortable suites with a bathroom. And I'm saying this because it hasn't always been like this. Breastfeeding consulting we give, social and legal services. Sometimes we might have a woman come in and she has a social challenge. I mean, everybody has babies. It could be someone who is having abuse. It could be someone who has who needs help. So that we also try to work through those issues. We give postpartum counseling, diet, infant care, maternity well-being. This is the end.
We'll finish next, but those two poor professors, men, they have only 15 minutes instead of 40.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you what. Okay. The presentation is almost over. And we have a film of the hospital. We can let the film go if it's easier for you. Would you want to see the film? What? The film is 3 minutes. All right, let's move forward. I'm moving forward. Neonatal intensive. We're going forward. Okay. We reach out to the community. I'm just going to do this as fast as I can. Okay. We do empowering workshops with young women in the community. These are Ethiopian immigrants. I'm going to go as fast as I can here. Multilingual prenatal courses, I talked about that already. Russian, Arabic. And we should be at the end here, I think. It's just not going, the baby's not coming out, folks. Okay, all right. This, should I put on the film? It's like 3 minutes. Should I put it on? You guys back there that run everything, is the film on? I think the film talks for itself and it goes really quickly. So how are we going to do this?
Maybe push.
Should I do this again? Push it again? And now it's going to be the film? I don't know. Where is he back there? Oh, something's happening. Okay, this has English subtitles, and I'll say one or two words. That's the head of the hospital, Masoud Abarhoum.
תשכחו מכל מה שידעתם עד היום. אם אתם רוצים לדעת מה הפך את המרכז הרפואי לגליל למוביל, זה הצוות. זה האנשים. זה הבנה המשותפת שאדם לאדם.
The most important thing is the people, the staff. That's what he's saying.
להיכנס אל חדר המיון, כאן הכל מתחיל וכאן כל שנייה חשובה. זמני המתנה קצרים, פעילות שמצילה חיים. ומה הסוד של הצוות? מעבר למכשור חדיש, אוזניים קשובות, לב רגיש.
הלב בקרדיולוגיה זה לב העניין. סיכויי ההישרדות הגבוהים ביותר בישראל אחרי התקפי לב הם כאן. תאמינו לי, זה לא עניין של מזל.
מזל טוב, אבל בסטייל. תראו את חדר לידה הפרטיים, סוויטות, אה? ויש גם חדר לידה טבעית. ויש אותנו, הצוות של חדר לידה.
עבודת צוות היא המפתח להצלחה. החיבור המיוחד בין נוירוכירורגיה מתקדמת,
neurosurgery, brain catheterization.
דמיון ומציאות. מרכז הסימולציה היסודי ושלל המחקרים מביאים את האקדמיה עד לכאן. 2/3 מהסטודנטים בפקולטה לרפואה לומדים אצלנו. כבוד.
כבוד לכל אדם, כי כולנו כאן ביחד. צוות, מטופלים וקהילה.
תמיד מחוברים בכל זמן ובכל מקום. במקום מיוחד שמור לילדים, הם תמיד עולם ומלואו. בשנים האחרונות טיפלנו בכ3,000 פצועים מסוריה. שליש מהם נשים וילדים.
She's talking about the Syrian patients that have come over the border, the children especially.
מכירים אותנו? לא רק כאן בישראל. מומחים מגיעים אלינו מכל העולם.
Talking about people coming from abroad to study with us.
ממוגנים, בטוחים וערוכים לכל התרחישים.
אני מרגישה שיש לי זכות מאוד גדולה להיות הנשיאה של אגודת הידידים של המרכז הרפואי בגליל.
She's the head of the volunteers.
בזכות הביחד שיש בבית חולים הזה. ממשיכים את הדרך למצוינות ולביחד.
כאן גם אני יום יום גאה לנהל את המרכז הרפואי לגליל. גאה בצוות שלנו ובקהילה שבשבילה ובזכותה אנחנו פה. אז בפעם הבאה שאתם באים לבקר, או חלילה נזקקים לטיפול רפואי, תזכרו שהדבר הכי חשוב בעולם הרפואה ובכלל בעולם, אדם לאדם.
Saying the most important thing in medicine and in the world is being a person to a person. That's it. Thank you so much for having us.
Since we are late, so instead of presenting comme il faut the professor, I will say only 1 or 2 words, and instead of having 20 minutes, you will have 10 minutes without questions and answers. Do you feel a little bit discriminated, or we wait and go late for breakfast, for lunch? What do you prefer? 10, 15, yes? Because anyhow. Professor Leonardo Chavan is a Mozambican physician, public health specialist, holding a master's in public health and PhD in health services. He has 25 years of combined clinical and public health experience. From 2008 to 2012, he was appointed National Deputy Director of Public Health. So the floor is yours. And actually, you will be speaking about the maternal health care and the SDG in Mozambique.
I speak English.
Znowuż po południu, bo będę miała 2, dobrze? Przyjdę do Państwa. Co się tam poruszy? Przepraszam, pana nie słyszę tłumaczyć.
Okay.
So Mozambique is it's an African country. It's located in the southeast part of Africa. It has a population of more or less 20 million inhabitants. It's a low-income country. The GDP is estimated to be $500 US.
To mój wkluczony jest. Przepraszam, to jest mój wkluczony. To mój wkluczony jest. Mój wkluczony.
Okay, let's proceed. So the state in Mozambique is the main provider of healthcare. So 90% of the patients are seen within the public health facilities. And the country is divided in 11 provinces, as you can see in the map here in the left side. Currently, according to the estimation of from this general population census in 2017, every day, 17 women die in Mozambique as a consequence of maternal health-related complications. This corresponds to an estimation of 452 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births. the question is, with this level of mortality, will Mozambique be able to achieve or to reach the SDG on maternal health? That is the question that we are trying to understand and to answer. Recording that the goal on maternal mortality is to reduce the global mortality below 70 per 100,000 live births. So today we are almost 450. And if we look into the trend of maternal mortality is a situation where it's very difficult to measure, especially in a country like Mozambique, where we don't have a very developed system to register life events. So we rely on mainly in estimation. So here I bring 3 different estimations that we are using to follow up the evolution. One is the estimation from the United Nations. Well, this doesn't work, at least. So the Maternal Mortality Estimation Intelligence Group, the MMEG, so the blue one. So following this, the blue one, it looks like that the mortality is close to 300 now. But the national estimations are done through DHS. We have here two numbers, 408, 408 in two different moments, 2003 and 2011. And the last one was from the population census, which is 452. And in country, people or the government, of course, you like to use national statistics instead of the estimation from WHO. So what are the determinants of maternal mortality? Actually, we recall here this publication from 80s or 90s from Deborah Main. These are 3 categories of determinants: socioeconomic, access to health services, and the quality of care. And the previous group has covered a lot around the quality of care. So Mozambique is a predominantly male-dominated culture, meaning a lot of decision must come through the man, who is not delivering at the end. Though in the north, the society, it's more matrilineal society, where the women and the family of women have more power in terms of deciding what to do when the complications arrive. 48% of women aged 20 to 24 were first married in union before age of 18. So the earlier marriage is a problem there, and girls are becoming pregnant very early in their life. Low levels of literacy among women. There is a gender imbalance there, even in access to the employment and, of course, economic empowerment. So this figure is just to show the difference in terms of early marriage in the country, and we see the different provinces. At national level, a rural area, we have almost 16% of the girls were married before 18 years, and 12% in urban area. But if you look into the province, there is a huge difference from north to south. And another important factor that affect maternal mortality is the prevalence of HIV. In general, we have a 30.2%. This comes from the survey in 2015. And also, again, you can see the difference between males and women, where we have more girls when we compare to boys in terms of infection. 4 adolescent girls and young women and 2 adolescent boys are infected every day per hour in Mozambique. But the most important issue here is to show that the difference between women and girls, we have 6.5 incidents against 1.5 in boys when we compare in terms of sex. So in terms of access to service, this is what we see in terms of contraception. The last estimation is that we have 34% as a target based on the pledge made in London 2010, I believe. Mozambique achieved 36% of CPR, while the neighboring countries were above 40% already. And this is the evolution in terms of coverage, the women that are receiving care during the childbirth within the health facilities, and also want to point the difference between rural and urban area. And here is the attendance by level of education, where we see that if she has a secondary school or above, she's more likely to deliver within the health facility, while if she doesn't, she's less likely to deliver. It's less than 50% actually, the chance to deliver in the health facility. This table, the idea of the table was just to show the evolution of different services, starting preventive, pregnancy, and delivery. You can see in the different moments of measurement how it's evolving. At least there is an improvement in terms of access and utilization, although it's still less what we would like to see. In terms of quality of care, if we relate to what the previous group says, we see that in Mozambique there are still problems in terms of disrespect and abuse when the women go to the hospital, and that's range from 24% in central hospital to 80% in district hospital. And what are the issues here is the lack of confidentiality, lack of privacy, being left alone during the childbirth, or being shouted, or being given a treatment without permission. So these are the characteristics of this disrespect and the abuse. And mothers who have negative experience during the process of care, such as being abandoned when needing help, disrespected, humiliated, or physically abused, reported low level of satisfaction when they compare with the other ones that didn't pass through the same experience. But also we look into, we have seen that women do not necessarily seek care at the closest place, because the policies that we improve, we increase the coverage of the network of facility and bring the facility close to the community, but not always people go to the nearest facility. Why? The fear of disrespect, stigma, perception of quality of care, and also this, of course, will interfere with the utilization of health services. This table is just to show if, and it's based on a list methodology, so introducing, using this method, we can estimate the level of reduction of maternal mortality intervening in these categories. For instance, labor and childbirth, active management and contraceptive, you can see in the last column the level of reduction in terms of maternal mortality. So, in the face of this situation, we believe that to improve maternal health state, we need investment in improving socio and economic indicators. We need a better understanding of culture, construction, and beliefs, to acknowledge that inequity is a reality and can be tackled. Inequity between the areas, the geographic areas, women and men, level of education, and etc. Acknowledge that there are gender norms that heavily impact the health of women, and acknowledge the need of placing a specific intervention, as opposed to say that one intervention can fit all or can respond to all problems. And thank you very much.
Now, Professor Andriy Bazilevich, please. So, Professor, as I said before, because we are already late, but it's not your fault, so maybe is it possible 10, 15 minutes maximum? Anyhow, I will say only in 2 words to present you that he's a president of the World Federation of Ukrainian Medical Association since 2016, and he is currently a professor of Danilo Halicki Lviv National Medical University since 2013, and since 2019 he is a visiting professor of this school, the President Stanisław Wojciechowski, Kalisia University, Poland. Welcome.
Witam. Czy słuchać?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Witam serdecznie.
Hello.
Mam zaszczyt
So I have the pleasure to take part in this conference, and I would like to thank Andrzej Wojtyla, the university rector, for inviting me. So the first idea of the creation of family medicine was already created during the Soviet Union in 1980s. The turning point was international conference in 1978 in Alma-Ata in Kazakhstan, where the World Health Organization defined the concept of primary health care as the first system of priority of healthcare in many countries. In 1987, in Lviv, Lviv received the consent of the Ministry of Health of the Soviet Union and of the Ukrainian Socialist Republic for a regional experiment in Lviv for the introduction of family medicine to the polyclinic. So first of all, family doctors looked after children after 7 years of age, then after 1 year of age, and then after the birth. An important stage was opening in 1988, the first in the Soviet Union, in the Lviv National Medical University, of the chair and organization at the department at the leading posts. Significant merits to the medical family medicine were given by my father, Professor Jarosław Bazilevich, who organized this chair and worked on all the documents prepared which included the following family medicine. So also we started collaboration with the head of the health economists in Lublin together with Professor Leszek Wdowiak. Although Professor Wdowiak was full of doubt in the issues concerning the perspectives of family medicine at that time, later on his wife, Helena Wdowiak, who was the world specialist in pediatrics, was the head of family medicine in Lviv. The next stage was that the participants of the international seminar of the World Health Organization, which took place in Lviv in January 1988, defined the forms of transition to family medicine as the models of specialists, nurses and managers, and also the methods of their creation, together with the sectoral collaboration, together with the medical care in rural areas. So in 1989, we received the presentation of medical achievements at the exhibition of the achievements of the Ukraine Socialist Republic, and they were rewarded with a diploma of the Ukrainian Socialist Republic and also the bronze medal at the exhibition of the Moscow exhibition. What mattered was the preparation of doctors and the general practice at post-diploma traineeship. And in 1992, it was the first in Ukraine, in Drohobych, the first family doctor clinic, and later on in next circuits, such as Kharkov, the vaccinations were introduced. So in 1992, the Supreme Council of Ukraine passed the act on the basis of the Ukrainian legislation in healthcare. So this defined the priorities of the basic healthcare in Ukraine. In 1994, in Lviv, there started the requalifications of the working doctors, and in 1995 we had the chair of medical care in Lviv, and and we had the appointment of Evgenia Zaremba as the professor, and then the chairs started to be open in next universities. And in 1995, there was the Association of Family Doctors of the Lviv region was created. And at that time, it had 185 family doctors who asked all the family doctors of the Ukraine to create the associations in other regions. So Professor Zaremba in the Association of Family Care, and also Professor Wysemko was elected. So the association became the World Association of Family Medicine. So the idea was to introduce the basic characteristics such as diversity, holiness, continuity, and accessibility. The World Health Organization led to new characteristics, and such characteristics were also important for Ukraine. So according to that, there was the free selection of the family GP. The forms of general organizations varied, and it was the basic healthcare clinic and also the group practice. I believe what matters here is that the specialists of family medicine also had some other specializations, such as pediatrics or others. And after 1996, another. And also we had the publications in Ukraine, Russian and English of the course books and monographies for family doctors and students. And I co-authored some of them. There were numerous annual conferences and symposia concerning family medicine, and the first meeting of family doctors took place in Lviv in 2001, talking about the organization. So this is a part of the World Association of the Medical Association. So there were various congresses organized every 2 years in various Ukrainian cities. So there have always been questions about family medicines which were raised, and my father carried out such studies together with the Igor Khaliarnik, who collaborated with the Family Association from Chicago, and also he graduated from the Medical University in other places. There was a lot of work concerning legal regulations which lasted more than 10 years, so you can see how many new legal acts were passed. And in 2010, it started the new practice in family medicine, a new specialization, and it also provided for the possibility of making a PhD in family medicine. Also, the next stage was the introduction of the experiments of change of financing family medicine, and it was in many circuits in Ukraine and also in the city of Kiev. However, the real reforms of family medicine were introduced after the Orange Revolution in 2014. This was the time of the transformation of the healthcare system. The Minister of Health was Iliana Supru, who came from Canada, and she started to implement the reforms. And also we passed the first stage of the reform concerning primary healthcare, and also a new institution of the national healthcare was created, which is the equivalent of the National Health Fund. And this reform started to work after 1st January 2018. New principles were introduced, so the first visits were possible, and the declarations were signed. So this was the per capita rate for one person, which allowed to change the remuneration of doctors in medical institutions which signed the contract with the National Health Fund. How to talk about capitation of the rate? So it depended on the age of the patient, and also it had a different indicator in mountain areas. This slide shows the rates for the per one patient calculated per 1 year, and it depends certainly on the age of the patient. When you are talking about the optimum scope of the care of family doctor, we have 1,800 doctors per one family doctor. For pediatrics, 900 patients, and therapist has 2,000 patients. So also we have more than 100% of limit. The doctor does not get anything for the next patient. Talking about the procedures of selection, the patient has the right to change their family doctor as many times as they want. And I will close my presentation about the directions of transformation of the family medicine in Ukraine. So it is the electronic system e-health, which is the electronic patient register, also the suppliers of the medical charter, and various types of calculations. Thank you very much. And now we are jointly working for the further development of family medicine in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention. And now, please, we can go for lunch. And during the lunchtime, we can ask questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tutaj się pani, prawda?
Akademia Kaliska imienia prezydenta Stanisława Wojciechowskiego, uczelnia profesjonalistów. Akademia Kaliska jest kontynuatorem Państwowej Wyższej Szkoły Zawodowej utworzonej w 1999 roku. Historyczny, debiutujący rocznik liczył 279 studentów. Pierwszymi kierunkami kaliskiej PWSZ były zarządzanie biznesem, technologia maszyn, elektroenergetyka. Uczelnia z każdym rokiem dynamicznie się rozwijała, otwierano nowe instytuty i wydziały, przybywało studentów i wykwalifikowanej kadry. Uczelnia rosła w każdym aspekcie, a za tym szła jakość. PWSZ wielokrotnie zajmowała najwyższe miejsca w rankingu perspektyw. Prawdziwy przełom nastąpił w 2020 roku. Państwowa Wyższa Szkoła Zawodowa staje się Akademią Kaliską, uczelnią z prawem do doktoryzowania w 2 dziedzinach: nauk o zdrowiu w dyscyplinie nauki medyczne i nauk społecznych w dyscyplinie nauki o bezpieczeństwie.
No, jesteśmy po pierwszym roku funkcjonowania jako w pełni akademicka uczelnia. Trochę jest ten rok dla mnie zaskoczeniem pozytywnym, ponieważ spodziewałem się, że trudniej będzie rozruszać w naszej uczelni badania naukowe. Okazuje się, że dorobek naszej uczelni liczony współczynnikami wpływu, czyli tak zwanymi impact faktorami, w czasopismach notowanych na liście filadelfijskiej, no jest bardzo dobry w porównaniu nawet z bardzo dużymi, tradycyjnymi, prestiżowymi uniwersytetami w Polsce.
Dziś Akademia Kaliska imienia prezydenta Stanisława Wojciechowskiego kształci na 21 kierunkach studiów pierwszego stopnia i 10 kierunkach studiów magisterskich. Kształcenie odbywa się w ramach 31 specjalności. Oferuje również studia podyplomowe, w tym Master of Business Administration. Uczelnia dysponuje 15 obiektami. Jej najnowszy nabytek to budynek po dawnym Banku Gospodarstwa Krajowego. Po gruntownej modernizacji tej architektonicznej perełki znajdzie się tutaj rektorat dumnie brzmiącej Akademii Kaliskiej. Uczelnia prowadzi 2 unikatowe i innowacyjne centra naukowe: Centrum Badania Doskonałości Kół Zębatych oraz monoprofilowe Centrum Symulacji Medycznej. Akademia Kaliska coraz silniej działa w środowisku naukowym, przeprowadzając badania, a także organizując konferencje. Najsłynniejszą z nich była pierwsza Światowa Konferencja Zdrowia Rodziny, w której brali udział naukowcy i praktycy z całego globu. Uczelnia doskonale odpowiada na zapotrzebowanie lokalnego i regionalnego rynku pracy, współdziała z wieloma silnymi przedsiębiorstwami i instytucjami, zapewniając swoim studentom praktyki, a absolwentom stabilną i dobrą pracę. Ciekawą propozycją dla młodych ludzi są studia dualne. Zajęcia już od 2. roku studenci realizują bezpośrednio w przedsiębiorstwach, gdzie mogą na bieżąco konfrontować zdobytą wiedzę z realiami panującymi w firmach. Na przestrzeni 20 lat uczelnia rozwinęła się w silny i ważny dla całego regionu akademicki organizm i ambitnie wyznacza sobie kolejne cele.
W tej chwili przygotowujemy się do rozpoczęcia naboru w przyszłym 2022 roku w październiku na Wydział Lekarski. Najtrudniejsze, mnie się wydawało, będzie zorganizowanie kadry, ale w tej chwili już kadra na ten Wydział Lekarski, która będzie pracowała i prowadziła zajęcia, w 80% jest zatrudniona w naszej uczelni. Również planujemy i jesteśmy bardzo zaawansowani w procedurze uzyskania praw do kształcenia studentów na kierunku lotnictwo i kosmonautyka.
Uczelnia nabrała wiatru w żagle i nie zamierza się zatrzymać.
Czekaliśmy w Kaliszu 20 lat na utworzenie uczelni akademickiej. Powstała Akademia Kaliska. Mamy plany, aby na utworzenie prawdziwego Uniwersytetu Kaliskiego czekać przez okres o wiele krótszy aniżeli 20 lat.
Akademia Kaliska konsekwentnie idzie po więcej.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to be moderating session 2A, which will be dedicated to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Skoro mamy już drugi rok, za chwilę będą to 2 lata, jak
We
mamy
have
do czynienia.
been experiencing the pandemic for almost 2 years now, and it has had an impact on the lives of every single one of us in economic, social, health-related and educational terms as well.
No więc jest rzeczą naturalną, że
So it's quite natural
konferencji
that we'll be dedicating a session to this topic during a global conference about health at the time of crises.
pierwszy wykład, pierwszą
The first lecture
jaką w tej sesji
in this session
zobaczymy, to będzie
will be delivered
prezentacja poświęcona hiszpańskiemu
by
rodzinnemu.
a specialist in Spanish family law during the COVID pandemic. We will hear from Professor Luis Javier Capote Perez. He'll be joining us online. And a short introduction. He is a lecturer in private law at the La Laguna University, San Cristobal de la Laguna University in Spain. He holds a PhD in law, and he has broad research interests ranging from tourism to land registry through family law, cultural and intellectual property, all the way to gender issues in private law. The professor is a member of numerous university institutions. Let me only mention the Cultural Cathedral Francisco Tomás Valiente, or Radio Campus, which is the oldest radio station at a university in Spain. Ever since 2006, he has been a judge at the Appellate Court in Santa Cruz de Tenerife. The floor is yours.
Please, Mr. Professor.
Panie and Panowie, thank you very much for the invitation. It's for me a great pleasure and an honor having the possibility of assisting and talking in this meeting and conference. It's for me a great pleasure. I'm really sorry for not staying with you during these days, but sadly, some academic obligations I must do at my university made impossible my travel to your very beautiful land. First of all, I want to greet Professor Eva Sarkiewicz-Munierling for the invitation. So, Professor, dzień dobry, and dziękuję bardzo. So today I want to talk about some aspects of the application of Spanish family law under the COVID-19, because I think it's an example of how Spanish institutions in the private law area work in a different situations, and we can perceive how the experience of other situations, not equal but similar in some aspect, could teach us and will learn from to apply to a new situation. We are always in the legal area looking for solutions, answers to the controversies between people, to the people problems, and our idea is always trying to adapt the answers from the law to the demands of our citizenship. Please, next slide. First of all, only a matter to remember. According with Spanish civil law, the marriage is still the main institution as the core of the family law. In our constitution, we recognize the idea of other families outside of the marriage, But, for example, non-married couples, but registered in administrative registers. But we still maintain the idea of marriage as the beginning of the constitution of a family. But in other aspects, we apply some personal aspects of marriage regulations to other kind of families. We have the civil marriage in the area of form and regulation, but we recognize many religious marriages, but only in the area of form. The first of all, the Catholic one, but from the year 1992, also the Islamic one, the Jew. And not many years until now, we admit any form if the person interested about the application of that kind of form is can demonstrate that it's part from a religion well known and with recognition for the Spanish government. Next slide, please. Well, the idea or the problems in the area of COVID in the family crisis topic, it's focusing in the family law topic. Sorry, it's focused in the family crisis. According with Spanish civil law, we recognize three models of finishing a marriage: nullity, separation, that it's not actually a way to finish marriage, but a way to suspend its effect for a time, and dissolution by death or by divorce. Next slide, please. Well, but according with our regulation, we can establish some kind of common rules for all scenarios of family crisis. Because our civil code recognizes common effects to annulment, separation, and divorce. In the first steps of family crisis proceedings in the area of interim measures, and with the idea of establishing permanent measures that could rule the change of the status quo from the existence of a family to the division of one. It's the idea of having as a principal rule the idea of taking care of children, the idea of our civil law principle of favor filii or favor minoris. And well, we also apply that kind of rules not only to families based on marriage, but to all kinds of families when we have children. Because according with our constitution, there is no legal difference between children from a marriage or not from a marriage, by adoption or by biological origin. Well, this is a brief description of our system. But please, next slide. We have recognized in our constitution the state of alarm. That state of alarm was declared in the month of March of 2020. And then many fundamental rights were restricted. During this day, our constitutional court has declared that some measures based on and established by our government based on the state of alarm were against the constitution, and many of the punishment based on that regulation have been annulled. But in the part of Spanish family law, we can distinguish between two steps, two moments in time. The first one, during the period of state of alarm, during the period of restrictions of liberties, especially liberty of movement. And the second one, during the period of vaccination, because they reflects two different controversies that had to be put in front of our courts. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. So, well, first of all trials, hearings, and judgments were suspended. Only there was an exception of urgency focused in one specific paragraph of our family law, 158. Secondly, the parental authority was maintained, and all measures established on for the part of the interim period or the permanent period were maintained, because the idea was that those measures must be maintained, and that included the joint exercise in the case of contagion of children. So the parental authority in the period before COVID was exercised for both parents, and the situation of contagion of children was not an exception, because there was only a joint exercise. But what if the matter of joint custody? The joint custody is a legal institution relatively recent in the history of the Spanish civil law. Sorry, this is a little bit embarrassing, because, well, the idea of not only joint exercise of parental authority, but also the custody. Just a moment, please. Well, but in the case of joint custody, maybe in this moment, 25% of all cases, our judicial resolutions established the suspension only in a quarter of the full cases. The 75% of the cases of joint custody were maintained by judicial resolutions. The idea always is the care of children and trying to maintain, maybe a mirage of normality in a situation in a pandemic situation. But in the case of single custody, also visiting rights were maintained, trying to maintain the contact with the non-custodian parent during the period of confinement. Again, there were, for example, the caring of children was established as an exceptional authorization for going outside. And all matters in the economic area were also maintained, especially in the area of economic imbalance. This was during the period of the state of alarm. But secondly, when we were returning to some kind of normality, and we received the first medical treatments, do you remember that the process of injection of those treatments was first for third-age people, old people, and people with serious risk in their health. But secondly, especially when our authorities in the area of education began to talk about the idea of returning to face-to-face classes, to returning to the school, the children were also introduced in the group of people who should have also those treatments. And then some parents have many controversies, many discussions, because one of the parents didn't want to allow that your son or that his or her son, his or her daughter, received that treatment. And then this supposed the need for some courts to establish a legal answer, and in the area of parental authority, give the reason to one of them. Our first resolutions are from the month of September. For example, the first one was in a first instance court in the city of Barcelona, and the judge decided to accept the proposal of the mother of one little girl for receiving the treatment, because the mother invoked medical reasons. In this case, that's a very interesting case, because the point, the problem was not the idea of receiving the treatment or not, but in a general context, trying to receive or trying to be a part of a test to detect if the girl had COVID or not. The father opposed not to the medical treatment, but also, for example, to any other activity related with COVID, but, for example, an antigens test, a COVID test. So the judge gave the reason to the to the mother who wanted to test if their girl their daughter was really with COVID or not. It's curious because we cannot say that when we have one of the parents doesn't want to authorize the medical treatment for his or her children, it's not a matter of negationism. The idea of, well, I don't believe in that, as I know, believe in vaccines. But it's the question of this treatment has been developed in a very short period of time with, well, and I am not sure, and I don't want that my son or my daughter, my children, should be a part of maybe not an experiment, but receiving a treatment that it's not fully tested on, or maybe we are testing it during the period of application. But it seems that in the area of Spanish resolution in this moment, because we are at the beginning of this moment of judicial resolution in this point, in this specific area, it seems that our courts are going to have the same answer, and invoking in the legal basement aspects of medical reasons. But it has to be noted that a judicial resolution, it's not an argument to accept a scientific principle. And I think we have to check in the near future what will be the response of our courts and what will be the response in many areas as soon as we perceive what should be the evolution of those treatments in the population. This is for the area of children from 0 to 12 years, from 12 to 16. They have some kind of power of decision, but the last decision is from their parents. In this case, it has been applied some kind of alternative dispute resolution system as mediation. And with 16 years old, any children, according with the Spanish law, it's free to decide if he or she wants to receive the medical treatment or not. So That's why, for finishing, because in a very particular and peculiar situation, we are not at the end of the pandemic situation, but I think it proves how our family law, our civil law works, not only in a situation, in a period of normality, but in periods of singularity, speciality, and normality. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm really sorry for the interruptions. And one more time, dziękuję bardzo.
Mr. Professor, thank you very much for very interesting presentation. No, mogliśmy się przekonać też, mówiłem o...
We could also learn that there are also many other complex problems related to pandemics. Also, it has very serious legal implications as well. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will introduce my own paper because the next presentation will concern the role of vaccinations in controlling pandemics. So I will say just a few words about myself, which is the most difficult thing. So just a few sentences. I'm a doctor by profession. I graduated from the military medical academy. That is why the majority of my professional life I spent at various military posts. And currently I worked for sanitary inspection. I was the regional sanitary inspector. However, my life was not only about occupying various positions. I'm a specialist in public health and epidemiology. I'm a psychiatrist. So, if some other fragments of my life were of some interest for you, perhaps I will share this during the break. Later on, I will get closer to you so that I could have the eye contact with my audience. Pandemic, which has fully developed at the beginning of 2020, resulted, among others, in a great mobilization of scientific centers which dealt with many aspects of the pandemic, such as biology of the virus and pathophysiology of it, as well as the clinical course of the disease, together with the epidemiology. So there was a number of medical problems as well, but it was also known that if we wanted to be effective in controlling the disease and later on getting rid of it, this would not be possible without protective vaccinations. And also, this was pointed out by the long history of infectious diseases worldwide.
Co dobrze nie wróży. Aha, okej.
All right.
Jest tak jak powiedziałem.
So as I said, the long history of various infectious diseases pointed to the necessity of introducing vaccinations. Apart from various hygienic improvements, the vaccinations are regarded one of the most important achievements of contemporary medicine. So their application contributed to the control of the epidemics of dangerous infectious disease. So the end of the 18th century, 1796, was a turning point here. And Edward Jenner, an English doctor, decided to vaccinate an 8-year-old boy with the virus of the cow flu. In boy, the mild form of the disease developed, and mild disease had a very mild course. So Jenner, on the basis of deduction only, and at that time people had no idea about viruses, he vaccinated the boy with the cow virus, and the disease had a very mild course, and the boy became also immune to the true smallpox. So this method became generalized. It lasted for a long time, resulted finally in a positive result. That is, it was possible to eradicate the smallpox worldwide, which finally happened in 1980, which was announced by the World Health Organization and was confirmed by them. Another important date was 1885, when Louis Pasteur used the anti-rabies vaccination, and in the 20th century there was a dynamic development of vaccinations against various types of diseases such as tetanus or tuberculosis or flu. And after the Second World War there were some other viral vaccinations introduced, such as poliomyelitis, mumps, rubella, or measles, and also the hepatic A and B hepatic viruses. In Poland, after the war, the vaccinations were populational. So, for example, the typhoid, infectious typhoid, was subject to vaccinations, and also against poliomyelitis. In 1960s of the century, a program of protecting vaccinations was introduced, divided into obligatory vaccinations and recommended vaccinations. And this program is continually modified and improved, and also vaccinations against new infectious diseases were introduced, also with new preparations, new agents being introduced into the market of vaccinations. And this system goes towards the most extensive introduction of conjugated vaccinations. The development of vaccinations was related with the progress in diagnosing etiological factors, development of epidemiology, that is the knowledge of the mechanisms of the disease spread, the portals of infection, and also improvement of the post-infectious immunity. Also, the development of vaccinology was determined by the achievements in immunology, the knowledge of the mechanisms of immunity, and the development of biotechnology, which allowed for the introduce of increasingly new vaccinations. So it was the activation and the increase of the improvement of immune system. So the task of immune system is the protection of a human organism against various types of microbes. There are two types of immunity: the congenital one, which is non-specific, and also acquired, which is specific. The congenital immunity develops in the embryonic period, and it is determined by genetic factors. However, this non-specific congenital develops irrespectively of the contact with infectious factors. The elements of this immunity are the natural barriers, that is the skin, mucous membranes, and also the physiological fluids, as well functional mechanisms organisms such as the intestine peristaltics or the movement of the ciliary epidermis of the respiratory tract, and also immunocompetent agents such as granulocytes or macrophages. So the specific immunity, that is a quiet one, is the result of immunological processes that are known as immunization. So the immunization, the acquired immunity, can be created as a result of the immunization that is natural and also immunization that is artificial. The natural one has an active character during which the infection occurs, and also it is the passive natural immunization, such as the passage of antibodies during breastfeeding or the passage through placenta during the childbirth of pregnancy. If it's passive, the immunoglobulins are administered or antibodies are administered. Also, this can be either vaccination or the passive immunization. So the vaccinations are the preparations for an active immunization, which upon the moment of introduction to human organism make this organism resistant, immune to the infection with one or more types of infectious factors. And this can be divided into a number of options. So if the criterion are the anti-gene vaccination antigen, so we have the vaccinations containing live or attenuated microbes. So these are the attenuated microbes, not alive, but they still have their anti-gene properties. An example of such a vaccination with live microbes is MMR, that is against measles, mumps, and rubella. And these vaccinations can contain attenuated microbes, and they are activated through thermic or chemical activity, mostly with the aldehyde or phenyl active forms, and also they are activated also through irradiation. For example, an example of such a vaccination is the vaccination against the viral hepatitis. They can also contain, vaccinations can also contain toxicoids, which are the products of the metabolism of bacterial cells for their production. We use the bacterial strains which intensively produce toxins, and these bacterial toxins are passed on to the culture fluid, and they're preserving their anti-gene properties. And examples of such vaccinations is the tetanus toxins. So also there are vaccinations with microorganisms or the fragments, such as subunits vaccinations, for example, anti-flu vaccination. Also, there are vaccinations containing recombinated antigens obtained with the methods of genetic engineering, or mRNA vaccinations and vector vaccinations. I will discuss them when I get into the discussion of the COVID immunization. The success of protecting vaccinations depends on the level of confidence in the society for vaccinations. How important it is, we see it on everyday basis. So 50% of Polish society trust vaccinations, whereas the others don't. We expect more safety from vaccination than from medications, any medical agents. That's why vaccination, before it gets into the market, it needs to be studied very well. We give medication to sick people. If somebody suffers and gets better after a treatment, the tolerance for any side effects rate is higher. In case of vaccinations, this tolerance is increased, and people who are vaccinated pay special attention to all complaints after vaccinations. Vaccinations are medical products. It is a medication, therefore they need to go through entire cycle of research. That is the in vitro studies, preclinical trials, usually animal studies, or various phases of clinical trials in which the safety and efficiency of such a vaccination is evaluated. The clinical trials differ with regard to the number of participants. In the first phase, usually it is several dozen people. In the second phase, it is several hundred people, whereas in the third phase, it is a dozen thousand. For example, anti-COVID vaccination made by Pfizer in the third phase, we had about 40,000 participants. After the completion of the trials, the results are presented to regulatory institutions, which are the institutions which have the right to approve of medicinal products. In the EU, it is the European Agency, European Drug Agency, European Medicine Agency, and in Poland, it is the Office for the Registration of Medical Products, but there is also a long name included. If the studies, if the trials which were carried out are not complete, if the studies, trials are not complete, or in a case when it is not possible to complete the introduced medical product with another medical product with a comparative action, and the importance is large of a product, it is also possible that a medical product is approved on a conditional basis. However, we need to observe that this conditional approval was not produced for anti-COVID vaccinations. It has been in existence since 2006 in the EU, but the necessary condition for the approval on conditional basis is the fact that the potential benefits in use should definitely outweigh the possible risks. So what is the core condition is that the vaccine must be efficient, safe, and of good quality. In conditional method, the producer is obliged to submit the results of further research, further trials, which were started during the third phase of medical trials. That is how the vaccination protects against very severe course of the disease, how it protects people with decreased immunity or elderly patients, or how it prevents the asymptomatic cases. The anti-COVID vaccinations have been in use. There are two types of vaccinations. Some of them are vectors or mRNA vaccinations. As soon we are going to have a recombined vaccinations. I'm not talking about Sinovac or Sinopharm or Sputnik, so in the EU there are currently four vaccinations. That is Comirnaty, produced by Pfizer, Spikevax by Moderna, and Vaxzevria by AstraZeneca, and COVID-19 created by Johnson & Johnson. And this is a vector vaccination. Both AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson are vector vaccinations. Also also there were two vaccinations waiting for registration. That is CureVac by mRNA, created by a German company. However, the company has not decided to submit the results of the trials for the approval because of the low clinical efficiency of the vaccination, because it was lower than 47%, and also Novavax, a recombined vaccination, which is within the process of registration, and it has a very high efficiency exceeding 90%, and also it gave a very mild set of side effects which were passing very fast. What about the mechanism of action of the vaccination? So mRNA vaccination uses the mRNA messenger RNA acid. This is the ribonucleic acid, and the mRNA contains a special recipe for the creation of the protein that is the spike of the virus, and this mRNA particle is placed in a protective coating of lipid nanoparticles, which guarantee the stabilization and the possibility to penetrate into the inside of the human cell. For example, macrophages. This mRNA gets into a ribosome, and ribosomes are one of the cellular organelles. Organelles are mitochondria or cellular nuclei. So ribosomes are the factory producing proteins. So mRNA penetrates into the ribosomes and begins to produce the S protein. And the S protein is presented on the surface of the cells, for example, muscular cells or immunological cells. And this is the signal for the immune system that a foreign protein was created, and this starts the production of antibodies. And also the S protein is remembered by the cells of the immunological system. mRNA, once it is administered in a vaccination, it is degraded, so the production of an antigen stops. Vector vaccinations use inactive parts of adenoviruses, either human or animal one. In AstraZeneca, it is the virus of a chimpanzee, and in Johnson & Johnson, it is the human virus type 26. So these adenoviruses are only fragments which are deprived of the possibility of replication. And these fragments, these particles of adenoviruses, are modified in such a way that they contain the gene containing the S, coding the S protein of SARS-CoV-2 virus, and it enters on the part of the adenovirus into the cell and then penetrates into the nucleus. And let me stress that this gene is not included into the genome of the person that is vaccinated, and it does not have the ability of replication. So we will not get the and this DNA acid is then replicated into the messenger mRNA, and then it is sent to the ribosomes, and the situation repeats. So a similar one to the mRNA. Well,
I się zacięło.
It stopped.
Za długo mówię.
I'm talking for too long, I know. Recombinated vaccinations. So the technology is slightly different, but again, the coding gene is isolated. This gene codes S protein. It is produced in the cells of insects. Here it is some species of butterflies, and the cells are cultured and infected with baculovirus. And this virus is the virus that affect the butterflies, and baculovirus contains an information how to produce the S protein, and it penetrates into the insect cells, and the S protein is produced then, and then it is purified, it is added with an adjuvant substance, and the vaccination contains the S virus and the adjuvant protein. I do not have much time, I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, what about the efficacy of the vaccinations? The epidemiological data concerning the countries with an increased number of COVID-19 cases show that there is no adequate increase of hospitalizations and deaths. According to the American Center for Disease Prevention, CDC, so among fully vaccinated people, 3.2% of fully vaccinated people required hospitalization, 0.25% of them were ventilated, and 0.05% were treated in the ICUs. If we look at the level of vaccinations in selected countries of the European Union, it varies. From Portugal, where more than 86% of population has been vaccinated, Malta 82%, and in Bulgaria less than 20%. We have around 52%, so unfortunately we are much lagging behind the rest of Europe.
No coś to... Aha, okej. Nie dość, że to poziom zaszczepienia jest u nas daleki.
The level of vaccination is very far from perfect in Poland, but I would like to draw your attention to one thing. I would like to analyze it as per age groups. So the very low level, the very low rate of people above 80 years of age, it is about 84%. So more than 1/3 of people above 80 years of age is not fully vaccinated, whereas the mortality in that group is about 23%. 23% of people infected with COVID-19 die. We need to remember about it. Another worrying data, the lower age group with the lower rate of vaccinations. These are students, these are professionally active people, these are people with very rich social life, and we see it clearly in hospitals with an increasing number of very young patients. There are countries where the situation is completely different, where the rate of seniors who have been vaccinated is higher than 90% or even reaches 100%. Well, it obviously does not exceed 100%. And if we look at the graph showing the efficiency of vaccinations, we can see that in Bulgaria the mortality is about 4%, and if the countries have a very high rate of vaccination, it gets below 1%. When it comes to the situation in our country, the wave is growing rapidly. So I'm talking about the phenomenon that we are witnessing now. If we compare it day by day, and my data come from yesterday, that is 24th October 2021, when we had 13,628 people and more than 1,100 beds occupied. And yesterday it was more than 4,000 beds occupied. So the differences are more than 60%. This was the situation from yesterday. But the wave, I believe, it's going to catch up with last year's ones. But we can see that the bottom line that we see, that is the bed occupancy this year, differs significantly from what was going on last year.
Coś tu jeszcze przeskoczyło chyba. O nie. No, teraz to już...
And now my presentation lives its own life, I'm afraid.
Jeszcze chciał chociaż jedną Państwu tablicę pokazać.
I just wanted to show to you just one more set of data.
Proszę Państwa, kiedy mówimy
Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the efficiency of vaccinations, let me quote the example of Portugal. They had a very high wave of diseases at the beginning of this year. It was on the 28th of January 2021. It was more than 16,000 of infections, and the number of deaths was 303. And CFR, it is the ratio of the deaths in comparison with the diagnosed cases. And in summer, the highest level was on the 21st July, 4,376, with the number of deaths reaching 16. So when we compare these values, so the number of infections decreased 4 times, whereas the number of deaths decreased 20 times. And this is what determines and shows the efficiency of vaccinations.
Jest rzeczą dowiedzioną i
It's
pokazuje,
proven, and it's seen in many studies that the post-vaccination immunity, especially given the efficiency connected with infections, which resolves after 6 or 8 months, whereas with regards to the protection against the severe cause of the disease, it remains on a similar level of 90%. So, in connection with that, and given the recommendations of EMA, there are third doses, booster doses introduced for the persons with immunity disorders or for people above 50 years of age, and also for the staff of healthcare. And probably in November, we will have the possibility of booster doses above 18 years of age. Is the third dose important? These are the data from Israel, because Israel started the booster dose as one of the earliest, one of the first countries. That is why they have most experience here. People above 60 years of age, because this is the most frequently studied age group. So people vaccinated with the full cycles are 6 times have 6 times lower risk of severe course of the disease, and in comparison with vaccinated people, they have 16 times lower risk of severe course of COVID-19, and in comparison with people with 2 doses, it is only 11 times. So the third dose really works. But I'm just getting to the close. So there is a significant disproportion in the full vaccination level between various countries of the world. So Europe, Australia is more than 50%, but Africa is less than 5%. And this is significant, that the lack of a balanced level of the struggle with the pandemic results in the fact that in the countries with a small level of vaccinations, the viral transmission persists. And if it persists, it means that the virus keeps ongoing mutations and new variations will occur. So it is not a hypothesis. So a situation may occur that the rich countries with good level of vaccinations will get the viral variant which will be resistant to vaccinations. That is why it is by all means important. And to sum up, I would like to say that vaccinations are one of the greatest achievements of contemporary medicine because they completely eradicated the smallpox and also poliomyelitis in Europe, and also it limited the existence of many dangerous diseases. There is also a systematic technological progress in the production of diseases, making them more and more efficient and safer. So the post-vaccination reactions is decreased. A special achievement is the use of ribonucleic acid for the production of anti-COVID-19 vaccination, which is the future, because in mRNA vaccinations, no fragment of virus is administered. It's neither alive or attenuated. It is just a recipe for the production of the S protein. The anti-COVID-19 vaccinations are a safe and efficient method of protection against severe course of the disease and deaths. And what I would like to say, in the countries with a high rate of people vaccinated and increases among the people who are infected, there is not an increase of hospitalization and deaths. And the research shows that after 6 or 8 months after the full course of vaccinations, the efficiency of vaccination decreases. That is why a booster dose is necessary, especially for people 50 plus, the medical staff, and people with impaired immunological system. And additional dose should be also given to people with impaired immune system at least 28 days after complete vaccination. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wiem, że nadużyłem stanowiska.
Know that I abused my post of the chair, and I do apologize for that, but I would like to blame technological problems for it, ladies and gentlemen. And now another speaker from Poland, Professor Jan Chodkiewicz, a professor in humanities. We are going to have an online connection with Professor. He is a habilitated PhD in social sciences, in psychology, and Professor Extraordinary of the University of Łódź, a clinical psychologist and a certified psychotherapist in cognitive behavioral therapy, and the author of numerous papers in the problems of addictions, health, psychology, and cognitive behavioral therapy. His scientific interest concentrates mostly on the factors connected with the return to the addictions and cognitive behavioral methods in the therapy of people who are addicted. Professor, welcome. And the professor is going to discuss the mental outcomes of the pandemic. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this event. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the audience of this outstanding conference. I will try to present to you a review of literature, and I will also present the results of my own research about the mental health of individuals during the pandemic. Before I proceed, well, I can see that the slides are up, but I have a question first. Or maybe let's change things around a bit. Let's start with the presentation then.
Proszę Państwa, żeby nie przedłużać, to chciałem powiedzieć najpierw, że...
Without further ado, let me first tell you that mental health and related problems, according to certain authors,
to jest problematyka, która najbardziej jest zaniedbanym obszarem.
is a theme that has been quite neglected It has actually been the most neglected theme as far as the consequences of the pandemic are concerned. Not enough attention is paid, especially to long-term mental consequences of the pandemic.
Slajd, o właśnie. I teraz kolejny już poproszę. I kolejny. Proszę Państwa, jeśli chodzi...
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on.
Jeśli chodzi o to, w jaki sposób, najpierw zajmijmy się troszkę tłem.
First, we will look at the background.
Czym populacyjnie, dla populacji...
We will look at the population and what the pandemic means for the general population. The COVID pandemic is a threat to public health, and a lot has been said about this here and elsewhere as well. But for psychologists, the pandemic can also be seen as a complex stress agent. It has been around for nearly 2 years now, so we can say that we have learned how to coexist with the pandemic, for better or for worse, but it's still a stress agent, which is still present. It can be stronger, it can be milder, but it exists. We don't know when it will be terminated. The professor said that, for example, we cannot exclude or rule out a situation where a new mutation is created in Africa and that virus is then transported here to Europe and will cause additional increases and new mutations in the virus against which the vaccinations will not be efficient or effective. So we don't really know when the pandemic will end. As regards the background, let me also mention that the pandemic has been a complex experience affecting many planes in areas. And of course, we could discuss each and every single one of them in a separate lecture, but let me only highlight some of the most important ones. Of course, we are talking here about the medical topic. And in many countries, we have seen a collapse of the healthcare systems. We have seen important gaps being revealed in the healthcare systems of particular countries. We have also seen problems with care being delivered properly to people with different diseases. We've seen soaring mortality rates among people suffering from other diseases. People have not been receiving the right kind of care. They could not access healthcare. We also have some social aspects, such as, for example, the limitation of interpersonal contacts that are essential for many people. In the early stages, we saw discrimination against people who are considered as potential vectors for the virus. In a political sense, it was about losing confidence in decision makers. There were protests and riots in many countries against restrictions imposed due to lockdown. We have seen the society becoming polarized. Some people believed that the restrictions were necessary, others were against them. Various conspiration theories were floated. Some people believed in the pandemic, others didn't. It had also very important geopolitical implications. Many people lost their jobs. In a religious aspect, many people, especially the elderly, were not able to go to religious services for a long time. We have seen a cultural impact. For example, people could not access culture, and it's an important resource for many people. Axiologically, there has been a shift to the system of values of many people, a system of references of the things that we find important. We have seen a civilizational impact as well. So many people became convinced that the civilization was about to change, that the pandemic would change the fate of civilization. I'm only talking about the anxiety felt by people. I don't know if they were right or not. And there was also a psychological aspect and a psychological impact as a result of a complex and long-term stressful situation. The interpreters cannot hear the speaker. The interpreters apologize, but I cannot hear the speaker at this point.
Globalnym zasięgu.
The interpreting service cannot be provided at this moment because we cannot hear the speaker in the interpreting booth.
Otóż pandemia ale jest cały czas ten poprzedni. Ale dźwięk jest zachowany. Dobrze. Proszę Państwa, w aspekcie psychologicznym.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the psychological aspect. People live in uncertainty. People don't know what's going to happen. They have to continuously adapt to the shifting landscape. They are also uncertain because they lack specific knowledge. Some people didn't look for new knowledge at all. Others experienced information overload, and many people in the latter group actually experienced more negative sentiment. Because also they received a lot of conflicting information. The caseload kept rising and then decreasing. There were conspiration theories. The quarantine was also a painful experience for many. Many people were in isolation. They were anxious about their own health and the health of their loved ones. They experienced economic and financial problems, logistic problems as well. A lot of research was carried out about how the lockdown period was experienced by senior citizens, for example, in welfare or nursing homes. Let's remember that they're not always computer literate, and it was difficult for them sometimes to keep in touch with their loved ones. And let's remember that for them being able to be in touch with their families is an essential part of their lives. The circadian rhythm was disturbed, and there were more conflicts registered within families during that time.
Rozmawiało się, ktoś zaczął kasłać. Czy się z nimi spotykać, czy nie? Czy na... Kolejna problematyka to jest problematyka dotycząca. Dobrze.
Do panów obsługujących, czy my możemy coś zrobić z tym połączeniem?
Dobrze. Ja w ogóle bardzo Państwa przepraszam, że nie dojechałem do Kalisza.
I do apologize for not being there in Kalisz. I was invited on Saturday night. There was this conference on clinical psychology in Poznań. It was concluding, and for logistic reasons, it would have been very difficult for me to get there to Kalisz overnight.
Dobrze.
Łącze z Teneryfą jest bardziej drożne jak z Łodzią.
Bo jeśli to wygodniej, to ja mogę też wyświetlić ze swojego komputera. O, już mamy. To jest poprzedni. Tak, i następny. Okay. Dobrze. Czy mnie słychać?
Can you hear me now?
Mam nadzieję, że mnie słychać.
I do hope you can hear me.
Czy mnie słychać?
Can you hear me, ladies and gentlemen?
Nie słyszę odpowiedzi. Czy mnie słychać?
Sorry. No, coś się...
Proszę Państwa, czy mnie słychać?
Can you hear me, ladies and gentlemen?
Czy mnie słychać, proszę Państwa?
Czy my słyszymy, panie profesorze? Tak, w tej
Yes, professor. We can hear you loud and clear. Excellent. I understand that you couldn't hear me before. Yes, we could hear you, although you could not hear us. Yes, I couldn't hear you. Indeed. Thank you. Another psychological aspect I would like to mention is one that affects mental health. It is the continuous confrontation with the possible death of your loved ones and of yourself. So you receive continuous updates about the number of deaths per day. We've seen those numbers for 1.5 years. Every time you turn on the TV or visit a news website, you are bombarded by the information about the number of deaths per day. The media keeps reporting on the spikes and the decreases in the number of caseload. And the number of cases, you get information about deaths of people in your extended family, amongst your acquaintances. And I have actually myself lived through the deaths of several people I knew due to COVID-19. Social campaigns are also an element of that. I know, we all know that the fear of death is an experience that we all get as human beings, and it's independent of threats. However, if there is an imminent risk to our health, this anxiety grows and can lead to different types of behavior, starting from well-informed, well-thought-through conduct, all the way to irrational, carefree behavior, or the loss of life. Some people believe they would die anyway, and they basically want to experience life to the fullest. And they can become hurt in the process. So there is a polarization there that takes place. Let's see the next slide. The studies that we have ourselves performed as well at the Łódź University, at the Institute of Psychology, and also other studies and research from various countries have highlighted a very negative impact of the pandemic on mental health. We have seen a growth in the number of cases of depression. More and more people tend to think about suicide. In many countries, the number of suicides as such did not grow in global terms. However, more people have suicidal thoughts. Anxiety, sleeping disorders abound, especially in the people who are on the front lines of the fight against the pandemic. Medical personnel experience a lot of problems, which are quite alike post-traumatic stress disorder. There are plenty of studies So I think we should talk about meta-analyses. And I have one meta-analysis I would like to refer to. It was developed in 2020, bringing together results of 17 different studies. Anxiety, 17% of participants. Depression, around 30% of participants experienced depression. We also have studies from China, Spain, Italy that demonstrate that up to 50% of people experienced anxiety, post-traumatic stress, up to 53% of participants. Let's look at further studies. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but let me only mention the most recent studies. And there's this one huge meta-analysis that was published quite recently, 2 months ago to be more precise. It was a review of studies with a total of 400,000 subjects involved. The level of stress was reported as very high amongst participants. So 50% of subjects reported that they experienced a very high level of stress. 27% reported anxiety disorders. 28% claimed they experienced depression or depressive disorders. That meant that their results in various tests, including the BDI-2 test, suggested that they experienced depression-like symptoms. So it seems that 1/3 of all population experienced anxiety and depressive disorders. A high level of stress was experienced by roughly 50% of all study subjects. There are fewer meta-analyses concerning the youth and children. Many children and adolescents said that they were getting less physical activity. They spent more time using the computer. Their sleeping patterns were disturbed. For example, they woke up in the morning and basically went to class remotely in the pajamas, and so their entire cycle was disturbed. Around 20 or 30% of people in this group reported anxiety and depressive symptoms. 22% of adolescents and children reported they feared for the well-being of their family members. Many were also concerned about their own health condition. There is also a cross-cutting study, the one final one I would like to talk to you about. It was published in September 2011. So very recently indeed, a month ago roughly. It was a study covering 17 countries: China, Bangladesh, Palestine, Syria, and other countries. 9,000 subjects were involved in the study. 2/3 experienced a high or medium level of stress. For example, in Thailand, it was 46%, and in Egypt, it was 90%. The authors do not explain why the results are what they are. They just report the results as they are. Poland was not involved in the study. The level of anxiety or fear of COVID was also very elevated. All of those studies suggest that women suffered most as regards job loss, and they also suggest that existing mental disorders favored an aggravation due to COVID-19. In terms of the groups that were most at risk, according to the meta-analyses that involved a total of several 100,000 subjects. So it is suggested that women experience a greater number of disturbances than men, people who are worse off financially, anxiety also suffered more. In the US, there was also a study that was conducted and that compared data from before and from during the pandemic, so there was a change that was observed. Young people also were found to suffer more, as were people with mental disorders, people who were addicted. And it's important to note that, for example, at the beginning of the pandemic, those people had more difficult access to self-help groups. Medical staff, including women, people on the front lines, nursing staff, people who were quarantined, who were infected and who were isolated also suffered more. But of course, there were certain groups who felt better during the pandemic. For example, those people who consider themselves to be shy, who had social phobia, they reported that they felt better because they didn't really need to be in contact with anyone. They could stay home with their computers without having to go out and meet people. And so their level of anxiety actually decreased due to the limited contact with other people. We should also mention family members of people who died during the pandemic as the group that actually also experienced negative mental consequences. Let's move on, because I don't want to take up too much of your time, so let's skip some slides at this point. I do apologize because you couldn't actually see the slides before. I forgot to tell you to change the slide, so please do it now. Okay, the next one. Yes, this slide is about our own research carried out in the Psychology Institute. The first was conducted in April 2020, so that was the shock period, the lockdown period. So what did we find in this study? More than half of the people had results that suggested a very negative result. So the level of stress was very elevated in this group. 26% had symptoms of depressive and anxiety disorders. More than half felt a very elevated level of stress. 28% of subjects consumed alcohol in a risky manner. 14% reported that they consumed more alcohol since the beginning of the pandemic, and 11% of respondents reported that they were having suicidal thoughts after the beginning of the pandemic. Many people usually described their current conditions as full of chaos and disinformation, as well as uncertainty. Another study was carried out 1 year ago in December 2020. Let's have the next slide, please. So this study was conducted during a very high caseload of COVID-19. That's what the professor also mentioned. 45% of people experienced depressive and anxiety-related disorders. We used a special tool, an adapted tool, to investigate the fear of COVID and the fear of death in our subjects. More than 50 people had results that suggested a worst mental state. 15.8% of the respondents claimed to have suicidal thoughts, which they did not have before the pandemic. It was a very shocking result. I thought it was an outlier, but I also found a US study from the very same period. The subject group was even larger, and it turned out that more than 20% of adolescents actually had suicidal thoughts during the pandemic. The respondents declared that their experienced stress level was very high. Many drank alcohol in a risky and dangerous way, and again, young people were those most at risk, and also those who had already been suffering from mental disorders. So we can see that there is a high proportion of mental problems. We can see clearly that there was an elevated level of stress amongst the subjects of the studies, and these are the studies about the second wave of the pandemic. We've discussed it a little bit already, so I will not repeat things. Let's move on. As you can see here, between 30 and 50% of the respondents could actually experience and sense certain consequences of the pandemic. We don't know how many of them will be here to stay. We can remember the situation after the Second World War and the incidence of post-traumatic stress disorders. So when things changed after the war, and so we don't really know what the long-term consequences will be. Maybe people will adapt. That's quite possible. I don't want to be a fearmonger here because we don't really know what to expect. But let's remember that people are quite adaptive. Of course, not everyone can adapt to every type of conditions, but there are certain people who have the resources that they can use to mentally adapt to the situation, despite harrowing experience that they might have lived through. We don't know that. That's something that we need to study in the future. High level of stress, high level of incidence of suicidal thoughts, but not suicides, as I said. I looked at police data for last year, and it seems that when we compared 2020 to 2019, we could see no clear increase in terms of suicidal attempts leading to death. So the US research is something that I've already mentioned. 25% of subjects reported they were having suicidal thoughts. Again, we are talking about adolescents and young people here. Our studies also suggest that the young people are those that suffered most. Very often they were deprived of contact with their social network. They could not talk to their peers. They had to stay home, study remotely, and so on. Alcohol problems were experienced by around 50 up to 20%. We have not really finished our calculations regarding behavioral addictions. We have seen data from France and other countries suggesting that more people used porn or video games, pathological gamblers. Pathological gambling rates also increased. Other consequences are quite important to be borne in mind, but that's something that warrants further studies at this point. So, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of general conclusions, let me state the following. As you can see, the Polish studies and our own research involving two different groups, as well as further studies carried out by other people, suggested that around 30% of subjects experienced mental problems related to COVID-19. So what are the general recommendations? First, we need to focus on prevention, health prevention. That's something that's a given. We have to really look at how people are faring, if they're doing fine or not. We should focus on people from the high-risk group. Those are the people who have previously experienced mental disorders or suicidal thoughts, and people who were addicted already before the pandemic. We should also remember about those people whose family members died because of COVID-19. Studies also suggest that some of those people recovered from COVID, but they really had a very acute or very severe course of the disease. They also belong to high-risk groups. People who are in mourning, people who experienced post-traumatic stress disorder. What can be treated as helpful? What helps? So those things that also help in any long-term stress situations. First, it's about finding positive aspect. It's not about lying to oneself, but it's about trying to find a silver lining. It's another strategy that can work is distraction, so not paying too much attention to those harmful triggers. You basically should not focus overly on, for example, caseload data and death rates, meditation, awareness, positive social patterns and support, as well as the use of reliable data without being too interested in conspiracy theories, looking at hard facts about vaccine efficacy and other scientific results. In February, a US study was published that suggested that respondents from small towns and rural areas claimed that they experienced fewer mental problems than big city dwellers. And so maybe basically being closer to nature helped. Being closer to greenery might also have been associated with smaller with a lower alcohol consumption rate. So hopefully nobody will prevent people from entering forests and park in future again, because as we can see, contact with nature can be very helpful in such a situation. Of course, if people found such contact with nature meaningful. Thank you very much again for your invitation. Thank you for your attention, and I do apologize for these technical problems. I always change slides myself, so I'm sorry I forgot to tell you to change the slides for me. Thank you very much for your attention again.
Panie profesorze, bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. No rzeczywiście.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was an excellent lecture. It actually shed some new light on the sheer scale of mental problems associated with the pandemic. That's something that we are not always aware of. Of course, we can find pieces of information, but here we saw some hard facts and hard figures to suggest that this is really a very important problem. Thank you very much once again, Professor. And so, ladies and gentlemen, session 2A is almost over. I do apologize for the technical glitches. I am the moderator, so I do assume the responsibility for everything that has happened, and I do feel responsible. I do apologize. Ladies and gentlemen, according to our agenda, we are up for a coffee break right now. The coffee break will end at 4 p.m. sharp. If there are questions, please ask them over a cup of coffee. Thank you.
The President Stanisław Wojciechowski-Kalisja University, a university for professionals. History. The Kalisya University continues the mission of the State Higher Vocational School established back in the year 1999. The historical debut year consisted of 279 students, and the first fields of the study at the school were business management, machine technology, and electrical engineering. As the years went by, the school developed dynamically. New institutes and faculties were opened, and the number of students and qualified staff increased. In fact, the school kept growing in every aspect, including quality, the evidence of which were top positions in the perspective ranking, which the school received on many occasions. However, a real breakthrough came in 2020 when the State Higher Vocational School became the Kalisya University, with the right to grant doctoral degrees in two fields: health sciences within the domain of medical sciences and social sciences within the domain of security sciences.
No, jesteśmy po pierwszym roku funkcjonowania jako w pełni akademicka uczelnia.
We have just completed the first year of operation as a fully fledged academic institution. This year has brought me a positive surprise, as I expected it would be more difficult to initiate scientific research at our university.
Okazuje się, że dorobek naszej uczelni liczony współczynnikami wpływu, czyli tak zwanymi impact faktorami.
Yet, it turns out that the output of our university, counted by the impact factors in the journals included on the Philadelphia list, is very high, compared to even very large, traditional, prestigious universities in Poland. The current activity. At present, the President Stanisław Wojciechowski University provides education on 21 BA and 10 MA degree courses. Its academic offer includes 31 specializations. Also, postgraduate studies are available, including the Executive Master of Business Administration MBA. The university occupies 15 facilities. Its most recent acquisition is the former BGK, Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego building. After a thorough modernization of this architectural gem, it will house the rector's office of the proudly named Kalisja University. The university runs two unique and innovative scientific centers: the Center of Excellence of Gear Wheels and the Monoprofile Medical Simulation Center. Importantly, the Kalisja University is increasingly active in the scientific community, conducting research as well as organizing conferences. The most famous of these was the first World Conference on Family Health, which was attended by scientists and practitioners from around the globe. The university responds perfectly to the needs of the local and regional labor market. It cooperates with many strong companies and institutions, which provide its students with internships and graduates with stable and proper jobs. An attractive offer for young people are the so-called dual studies. Starting from the second year, students take classes directly in the companies where they can implement the acquired knowledge in real life. Plans for the future. Over the past 20 years, the university has developed into a strong academic body that plays a relevant role in the entire region, and it ambitiously sets itself further goals.
W tej chwili przygotowujemy się do rozpoczęcia naboru w przyszłym 2022 roku w październiku na Wydział Lekarski.
At the moment, we are preparing the enrollments for the Faculty of Medicine, which will start next year, 2022, in October. It seemed to me that the most difficult thing would be to organize the staff, but at the moment, 80% of the staff of the Faculty of Medicine who will work and conduct classes are employed at our university. We are also very advanced in the procedure of obtaining the rights to educate students in aviation and aerospace engineering.
Kształcenia studentów na kierunku lotnictwo i kosmonautyka.
The university has really taken off and does not intend to stop.
Czekaliśmy w Kaliszu 20 lat na utworzenie uczelni akademickiej. Powstała Akademia Kaliska.
We've waited 20 years for an academic institution to be established in Kalisz. Finally, the Kalisja University came to existence. We expect to wait for the true University of Kalisz for a much shorter period of time than 20 years. The Kalisja University is steadily heading for more.
Co krótko bio o profesorze, a mianowicie he is a professor of international law. He is teaching actually at the Geneva School of Diplomacy, retired senior lawyer with the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, former United Nations independent expert on international order from 2012 to 2018, and author of the Building a Just World Order, Clarity Press, which was printed this year. So now, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eva. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a democratic and equitable world order is possible. Already in the preamble of the United Nations Charter, we, the peoples of the United Nations, committed ourselves to achieving a just world order. But how? Obviously, through concerted multilateral action and through international solidarity. This requires the implementation of all civil, cultural, economic, political, and social rights, requires concrete measures to ensure the basics of human rights and the basics of human existence. The rights to food, water, shelter, and healthcare. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals commit us to eradicate poverty and hunger, ensure health and well-being, and quality education. These rights are also enshrined in the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, notably Article 12, which stipulates the right to health. On 24 October 1945, exactly 76 years ago, the UN Charter entered into force for all of humanity, followed on 9 December 1948 by the adoption of the Genocide Convention, and on 10 December by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Many expectations were attached to the noble ideas of Raphael Lemkin, Eleanor Roosevelt, René Cassin, Charles Malik, and Sipik Chong. Today, 76 years after the entry into force of our charter, the organization has grown from 51 to 193 states, plus several observer states. Although the world has not seen a third world war, we have witnessed hundreds of conventional wars and even genocide. Why is this? Back in 1933, the League of Nations commissioned Albert Einstein with the task of answering the question, why war? Together with Sigmund Freud, Einstein delivered answers which are still valid today. Meanwhile, the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is pleased to invoke what he calls a rules-based international order, without, however, acknowledging that the UN Charter itself is conceived to bring about this rules-based order, and that it would be superfluous to try to draft another instrument which could either duplicate or worse, weaken the existing rules. As I say to my students all the time, here is the Charter of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. This is the World Constitution. And the World Constitution also has a supremacy clause, Article 103, that says in case of conflict between any treaty and the UN Charter, it is the UN Charter that takes precedence. The United Nations has been comprehensive in standard setting and has adopted hundreds of treaties, declarations, and resolutions defining that international order, including the famous Friendly Relations Resolution 2625 of 1970, which is a restatement of international law and UN law. Monitoring mechanisms have been established, as well as regional and international courts, notably the European Court of Human Rights, the International Court of Justice, and the International Criminal Court. In the health field, the World Health Organization has performed remarkable work, notwithstanding the politically motivated criticism of its handling of the COVID pandemic. I have studied the pandemic, and I'm persuaded that the WHO has done a professional job within the very limited available resources. What is grotesque is the reckless unpreparedness of many countries, including my own, the United States of America. We also lack effective enforcement mechanisms to ensure that human rights commitments are implemented. Alas, many politicians give only lip service to law and human rights, but engage in predator economic activities, unfair trade deals, and interference in the internal affairs of sovereign states. It bears repeating that the three pillars of the United Nations are the promotion of peace, development, and human rights, and that this requires respect for the sovereign equality of states, the right of self-determination of peoples, and the prohibition of the threat and of the use of force. Why is it that we have neither peace nor justice? This is partly attributable to continued propaganda for war and incitement to racial and religious hatred, both of which are specifically prohibited in Article 20 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. We suffer from a culture of violence and a flawed educational system. Indeed, it is necessary to introduce education for peace and education for empathy, education that respects humanistic and religious beliefs, such as those contained in Matthew 5, the Sermon on the Mount. We are also plagued by fake news, fake history, fake law, fake diplomacy, and fake democracy. It is difficult to make progress in human rights terms when language itself is corrupted in Orwellian fashion in order to push agendas that demean human dignity. Manipulation of information and censorship subvert democracy, whether imposed by governments or the mainstream media. It bears repeating that Article 19 of the ICCPR stipulates not only the right to freedom of opinion and expression, but also the right to access information, the right to know, the right to truth. To the extent that the citizens are indoctrinated by governments or by social pressures of political correctness, democracy is handicapped. In my 41 years of working in the United Nations and in the human rights field, I have seen how the international order has been subverted by governments and NGOs, how human rights have been weaponized to destabilize countries for purposes of undemocratic regime change, how a human rights industry has emerged, financed by donors who set the agenda and promote the interest of certain lobbies. The European Center for Law and Justice has recently issued 2 reports concerning the links of European judges of the European Court of Human Rights and lobbies, special lobbies, like the Open Society Foundations, and also the financing of special procedures mandate holders like myself. These are documents that raise important ethical issues that must not be ignored. The system of human rights protection is further undermined by powerful states that, through threats or donations, exert undue influence on the agenda of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. My 14 reports to the UN Human Rights Council and General Assembly address only some of the major issues surrounding the establishment of a democratic and equitable international order, among them the wrong budgetary priorities, laissez-faire, neglect of public health and education, endemic discrimination, the arms race, the monstrous waste of resources by the military-industrial complex, structural violence, continued economic exploitation of weaker countries, the devastation of the natural environment by governments and transnational corporations, the sequels of colonialism and imperialism, oppression of indigenous peoples and minorities in many countries, unfair trade agreements, tax evasion, secrecy jurisdictions, organized crime, and the skewed policies of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, as well as the need to reform the Security Council and ensure that human rights are not only on paper, but also enforceable. Chapter 2 of my book, Building a Just World Order, formulates 25 principles of international order, which do not reinvent the wheel, but build on the jurisprudence of United Nations agencies, the OAS, the European Council, and the African Union. They propose concrete rules that would facilitate the establishment of a just world order, provided that governments abandon their tendency of applying international law à la carte, engaging in selectivity and double standards. The Zayas principles demand epistemological and intellectual honesty and rely on the principle that words do have meaning and context, and that their interpretation and application must be in good faith and not tainted by the corruption of language through pseudo-interpretations that subvert the intended meaning. We must reject the efforts by governments and some NGOs to force us into cognitive dissonance. Among the most dangerous developments promoted by what I call the human rights industry is the elevation of abortion to a human right, when in many cases it is comparable to infanticide, unfortunately legalized by our authorities in contravention of the sanctity of life. We all understand that there are exceptional cases when abortion may be necessary and may be allowed, but it must not be a substitute for contraception. Moreover, we must reject the corruption of language, such as calling abortion reproductive rights, when precisely what is intended is to prevent births. Similarly, the organization Planned Parenthood should not be a euphemism for avoiding parenthood and motherhood. Another dangerous development is the restriction of the right to freedom of opinion and expression through so-called memory laws. Already the Human Rights Committee condemned such laws in its General Comment number 34 on Article 19. I quote paragraph 49 of that General Comment: laws that penalize the expression of opinions about historical facts are incompatible with the obligatory and fundamental group unit of society, particularly for its establishment and while it is responsible for the care and education of dependent children, unquote. The Human Rights Committee, of which I used to be secretary, has had the opportunity to address this issue of same-sex marriage and held in its views in Jocelyn against New Zealand, quote, the committee notes that Article 23, paragraph 2 of the covenant expressly addresses the issue of the right to marry, the only substantive provision in the covenant, which defines a right by using the term men and women, rather than every human being, everyone, and all persons. Use of the term men and women, rather than the generic terms used elsewhere, has been consistently and uniformly understood as indicating that the treaty obligations of states parties stemming from the covenant is to recognize as marriage only the union between a man and a woman, unquote. Strangely enough, Poland is under attack in Europe and elsewhere because of its traditional values and its observance of treaty obligations under the ICCPR and ICESC. There is something very wrong in the Brussels approach to human rights and in the totalitarian activities of the human rights industry. Moreover, the assault on Poland entails a violation of Article 18 of the ICCPR, the right to freedom of religion and conscience, which is a non-derogable right pursuant to Article 4 ICCPR. By attacking Poland for the exercise of tenets of the Catholic religion and respect for the sanctity of life and the sanctity of marriage, Brussels and Strasbourg violate Article 18 ICCPR and actually their own article, Article 9 of the European Convention as well. Paul Coleman, director of the NGO ADF, has published 2 books analyzing the totalitarian bent of national hate speech legislation in a number of countries and the worrisome case law of the European Court of Human Rights, which seems to condone restrictions on the legitimate manifestation of religion, even citing the Bible. On 18 October this year, Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki wrote to the EU expressing concern over the bloc's slippery slope toward the Orwellian dystopia of a, I quote, centrally managed organism run by institutions deprived of democratic control, end of quote. I agree with Morawiecki because the EU bureaucracy is acting against the letter and spirit of the treaties of Maastricht and Lisbon by usurping powers they do not have under these treaties. We are witnessing how the Brussels bureaucracy is morphing into a totalitarian government lacking democratic legitimacy and acting with little transparency and accountability against the will of a great majority of European citizens. This is one of the reasons why we saw Brexit, which may be followed by the departure of other member states who certainly did not want to surrender their sovereignty to Jacobin ideologues. Maybe Brussels is indeed à la dérive, morally bankrupt, as many of my Swiss friends think, in rejecting even a framework treaty with the EU. By the way, I'm also a Swiss citizen, and I voted in the referendum against a framework agreement with the EU for very good reasons. Ladies and gentlemen, achieving a just world order, supporting family values, prioritizing healthcare and vaccine equity, all require good faith and intellectual honesty, today in short supply, particularly in Brussels, and unfortunately also in Strasbourg. Perhaps my 25 principles of international order will persuade some politicians and NGOs that it is time to return to basics and to revive the spirituality of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful speech. And would you prefer now to have some questions, or we do answering questions by the end?
I think now it's acute. I mean, I will answer right now, whatever, and I'll be brief. I will not give you a second referat.
Okay. So please, if somebody has a questions, you have an opportunity to ask. Ale on chciał teraz, więc...
No, I just was prepared, byłem przygotowany na pytania, czy też refleksje na końcu. Tutaj, ponieważ te...
I don't have my translation.
Oh, here it is.
Because there was no microphone to the speaker who asked the question.
Assunta, ici. Il y en a.
Go ahead.
Jest pytania.
Yes, we need the mic for questions.
Nie działa, teraz słychać, tak? Włączony. Tutaj ja chciałem...
I just wanted to summarize and to read a few theses of Robert Schumann's thesis concerning the European Union. And I would like to put forward a thesis that what is going on in Europe, the approach of the European Union and its divergence from Schumann's concepts is not only a process of trying to reach the super state, because in your presentation you greatly concluded this and presented the diagnosis of the process. So the attempt to create a super state creates some properties of the European Union which definitely affect not only the destruction of the social model, economic model, but also they significantly influence the destruction of the entire world. Africa, for example, and to a lesser degree Asia. But also I believe that it has some influence in the US, in Central and Eastern Europe, and Great Britain. Great Britain objected because it did not want to be suppressed by the bureaucracy and anti-human behaviors or the violation of the human rights. So as not to make it longer, I would like to ask you some more questions. So I will read a statement which was made by Robert Schuman, who anticipated what will be going on right now, and he anticipated that such circumstances might happen. And the great idea of the great community of Europe, Schuman thought that this idea might influence the entire world, but he was afraid that this idea will go bankrupt if what you were presenting happens. So Schuman said that in reality you cannot use the term democracy to the system that rejects the recognition of the existence of a nation that is a living community which has its own authenticity and its legacy, which has its own aspiration and own mission, which it wants to fulfill in absolute freedom, and we cannot refer with that to the regime which rejects the very idea of freedom and personal responsibility, which suppresses other tendencies and evaluation by defining them as improper behaviors. And true democracy, in true democracy, there is only one limitation for freedom. The basics, the foundation of a state or a society must be protected against violence and attempts to destroy it. And here, Mr. Professor, in such conferences that we organize by the Institute of Schuman's Thought, we invite people from Africa. And this is where I heard many remarks that in African countries, I don't know if you can hear me, so before various European businesses entered Africa, they did not know the word of so-called corruption. So it reminds me of your presentation in which the properties of a nation and the national community grows out of the natural roots, and it has a very good sense of truth, and that is why it is directed by the natural law, and that is why the creation of such a law in the EU which is directed against the natural right, putting aside the issue of religion or faith. So does it seem that further directions in the construction of superstate, do you believe that this is going to lead to the destruction of the entire world order in the sense of violating human rights, infringing the national communities? Or do you rather think that these mechanisms or this direction may be somehow different? Can it be stopped? And can some barrier be placed? And if so, how can this be done?
Well, very briefly, it is perverse what we are seeing because the European Union is doing what it's doing in the name of human rights. They invoke supposed human rights to destroy human rights. They are prohibited, actually, by international law from interfering in the internal affairs of states. And what is more internal than determining morals in your own domain? I mean, Poland is not trying to impose its morals on Brussels, but Brussels is trying to impose its morals on Poland. Now, that is basically prohibited in general international law, in my 25 principles, in Resolution 2625 of the General Assembly, in the United Nations Charter, Article 2, Paragraph 7. This is really part and parcel of international law and of the UNESCO Constitution. The UNESCO is there to celebrate diversity, to celebrate the individual identities of each and every people, each and every nation, each and every country. And now, suddenly, Poland or Hungary or Slovakia or Slovenia may not have its own view on morals, because Europe arrogates onto itself a dictatorial power to tell the Polish what human rights is. Well, that, of course, has to be challenged in the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg, not only in the European Court of Human Rights. But what I find is a corruption of this instrument, of the European Convention on Human Rights. And part of the problem is, as I indicated already, that many of the judges sitting in the European Court of Human Rights are persons who are ideologues. They are committed to this new ideology, which is nowhere to be found in the European Convention on Human Rights, and which is actually against the letter and the spirit of the convention. But the great obstacle that we all have is the corporate media. The media has been more or less taken over by certain ideologues who, for their own reasons, they also make a lot of money in the process, want to impose this view on the rest of us. So it is a civic duty of all Democrats to push back. I mean, you have to push back. Don't think that they're going to stop. They're going to continue. And one of the things, I'm not an expert in European law, but I know that decisions of the European Union on most matters are unanimous. So I think that until Brussels decides to play the game, decides to play by the rules and not break the rules, I think the only possibility is put a veto on all sorts of decisions of the European Union until they stop violating that fundamental principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of states. And as I said, it is a major violation of the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 18, and of the European Convention, Article 9, when they arrogate upon themselves to restrict the manifestation of religion when, according to some hate speech laws in some countries, persons who have invoked in Twitter and Facebook and on the streets, invoked the Bible and quoted the Bible, have actually been brought to court. So that is a most serious violation, not only because, well, very often people are acquitted because they show that that's their right, and they have done this in good faith and because it is their conviction and they have a right to their conviction. But what does that tell you? Chilling effect. There's a huge chilling effect in Europe in which people will not speak out. People will not formulate their thoughts, will exercise self-censorship because they know that going public on some politically incorrect issue is going to cost them a criminal proceeding. They're going to spend a year defending themselves, and spend 20,000 euros to defend themselves, and they'll be so exhausted at the end of the day that they say, no, I won't do it, I won't speak out, I just simply retreat into my home and into my affairs. That is a huge loss to democracy, when you cannot exercise your democratic rights for fear of this obsession, of this ostracism that is definitely going to hit you as it has hit me. I assure you, I've had death threats, I have had mobbing of all kinds. While I was in the United Nations, I was denied promotion on a number of cases because of my convictions. Of course, I was perfectly willing to pay the price, and I would pay it again. But as I say, be aware that this is a highly corrosive development, and it is highly undemocratic, notwithstanding the fact that those who are doing it are invoking democracy, are invoking freedom, are invoking human rights. That is Orwellian dystopia. Thank you. I think that's enough. Yes, I've said enough.
So what I want to say that by the end of our three other presentators, we can have a small question and answers session, and we will have other questions. Actually, I would like to present the second person who will be speaking about the psychosocial impact of the global pandemic in the families of genocide survivors. And I will introduce my friend Assumpta Mugiraneza. She is a Franco-Rwandan academic with degrees in education studies in Rwanda, in social psychology and political science from the Université de Paris 8. Since 1994, her research has focused on the genocide and extreme violence, particularly through discourse analysis comparing the genocide discourse of Hutu power to Nazi discourse. She, in 2010, co-founded and directs an IRIBA Center for Multimedia Heritage. It is a center for Rwandan audiovisual archives spanning more than a century, freely accessible to all. So now, Assumpta, floor is yours, in French.
First of all, I have to apologize. I'm not able to make my presentation in English. I will use French. Je voudrais d'abord remercier ceux qui ont organisé.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this excellent conference. I would like to thank the organizers of this exceptional event for inviting guests representing Mozambique, Israel, Rwanda, and for opening the door to us. It is of the paramount importance to us. I will talk to you about a country that you have heard mentioned multiple times, but probably I will be able to tell you more about the country than the things we have heard in the news. Due to my professional activity, I will focus on certain important highlights. Let's look at Rwanda and the situation in the country over the last 30 years. We can see that many more years have passed since the year of the genocide and the war. We are getting more and more distance from those harrowing times and experience. If you visit Rwanda, you might see that the country is developing, the infrastructure is being developed at a surprising pace. A lot of construction projects are being carried out, innovative architecture solutions are being deployed, the quality of life is improving, and we're praised for that by international economic and financial situations. We have been presented as a role model for dynamic and fast-paced development in recent years. Today, due to this conference, I would like to ask you a question about whether the social tissue has actually been restored and whether the families that have suffered so much have been properly treated and have they recovered sufficiently. I will also talk about the condition and health state of young people who have survived the genocide. There are certain factors that make the situation more complicated. Genocide happens as a result of a long-term process that gradually disintegrates the society, its codes, its taboos, and its symbolic structure.
Mais ça a comme singularité d'être un génocide.
In Rwanda, what we experienced was not only genocide, it was also a genocide that happened within families, within neighborhoods, and that's a very tragic feature of the Rwanda genocide. The crimes that took place really struck the core of the social relationship and emphasized or undermined the anthropological structure of the society. They disturbed the perception of the world both for the perpetrators and for the victims. In this respect, I would like to recommend a beautiful film to you by Amagion, a French Rwandan director called My Friend the Murder, and that title really reflects the situation in Rwanda because it was actually neighbors and friends who became perpetrators. So these were people who made part of the victims' lives and social network. An important element of the genocide in Rwanda was the fact that the events took place within families, within communities and neighborhoods. Very often close relatives got married in Rwanda. It was quite normal to have such marriages celebrated, but even those close family ties did not prevent the genocide, did not prevent the deaths and atrocities. We need to remember at this point that in our culture, the parents are the basic authorities within the family, but we also venerate parents-in-law. And so regardless of that culturally rooted esteem, it did happen that in-laws killed each other. A son-in-law would kill their father-in-law. Parents-in-law would kill their grandchildren. Nephews would kill each other. This was a genocide based on the destruction of the very foundations of families in relationships between and within families. So these are wounds that will take ages to heal, if they ever heal. And now I will focus on the fate of orphans, who are very numerous and who must receive proper care. The society and infrastructure are being rebuilt in Rwanda, but the pace of the rebuilding does not match the needs of the orphans, those people who lost their families that would otherwise have been able to save those orphans from the consequences of the harrowing acts that they saw. Many children were found cuddling to the lifeless bodies of their mothers in stack of corpses. How do we help those orphans today? We haven't been giving them enough thought. We might have managed formalities, things that the children were not able to do themselves, but was that enough? 8 years ago, the government decided to close all children's homes because they were not consistent with Rwandan culture, and as a result, those orphans were dispersed, scattered all across the country. They were placed in foster families with no systems of reference, with no roots. And the legislative system, of course, cannot deal with everything on its own. It has its limitations, but in general, in Rwanda, the justice system failed because we really should make sure that justice is done to those children who lost their families and were left all alone. So international and national courts should be petitioned. Our Gacaca traditional courts should be involved as well, and that happened, yes, judgments were passed. But we never thought about compensation and actually making sure that those orphaned children are properly taken care of and that justice is done. I have to tell you that these people are very bold and seem courageous on the outside, but are very fragile on the inside. Let me give you some examples from a center where I work to take care of those underprivileged or orphaned children. They seem bold and resolved. They have this inner beauty, but despite all that, they suffer a lot because they have lost their nuclear families, they have lost extended family members, they have no cousins, no uncles, no grandparents, no siblings sometimes. And right now, I would like to mention that in April last year, a young person who was living in one of our centers because he had no place to go to, he had no living, surviving relatives to support him. And so I really did my best to help him to find any relative whatsoever. However, it was impossible to find anyone. And in April last year, it so happened that using social media, that young man could actually find the traces of his two surviving sisters, 27 years after the tragedy. All the time, ever since the genocide, he has been living with numerous foster families, always experiencing this lack of belonging, feeling like somebody who was not attached to anybody or anything. And then 27 years on, he found his two sisters, and that was especially important because in Rwanda the family is what matters in our lives. It's the family who makes us who we are, who makes us the woman or the man that we become. It's the family who defines our identity. It's the family that makes us part of the nation. And in this case, the families were wiped off the face of the earth, and not due to bombings and some foreign intervention. It was due to an internal conflict, due to acts of violence that happened within families and within neighborhoods. And those young people had to find a different point of reference. Sometimes it was impossible. So they were left in limbo with no faith, no points of reference, no principles, and no abstract symbolic things to adhere to and to hold dear in their lives. And now I would like to talk about the psychosocial impact of the pandemic on young people and on orphans, on the young orphaned people that I've been working with. And once again, let me reiterate that the genocide acts were perpetrated and led to great suffering. And sometimes the perpetrators were members of the same families. And so it's very difficult to digest it mentally. It's something that goes beyond our understanding. What happened during the pandemic? Women who were violated during the genocide and orphans who lost their families during the genocide constitute a population which is especially prone to mental diseases. Around 50% of the members of this group suffer from some mental disorders. We have just mentioned international or NGOs. 10,000 euros is the amount they donate, and for that money we are told to work with 100 women, for example, or 100 orphans. They donate a specific amount of money, and they can come back after some time to check on our progress. But how do we work with them? How do we help them? Regardless of those isolated projects to help them, those orphans who lost their families during the genocide, they go on, they grow up, but they do not make a fixture and a part of the living social tissue. They are left on the sidelines all through their lives. Sometimes members of parliaments of different countries visit Rwanda and try to tell us about how such wounds were treated overseas in other countries, but they forget that our situation is quite peculiar, quite unique, and that must be always borne in mind. So the president of Rwanda once said that we cannot be playing with fire when it comes to COVID-19, and he took far-reaching measures and introduced lockdown in the March of 2020. It was a very difficult situation. I mean, many people were asking themselves whether it was actually a valid decision to make, because usually when, for example, in Rwanda, we are told to stay put, to stay at home, we believe that people are about to come knocking on our doors to slit our throats. That's something that I've heard repeatedly from my wards and from other people I've been working with. I am not done. I don't have much more time. I do apologize. Please bear with me. I've been working with a group of 22 young adults who survived the genocide. 18 of them were left all alone during the lockdown. 18 were left to their own devices with a single room in a single tiny apartment with no outside space, and it was a very difficult experience for them. 4 of them didn't make it. They became insane, and they were found out in the streets barefoot with their clothes in tatters, and they themselves and their family members said they basically went insane. Many of them suffered from hunger. They were told to stay at home. They could not ask for help. for example, to buy food. The government tried to donate food to such vulnerable people, but there was a situation, for example, with Olivier, one of the boys I worked with. He received dry white beans, but he could not cook the white beans because he did not have the wood to use and to use the stove. So I really talked to him. I think he has a great feeling of dignity, and he did not dare ask me for coal. Many of those people were very much afraid during the period of the lockdown because it brought all the back memories that they experienced in the past. They felt internally paralyzed, and they also wanted to escape, to flee. They didn't want to just sit around waiting for the murderers to come and finish them off. Many thought that they heard footsteps outside their door as the murderers approaching. They still remembers the messages broadcast on the radio in 1994 telling them to stay home, not to leave their homes, and that was the sign that the genocide was happening. Amongst the 22 people, 7 people were infected with COVID, 4 were hospitalized, and their mental state improved. When they were treated, they felt they were part of a social network. 3 of them stayed behind at home, and they had very dark thoughts. They had suicidal thoughts. They thought that they should finish themselves off before the disease came to get them. So out of the 22 people, many said that they felt tired, lonely, and they believed they had been forgotten by the entire world and that they were not human anymore. Just give me one additional minute. I have this final slide to share with you. The pandemic did not create any new condition, any new reality for those young people. The pandemic was just yet another burden that they were expected to shoulder, and that burden only compounded their previous traumas, and it aggravated the social situation of those young people, making it insufferable. Me, myself, and my team, maybe not all of them, but some of them did notice that the mental condition of those young genocide survivors was still very fragile and unstable. In our social context, being an orphan is a huge burden. Rwandan decision makers should pay special attention to the condition of those young orphans. And let me tell you that there are hundreds of them in our country. And they are between 28 and 32 years old, which is a very important age. It's the age when people start to make active part of the society. So family loss is something that is a disaster. Even if it happens to us when we are adults, the family is something that we will be missing all through our lives. So the loss of your relatives is a disaster. It's a complete disaster, which can only be treated if we are all aware of the huge importance of the family in everyone's lives. Thank you very much.
Teraz, proszę Państwa, będę ja miała taki krótki wykład na temat praw człowieka w czasach konfliktów zbrojnych, z tym, że zobaczymy, gdzie tu jest ten mój tekst. No, it's mine. Może pokrótce się przedstawię.
So perhaps I will introduce myself briefly, so you didn't know before anything about me. So I worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for 27 years between 1991 and 2018. Recently, during my work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I lectured on human rights. First of all, concerning jurisprudence, that is the rulings of the International Court of the Human Rights at The Hague. And during my diplomatic career, I was twice abroad as a diplomat. I was chargé d'affaires in Vatican for 1 year in between 1993 and 1994, and then I was a consul in Washington between 1995 and 1999. In Vatican, I wrote a book, and you have some information about it, the leaflets concerning the book, and also with regards to the protection of the human rights. I also, before my employment at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I studied and worked in Geneva at the Center of Human Rights, and I made friends with Professor Desayas. So later on I will introduce two other speakers. So there was no time to present other speakers, Professor Zayed and Krysiak from Wrocław. And then I would like to discuss very briefly the subject that I announced a moment ago, that is the human rights at the times of armed conflicts. So first of all, we need to refer to definitions. So an armed conflict, the term is much wider than a war itself, because it covers all times of armed struggle, even when the war is not officially declared. Also such other conflicts, such as those in which the participatory parties are not regarded as subjects of international law. For example, these were the struggles organized by Tamilian Tigers in order to create in Sri Lanka an independent state. Although the guerrilla controlled some part of the territory of Sri Lanka, they were not regarded as a subject of international law, similarly as the formation of the Tigers, which were regarded as a terrorist organization by international institutions. This distinction is seen in Article 2, which is a common issue of all the 4 Geneva Conditions. So, for example, this convention will be applied in case of the declaration of the war or in case of the armed conflict between 2 or more than 2 parties, even if one of them did not acknowledge the war. The core declarations and agreements concerning human rights after the Second World War, which make up the universal system of human rights, are the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948, international treaties of human rights of 1966, and regional contracts such as European Convention on the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental freedoms. Also, a very old convention on slavery of 1926 and the International Convention on the liquidation of all forms of racial discrimination, also anti-torture convention, and other inhuman or degrading treatment or all kinds of punishment, and also many contracts concerning women, children, refugees, peace, enforced labor, and also many international conventions of the International Work Organization. The universal contracts say that they are applicable only during peace. Only the Convention Against Torture say that their rulings, their provisions are binding in all circumstances, also during an armed conflict. The Pact of Civil and Political Rights in Article 4 allows the states to repeal all human rights which were included in it during the public danger that imposes some risk on the life of the nation. But the human rights which cannot be suspended in no circumstances is the right to live, the ban on slavery, the ban on depriving liberty, on the impossibility of meeting contractual obligations, the principles of lex retro non agit, that is that the law doesn't work backwards, and also the most important one is the right to live, which can be applied in all circumstances only in the case of legally binding court verdict and only for the most serious crimes. However, the European Convention on the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, in accordance with Article 15, the Convention of a state which is a party to it, may, in a case of war or any other public danger, may repeal all human rights included in it, with the exception for the ban of torture, ban on slavery, lex retro non agit, and also the right to live. However, the ban on suspending the right to live does not concern the cases in which death is the result of the legally binding war actions, and also it is permissible to deprive somebody of life in protection against unlawful violence, in order to perform detention, which is legal, or make it impossible for a person deprived of liberty, that is imprisoned, to make it impossible for such a person to escape. General Assembly of the United Nations adopted a dozen resolutions with one title, The Observance of Human Rights in Armed Conflicts, in which the most important ones was the resolution of 1968 about the necessity to use the humanitarian principles in all armed conflict and for the provision of better application of humanitarian norms and conventions. Another resolution of 1970 includes more precise formulations defining the desire to guarantee a full observance of human rights in armed conflict and about the permanent value of the existing humanitarian values which are applicable in armed conflicts. And they list Fourth Convention of Hague of 1907 concerning the rights and the customs of land war, Geneva Protocol putting a ban on the use of gases and bacteriological agents during the war, and four Geneva Conventions on 1949 on the protection of war victims. Finally, the resolutions of 1945, which calls the 6 contracts above the instruments of international law concerning the observance of human rights in armed conflicts. The development of the international humanitarian law happened much earlier, together with the adoption of Geneva Convention of 1864, the Geneva Convention of 1906, the Geneva Convention on the improvement of the fate of the victims in active armies, and the Convention concerning the treatment of the prisoners of war, which was signed in Geneva in 1929. Geneva Conventions of 1949 on the protection of the victims of war are in some way the codification of the international humanitarian law of armed conflicts. The first and second convention concern the improvement of the fate of the victims of war, whereas the third convention develops the provisions of the international humanitarian law concerning prisoners of war. The fourth convention concerns the protection of civilians and contain completely new provisions. The objective of these conventions is the protection of the victims of armed conflicts, and all the conventions are known as Geneva Law. In 1977, 2 additional protocols to these conventions were signed, and they were all aiming to the increase of the scope of protection of the victims of war, which also introduced the changes in the Hague Law. So the first one concerns international conflict, and the second concerns non-international conflict, whereas the third refers to the adoption of the additional sign, additional mark, that is the red crystal. Human rights are regulate the relationships between the state and the person under its jurisdiction. However, international humanitarian law on armed conflict obliges both states and armed groups. The difference consists in the fact that human rights are applicable to all parties under the jurisdiction of a given state, irrespectively of their citizenship status. However, in the case of international humanitarian law of armed conflict, the citizenship is significant for the scope of protection, similarly as the qualification of a person as a civilian or a veteran. So it is the formulation of the obligation of specific sides of the conflict, whereas the human rights formulate the law, the rights and freedoms of individuals. International humanitarian law of armed conflicts is valid only during the armed conflict. However, human rights should be adopted during any time at all, both during the armed conflict and in peaceful times. Both fields of law have a different system of the control. In the case of international law, a significant role is played by the International Red Cross Committee and criminal courts, whereas in the case of human rights, what is important are various types of committees and courts referring to the responsibility of a state and not an individual, such as International Court of Justice. In spite of some differences, some issues are regulated by both regimes, which was confirmed by the International Court of Justice at The Hague in their supervisory opinion concerning legal consequences of the construction of the wall on the occupied territory of Palestine. It refers especially to the right to live or freedom from tortures, which are protected by non-derogated rights, which cannot be suspended in any situations. International law on armed conflict also regulates who and in what situation can be deprived of life and hurt. None of the international contracts which make up the international humanitarian law refers to human rights. The Fourth Convention of Hague and additional protocol of 1977 state only only that in the cases not covered by international contracts, civilians and veterans should be protected by the principles of international law, which stem from the specific customs, principles of humanity, and conscience. It is the Martens Clause, named after a Russian diplomat, which formulated it in 1899. Human rights are referred to only in additional protocol number 2 of 1977, which says that international instruments concerning human rights provide basic protection to a human being. When it comes to humanization of the law of armed conflict, the European Court of Human Rights play an important role in human rights because it rules in the issues concerning human rights. And it studies the complaints of the citizens of the 47 member states of the Council of Europe. Their ruling have an important influence on the change of the principles of armed conflicts because the victims of these violations can appeal directly to the court and demand some compensation from the state pursuant to the European Convention of Human Rights. However, this cannot be done pursuant to the Convention of International Humanitarian Law. The analysis of the rulings of the European Court of Human Rights shows that the effects of humanization of war law are positive. Positive because they specify the terms which are not defined by international humanitarian law, such as the direct participation in armed actions. All such actions are applied not only to international conflict, but also non-international conflict, which are internal ones. In internal conflict, the humanitarian law is often disregarded. That is why, for example, the statute of the International Criminal Court recognizes as a war crime only indiscriminate attacks committed in an international conflict. On the other hand, in Article 3 of the Geneva Convention, or the entire additional protocol number 2, which refers to internal conflicts, there are no regulations concerning the need to take any precautions when carrying out attacks, and the obligation to apply the principle of proportionality or the prohibition of non-discriminatory attacks. The jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights may contribute to a gradation of the use of force in the situation of armed conflict, which may reduce the number of casualties in the conflict. The court applies to the above principles to both international and non-international conflict and to situations which are not conflicts at all. In principle, it makes no distinctions between the states of war and peace. This allows for the elimination of so-called gray areas. That is why the situations such as riots, disturbances, or individual acts of violence in which the principle of international humanitarian law and related protection for the civilians could not be applied. Under the European Convention on Human Rights, in accordance with the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, civilians must be protected at all times. The court points also to the necessity of an effective investigation in case of a death of persons by means of governmental party. So this can be the reference to the armed conflict to avoid the necessity of explaining the death of one person. So this is from the point of view of admissible rights. However, in order to eliminate the armed conflict of international character, this should be done because the usefulness of armed conflicts will be really poor. What are the dangers of humanizing the law of armed conflict by the European Court of Human Rights? The European Convention of Human Rights applies to states, but not to opposing armed groups, whilst international humanitarian law applies to all parties of a conflict. This means that government forces compelled by the European Court of Human Rights to provide a higher standard of protection to any population will be more restricted than their opponents in their ability to conduct military action. This will increase the asymmetrical nature of the conflict, which will work in favor of armed group in the opposition to the state, that the state will not be able to fight, which could mean the prolongation of a conflict. The cost will be borne by both combatants, that is veterans, because their lives will be put at a greater risk, and civilians because they will not be protected. That is why the United States and Israel continually oppose to the application of human rights in armed conflicts, because such actions undermines the decision of state to create a specific legal regimes applicable in armed conflicts. Conclusions. Human rights are applicable to human individual at all times, both in the times of peace and armed conflicts, international and non-international. The scope of human rights, how individuals and how a human right asserts their right, and also the method of prosecution of their violations are determined in peacetime by international agreements and during armed conflict by international agreements that make up international humanitarian law. The connection of human rights and international humanitarian law, which existed as two separate legal systems in contemporary public international law, it's not possible or indicated, similar as subordination of one to another. However, it is indispensable to keep them in mind the independence that exists between the two distinct systems in the process of developing them. The relationship between the international humanitarian law of armed conflict and human rights is an example of fragmentation of international law. The International Court of Justice, in its advisory opinion on the legality of the threat and the use of nuclear weapon of 1996, stated that the assessment of the arbitrariness of the deprivation of life in times of war must be understood as lex specialis, namely the law applicable in armed conflict, which is created to regulate armed activities. By contrast, in the ruling of 19 December 2005 on armed activity on Congolese territory, so it was Congo against Uganda, the International Court of Justice emphasized the necessity to take into account both branches of international law, similarly as its injustice of 2004, that was the legal consequences of the construction of the wall in Palestine. Thank you very much. And now perhaps we should close my presentation, and it will be followed by the fourth presentation, and there will be a Q&A session.
Poproszę teraz...
And now I will ask Father Wojciech Żmudziński to discuss his presentation.
Yes? Where you want? You know, I will do translation and send it to you, okay? Because for me it's very easy.
Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie. Czy mnie słychać? Jeszcze nie, to zaraz pewnie będzie. O tak.
Can you hear me? I hope you can.
Bardzo mi miło po raz pierwszy
It is my
tutaj
great pleasure
gościć w
to be
Akademii
here with
Kaliskiej.
you at the Kaliska Academy for
Temat
the
mojego
first time.
wystąpienia
The topic of my presentation today is the family during the time of crisis in Albania.
Albania przeżywała nie jeden kryzys.
Albania
Mógłbym
has
tutaj
gone through a number
dodać
of
taki
crises.
tytuł 100 skutecznych sposobów.
I could also add a subtitle, namely 100 effective ways to destroy the family.
Kiedyś w przyszłości to pewnie taki tytuł.
Hopefully, in future, I will add this title.
Bez różnicy.
To? Nie słychać. To co? A teraz? Dobrze. Jest jezuitą.
The father is a Jesuit,
Socjusz przełożonego prowincji
brother
Polsko-Mazowieckiej Towarzystwa Jezusowego.
of the Mazovian region. He graduated from the Pontifical Gregorian University of Rome, and he also graduated from Fordham University in New York, where he studied public school administration. He worked with addicts in Gdynia. He also worked in Albania, cooperating with Caritas Albania for 21 years. He managed a teacher improvement and continuous education center. He is the author of numerous books, and he works with the jesuici.pl website. Thank you very much for this introduction.
Przypomnę krótko.
Very briefly, let me remind you that after the Second World War, Albania became a communist state.
Socjalistyczna Republika Ludowa Albanii.
The Socialist People's Republic of Albania was governed by Enver Hoxha until 1985. He was a dictator.
I system opieki zdrowotnej
And the healthcare system
w miastach był zorganizowany modelowo.
Was a model one, an exemplary one.
Którzy byli winni zaniedbań,
Any doctors
zwalniani,
who
a nawet wtrącani do więzienia.
made any errors or any negligence were incarcerated. They were sent to prison. So you might realize what the exemplary nature of the system was. In Western countries in the 1950s, 1960s and
W wielu krajach
1970s,
zachodnich nie było tak dobrze zorganizowanej
the organization of the
opieki
healthcare system
pracy. Opieką medyczną otaczano
was much worse, especially in workplaces.
fabryk
In
i całe
Albania,
rodziny.
factory workers and their families were offered
Opieki nad
healthcare
osobami
services.
niepełnosprawnymi.
However, there were no services for people with disabilities and people with mental disorders because they were considered as unproductive. However, the families of workers were taken care of in order to ensure that workforce was available to erect a socialist fatherland. In rural areas, the situation was not equally good. However, there were some healthcare facilities that were established. Doctors and teachers were the best paid professions alongside officers of the military and police officers. So these were the best paid professions in the country because they reflected the priorities of the Albanian state policies during the regime. Health and education, these were the two priorities, of course, law and order in the country as well. The communist regime collapsed. It was toppled in the early 1990s,
Rozpoczął się kryzys we
and
wszystkich
a crisis ensued that affected all the
apogeum tego
levels of social life.
na rok 1997
In 1997 came the peak of the crisis.
natomiast konflikty zbrojne
Civil war broke out. However, armed conflict had been around since 1991, so there were internal conflicts with Serbia, a neighboring state. There were excursions that were made into Albania that was believed to be a terrorist organization by the Albanian Kosovo army.
Przykładem takiej dobrze zorganizowanej opieki
There is a
zdrowotnej
very specific example of the well-organized healthcare system in communist Albania. I am referring to the Kombinat textile factory.
był to symbol
It was a symbol of socialist work. It was just one of many plants and factories, but it was a model factory that was located about 6 kilometers away from downtown Tirana, the capital of Albania. It was a Stalinist textile factory. It was actually built with the assistance of the Soviet Union. So this factory employed between 1,000 and 6,000 employees, depending on the period. These were mainly women, female workers who worked in the textile factory. But there were, of course, diners, hospitals, and healthcare facilities that operated within the grounds of the factory. And these facilities took care and met all the needs of the workers, including medical needs. There was an emergency response service, health prevention services were offered, general medical assistance and specialist medical assistance was provided, dentists were available, female doctors, there was a gynecological and obstetric ward that was located within the grounds.
Centrum Zdrowia rzeczywiście służyło całej rodzinie.
The health center catered to the entire family, in fact. If a worker suffered an injury, they were moved to a different position, a different place of work,
na które pozwalała mu jego kondycja zdrowotna.
in order to be able to perform regardless of any possible health issues. So it was very well organized and the system took care of everything. It decided who worked where,
Jak wygląda troska o całą rodzinę, kobiety gdy rodziły,
the family was supported. When women gave birth to children, they got 40 days of leave.
Natomiast to, o czym już wspomniałem, że brakowało
But as I
rehabilitacji
said, there were no services for people with disabilities. There was no psychological assistance, broadly understood. These were the things that were missing.
Szczególnie w 20 latach jest to odrabiane.
And that's something that they are making up for. They have been making up for that over the last 20 years with the assistance of overseas NGOs and other entities. I remember back in 1992, and I sent one of our volunteers to the Children Rehabilitation Center. That colleague was a rehabilitation and physical therapist specialist by profession, and she saw those children who were basically tied to their beds, young children who had no opportunity to leave their cots. They were never offered any rehabilitation assistance, and so she revolutionized that, and things are looking better right now. There are projects that are being implemented right now, and they are really awesome.
Jeszcze krótko, jaka filozofia...
And now a few words about the philosophy that underpinned this entire system.
Nadal jest zagrożeniem.
That was a philosophy that can still be considered a threat, both within the European Union and elsewhere.
Po pierwsze, człowiek istnieje po to, żeby pracować.
The first tenet of that philosophy was that human beings existed to work, and that is the reverse logic as opposed to the Christian philosophy. So God worked first, created the world, and then rested for another day. In the Jewish tradition as well,
nie odpoczywa się po to, żeby mieć siłę do pracy.
Do
Tak jak to zaczyna być
rest in order to have the strength to keep on working. It is becoming quite popular in our culture. We are resting to have enough strength to keep on working later on. In the Jewish tradition, people work in order to be able to rest. with dignity.
co miało miejsce we wszystkich krajach.
And so we saw this reversal of the things happening in the socialist, foremost socialist countries. This puts the family more in the background because the family is only considered as a source of labor, of young people who will come and keep on working. So this is this new mentality, and we really have to be cautious about it. We should not emphasize productivity as something that defines us as human. The defining characteristic should be our ability to rest and relax with dignity within our families, with those people who are our loved ones. In Poland, there's this joke about a shepherd who was sitting on his porch looking out onto nature, and there was this young business person, entrepreneur, walking by, and he said, "Look, shepherd, you could make a lot of money. You could, for example, set up a fish farm. You could have an agri-tourist farms. You have all the best conditions. You could make good business off of your land." And he said, "Why should I do it? Because you would make a lot of money." And the shepherd says, "Why would I need the money?" And the business person said, "Oh, you could travel, go on holiday, you could rest and relax." And the shepherd says, "And what am I doing now? I am resting, I am relaxing." So sometimes you have to think that you don't really need to make such a great effort just to relax and rest with your loved ones next to you.
Zobaczmy teraz, jak ładnie jeszcze
And now let's look at the 1980s. This is the main entrance to the
Tam w środku
factory.
znajdowały się też przepiękne ogrody.
Inside
To był
were
taki
some
istny raj na ziemi. Ludzie
picturesque
bardzo się cieszyli, że
gardens. It was like paradise on earth. People were delighted to be able to leave their small towns and rural areas behind and work at this plant between 9 and 5 while enjoying all the support and social services. However, there was one snag, because a man was only worth as much as he or she was productive. People were expected to rest in order to be able to work more later.
o wielu sprawach jego
People were
dotyczących
not expected to decide about many things that concerned them, because it's the system that took decision instead of them, and that is also a threat that is looming somewhere on the horizon in our contemporary world. It's the system that tends to decide instead of us. It's the procedures that make the decisions, and that can also lead to a situation where young people find it hard to make life-changing decisions nowadays, because the world is changing, it's evolving, changes are commonplace. It's important to just go with the flow and accept that there's nothing that is constant or fixed in life. And now let me give you a few examples that I have heard about when I was in Albania, as I kept coming back to the countries over the years. It was about how the regime by Enver Hoxha eroded and disintegrated the family. There were around 13 concentration camps during the dictatorship that were established. There were also prisons that nobody left. And in the concentration camps, I talked to a man who spent his childhood in a concentration camp alongside his mother. The photograph that you can see here in this slide, it represents the reality of the time. There were mothers with their children in the concentration camps. That particular camp was for mothers with children, and those children died of diseases. And as they died, the women were told to bury them
w jakimś pudle zbitym z desek, czasem zupełnie bez trumny.
Sometimes there were no coffins that they could use. no wooden crates even.
Największe prześladowania, o jakich on mi mówił,
And
największe
that
tortury,
man describes horrific tortures and persecutions. The greatest torture was for the mothers to excavate those tombs the next day and rebury their children somewhere else. And the same thing happened on the next day. They were told to take out their children's bodies from the ground and rebury them. This was the most appalling torture that the regime came up with. Another example of how family ties were eroded is the following one.
Którego poznałem,
There was a man that I met,
gdy niósł na swoich własnych plecach przez 80 kilometrów potężny
a
kamień nagrobny,
rock, a huge tombstone that he was taking to his mother's grave. He had 80 kilometers to cover. He was a pioneer in the 80s, and Albania was declared an atheist country. And so all the young 14, 15-year-old boys, all the pioneers, were summoned from the village to go to the cemetery, and they were told to destroy the crosses that dotted the cemetery. All the tombstones with crosses were supposed to be destroyed. And one of those tombstones had a large concrete crucifix, a large concrete cross that was depicted on it. And the manager, foreman of the pioneers, asked whose tomb it was. And one of the pioneers said, "It's my mother's tomb." And he was told to destroy it. And he had to destroy it. He had to destroy the tombstone of his own mother. And it was only many years later, in the 1990s, he decided to repent for those deeds. And he purchased that marble tombstone, and he carried it on his own back over a distance of 80 kilometers. It was August. The temperatures reached 40 degrees centigrade. So these are things that mark people for life. They
Niektórzy nawet mówią, że
brand their psyche. And some people say that these are injuries, these are wounds that cannot be
tych relacji trzeba po prostu odczekać kilka pokoleń
these
i na
relationships
nowo.
cannot be saved, that we just need to wait several generations, and those people have to be re-educated and raised in a whole different time or manner. There was another story of this young girl who was standing in line waiting to purchase apples, and apples were only available once a year in May.
I kiedy w sklepie
So she went up to the counter and wanted to pay for the apples. She was said that these apples were only meant for the heroes, national heroes, veterans and combatants. She was told that her family did not include a single
inne historie
veteran
takie, które rozbijały rodzinę.
that the country could be proud of. Other situations could be mentioned. I remember a case of a mother spying on his child and reporting his son to authorities. The son was incarcerated, put in prison, and she still kept on visiting him, and then she kept on talking about him to the authorities. There was a case of a teacher, a primary school teacher, who asked her pupils whether they could make the sign of a cross. And if a child could make the sign of the cross, the parents were sent to prison and the child was sent to an orphanage. So these were very perverted ways in which families were destroyed. So that's one part. So on the one hand, families were taken care of, but not because of the value they represented. They were taken care of because they represented work tools, productive units.
Można było zrobić więcej za czasów tego reżimu, a nie dało się.
The regime was quite oppressive, and let me refer to a project that I myself witnessed.
centralnym Egipcie, w
In
miejscowości
central Egypt,
tam
the
mamy
town of
szkołę
Minia, we have a school there.
i przy szkole takie centrum
And there
społeczne.
is a social center associated with the school, the Jesuit Social Center. A lot of money was spent to launch a project of education for people with disabilities, because in Egypt, if there is a family member with disabilities, they are seen as not productive, as a problem. So those people with disabilities were offered training, and they acquired skills that made them very often the only breadwinners of their families. And so their value, let's say, skyrocketed. This project was implemented over the course of 3 years, and it was a complete game changer. People started perceiving people with disabilities as individuals who are worth just as much as able bodies. As their able-bodied peers. I could give you plenty of examples. Let me, for example, give you the example of my Albanian translating from Albanian to Italy. It was 1992, 93. She told me this story. She told me that she had previously learned that she had been baptized twice herself. And I asked how. Because once I was baptized by my mother in secret. She kept it a secret from my father. And then my father baptized me and kept it a secret from my mother. So just imagine how you can put a rift between family members, how you can turn family members into enemies. That's something that cannot be healed. It's not only part of history, but it should also be seen as a warning for all of us today. There are temptations that we see. It's tempting to treat
widzenia wartości w człowieku tylko wtedy, kiedy jest produkcyjny.
As valuable only if they are productive, only if they perform, if they have results, for example, if they work. It is a huge threat for families. If a person is an entrepreneur, if they make money, then they are believed to be people of value. But what happens with those people who create culture, art, literature? They lose their importance. They lose relevance because they are not seen as productive enough. And again, rest should be treated, decent, dignified rest with your family members, in loving families, with strong ties, should be seen as the ultimate goals. Of course, crises might happen, but that's something that we need to strive for. And if we forget about that, it will be a huge threat, a greater threat than, for example, LGBT movements. It's only smoke and mirrors. The greatest threat to the family is the threat consisting in the fact that we do not see people as valuable in themselves. We only see people valuable if they are useful.
No i żeby moje takie pragnienie i o co się modlę, żeby system, powstają w naszych krajach.
I hope that the systems created in our countries will not discourage us from taking important decisions about our own lives, because sometimes it does happen.
Wydaje, że te systemy
that those systems that we have in place, that they are attempting to replace our own decision-making power. They tend to explain it to us. There is this procedure that you must follow. You don't need to make any decisions, but I do want to decide about my own life.
Tak jak za reżimu Envera Hodży, cenzorami.
Hopefully we will not become censors of ourselves as it happened during the regime in Albania. Hopefully we will not become the censors of our loved ones, our next of kin, because that's what it was like in the late 1980s during the regime in Albania. People reported themselves to the authorities sometimes, and we have evidence to prove that. So some people reported themselves as people who worked to the detriment of the Communist Party. Thank you very much.
Proszę Państwa, chciałam powiedzieć, że mamy szczęście.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that we are lucky enough because we had four lecturers in this session. We also have two discussion panel members. I would like them to ask questions. Professor Zbigniew Krysiak was already asked a question because it all started from the end. He's a finance professor at the Warsaw School of Economics. He has 25 years of experience in the practice of economic life. He has held a number of positions in institutions such as the National Guarantee Fund. He has been the president of various banks and advisor to bank presidents. He also was an advisor, economic advisor to the President of the Republic of Poland. He works with the Office of Analysis for the Polish Parliament. He has been a lecturer at numerous events, and he is the president of the program board of the Institute of Schumann's Thought that implements the ideas of the God's servant Robert Schumann in public life. If you know the Institute, it has plenty of different activities. And, for example, runs parliamentary Schumann groups and other working bodies. And the other panel members tonight will speak Polish. He speaks excellent Polish, although he was born elsewhere. Will not disclose the year of his birth, it's a secret.
At the Wrocław University of Science in Poland. Currently, he is professor at the Faculty of Environment Engineering. Professor Zayed is an Armenian who actively participates in the life of the Armenian diaspora. Especially, he is interested in cultural, social, and centuries-old heritage of Polish Armenian. In recognition of his precious activities and services, the President of the Republic of Poland honored Professor Zayed with the Silver Cross of Merit, awarded in 2017. And for those who were not present with us for the first evening in honor of Professor Meron, the dinner in Roma, I would like to say that he came here with his wife and two sons who played for us a wonderful concert at that evening. So I open the discussion. We have only maybe around 10 minutes, but please, our dear discutanci, you can ask questions for the people who were talking before.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, the speakers, for the great contributions. I see a common ground in these contributions, which is the violation of community by an ideology. Community, human being, or a family in the dimension of a smaller local community and national community. So it seems that all these contributions have such a common ground, common denominator. What about ideologies? The ideologies destroy, they subject. The ideologies sooner or later are so destructive that we also heard in Albania, Rwanda, so it's quite difficult to make up for it. And here I would like to ask a question to all the speakers, and also I would like to read a definition coined by God's servant Robert Schumann concerning democracy. So similarly, a similar warning was made in that definition by John Paul II, that democracy might become a tyranny when it's deprived of all the values, Christian values. So the first question to Assumpta. We know that France had an important, immense negative influence on what happened in Rwanda. So it's strange that the European Union is silent about it. So many people died within 4 months. You were very delicate in talking, and you did not look for those who should be deemed responsible. Congratulations on your culture, but the truth will liberate. The truth is liberation. In 1992, the European Economic Community was changed into European Union, so they got rid of the community. Great Britain in 1974 entered the European Economic Community, believing that this was going to be a community in its economic dimension and social one. And after 1980s, Altiero Spinelli, a neo-communist, which was even worse than Soviet communism, he started destruction of the democracy in Christian dimension. And in 1986 he died, but later on the effect of it was coined. It was the Maastricht Treaty, and it contained the provisions of unification, that is the destruction of communities for the benefit of the superstate. But I will read the definition of democracy as coined by Schuman, because it seems that such a definition of democracy which escapes from human values will create tyranny. So the ideology which is imposed on some positively connotation of the word democracy. And hence my question to you: France in 1960 and Belgium introduced in Rwanda racial segregation, which was later on used during this disaster. So for catching people who, after the Belgians had the identifiers, the identifying tags. And my second question to Professor Zayas and to Eva: human rights and reparations. Here the thefts committed by Germany. Poland was robbed. The destruction, ladies and gentlemen, in the US, when you drive along the motorway and you pay $1,000 when you throw a paper out of your car window. And here, the theft of many objects of art, machinery, industry, it was all taken to Germany. And what is the international law about? So we are playing some game, some theory. And this is my apology to you. I'm not talking to you. So there must be penalization. And what Germans destroyed in Poland or anywhere else, they need to restore it, they need to return it. Every thief needs to be deemed responsible. The law will not work. Without the risk of punishment, we won't have any prevention. And ladies and gentlemen, and you, the professor, referred to humanization of armed conflict, so-called humanization of armed conflicts. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also talking about the US that entered the territory of Iraq. John Paul II said, don't do it. The cost and effect, the analysis, the cost and effect analysis, and here thinking about prospective reparations. Do the Belgians or the French or the Dutch, do they pay for the damage that they have committed for so many years? They keep exploiting, and this cannot be like that. And ladies and gentlemen, the last question.
Depopulacja.
Depopulation. It's my last question to the last speaker, to the father. Depopulation. Should this be forbidden? So there won't be any economic development without the demographic growth, without stable demographic growth. It will not be possible. So all depopulation ideologies, such as the ideologies created by Hitler, should be forbidden and penalized. And just to close a reflection, per year, 60 million unborn children are murdered per year. Europe is crying because there are too few hands to work. Germany invite people from various corners of the world to upkeep the production processes, whereas Europe kills, let's say, 8-10 million children per year. This could be people who could perform such functions. So we should get rid of this anti-logic. So please refer to that, because it seems that, not to mention what Professor Zayas is saying, so it's against human rights, but it's the end of logic, because if depopulation in Europe progresses, there won't be any Europe, there won't be any Europeans. Others will come and replace us. And those who don't want to develop their own civilization and their families, their future posterities, their identity. It is an important problem. So perhaps it should be defined clearly and distinctly. And Schuman said democracy will be Christian or there won't be any democracy. Anti-Christian democracy would be the caricature aiming at falling into tyranny or anarchy. The standpoint of a democrat can be defined in such a way that he cannot accept of the fact that the state systematically ignores religious reality, juxtaposing it against the partiality verging on despise. The state cannot recognize the immense effectiveness of religious inspirations in practicing citizenship, civic virtues, in protection against the forces of social decomposition. Thank you. Before we answer the questions, are there any other questions of the second person, of the second contributor? Yes or no? So now women should be the first to speak, so Assunta will be the first to answer, then guests and professors Desayas, and I will close it if there is enough time for it.
Thank you so much. Je suis heureuse.
I'm really happy.
Je suis heureuse d'entendre ce que vous
I'm
dites.
really happy to hear your words, because
à notre humanité commune.
so what we cannot be robbed of is our sense of belonging to humanity. Your observations, which resounded so strongly here, refer us to the sense of community in humanity, also in humanity that commits mistakes, and it's made responsible, but it also refers us to the hope that such revolts or rebellion against the things that surround us is possible. And in the sense of sincerity, various types of guilt can be repaired. Not necessarily in a form of activism, not necessarily falling into new ideologies. No, absolutely not. When you harm humanity, irrespectively of the fact whether we are believers or non-believers, we actually undermine the very foundation of the sense of our life. So it's not about quarreling who is guilty and who is the perpetrator, who is good and who is bad. Our only intention should be to avoid such things, so that to avoid the repetition of such harm and suffering.
La démocratie actuelle, à savoir la France.
So let's talk about France. France, which is my second home. It is, I don't know myself. It wasn't my choice that I identify myself with Rwanda, where I suffered so much. It's a beautiful country. It's a mild country with beautiful landscape, whose residents have very strong sense of dignity. But unfortunately, it is the country that turned to very bad path, reaching its extreme and showing to each other to what atrocities human beings are capable. But we took the wrong option. France, it is a country with a beautiful history, with a beautiful cultural achievement and beautiful scientific legacy. However, it was not only some time ago that France started to take responsibility for all the bad things that were committed in the past. So it's quite difficult to take this responsibility. The question is, should all French people assume this responsibility? Irrespectively of these thoughts, I must say that Rwanda had to pay for what it did and to return the money which it gained before the genocide from abroad, to recover from it. And in this context, we must not forget that all democracies give us certainly a sense of comfort and good quality of life. This must not be forgotten, but we need to extend the way of thinking and have in mind the things which are adverse, which happened in the past. We also need to remember about racial segregation. And in my country, in Rwanda, in my first country, there were wise people. There was an independent civilization, and irrespectively of the fact that we were called
célébré en Occident, nous avons moins
in terrible way, referring to our color of the skin. It does not change. It does not undermine our civilization. We celebrated the achievement of the Enlightenment without forgetting of what was done by the critics of the Enlightenment. So the voices and the achievement of the opponents of civilization will allow us to deconstruct new ideologies. I know that Poland never tried to civilize or to colonize other countries. Why did it happen? Why Poland had never done it? It was because Poland has its own values and may take part in the restoration of what was built in the past. I take my own revenge for what happened in the past by celebration every minute of my life, and I celebrate it as an unusual holiday celebration. I will never get into the arms of hatred. My revenge will be the love of my life, and I care not for the celebration of the memory of the bad things, but only I care for the prevention of these atrocities in future. I will not prolong my contribution, but I want to say that I feel your friendship, and something appeals to my humanity, and this gives me wings to fly and power to go on acting. So let me thank the organizers for inviting me here, because I believe that together we are stronger than all the atrocities, all the suffering that is anticipated in the grotesque visions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ajouter quoi que ce soit.
Non.
Alors, c'est très phénoménal. C'était tellement beau
It's
ce
very
que
difficult to add anything to
Alors,
your phenomenal words. They were so true, so beautiful.
It is just, it is honest, it is from the heart. I loved it. What you said, it is very, very important. I mean, in this room, many of us have this capacity to understand what you said. Unfortunately, in a world of materialism and capitalism and just utilitarianism, such things seem like foreign, different, well, like people just bounce us off because you don't understand it. But to take up a couple of questions only, because we can talk for hours on the issues that you raised. Obviously, stolen cultural property must be returned. And that, of course, also applies not only to what the Germans stole, and they stole plenty, but what Napoleon stole from Spain. Even the clock in Santiago de Compostela was stolen by the soldiers of Napoleon back in 1810. But take the Elgin marbles that are in the British Museum. Take the Chinese porcelains and jades stolen during that infamous Opium War, or actually Opium Wars, because there were two of them. There are conventions, UNESCO conventions, that obligate states to return all cultural goods. But international law being what it is, yeah.
Maybe I will reply also, and you especially.
Yeah.
When we have later on when we meet, isn't it?
Sure.
Because I
Sure.
would like to continue, but it seems that we have to finish. So
Yes.
I am not organizer.
In any
so
event, thanks to you, Yeva, for the invitation.
No, thanks to you that you accepted the invitation and came, because if not you wouldn't be so rich and so interesting.
Well, it's
for
I
all of
who
us.
have learned. I am enriched by everything that I've heard. You saw me taking notes and taking notes.
You know, because intelligent people, they enrich their knowledge by seeing the other people and listening what they have to say.
That's
Only the ignorance thinks that they know all. But we
That's
know for
our-
40 years I know how you are,
our-
and that's why thank you
our
very much that you
experience as
came. All
teachers.
my invitations.
Docendo discimus, Seneca.
Yes.
We teachers, we learn by teaching, but we learn from our students.
Yes.
I mean, I'm amazed how much over the years I have learned from my students who just spontaneously come up with a great idea, which I promptly appropriate. But in any event, docendo decimus, it is true. I've learned a lot, and I'm thankful to everybody for the opportunity. Thank you.
And I would like to thank you all for participating in the whole conference, and especially in our panels. Thank you for all the people who took part in it. And also I want to assure you that tonight, if we have time to meet an opportunity, I will reply to your questions. It's not that I escape from the replying, and we will have an opportunity to continue our very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much, and I hope we will be in touch, in contact, scientific exchange, and we will see again in the nearest future. Thank you very much.
zaraz tam.
Ja poproszę tego mojego przyjaciela i naszego właściwie tutaj współpracownika więcej. On dla nas pracuje za darmo do tego, od lat.
Woli za darmo.
I to jest prawda. I on będzie omówić tą pierwszą sesję, a potem poprosimy Ciebie. Ale ja lubię tych, co zaczynają, a ja teraz krótko.
Nie, ja
Wtedy ja już na razie wychodzę. Probably good evening, it will be the best wording what I would like to greet you. So fortunately we are coming to fortunate end, I hope, and we have big pleasure and we would like to say hello and thank you to our two, I don't know how to call you, a reporter. Well, it's a nice word, reporter. One is from Oslo. He dedicated us all day today, and he is Professor Leif Edvard Are, Senior Researcher in Department of Health Prevention, Norwegian Institute of Public Health. Professor of Social Psychology, University of Bergen. I was participating in many WHO studies, published many papers, but one of the very important duty was that Aaron was helping us, Leif was helping us 2 years ago to put together conclusion from our first scientific congress, which was 2 years ago. So Aro is our friend, and we was awarded Aro by our foundation award, Golden Honorary Award, and he will be giving us, I don't know, resume session number 1 and session number 2 will be resume made by our love general, our colleague Professor Trebusz, which is as well belong to staff of our university. Rector agree. So, Aro, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me now? Can you hear me? Witold Zatonski, can you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, you can hear me. Very good.
What yes?
Excellent. Dear colleagues, dear friends, it's been a long day, and normally when I have to listen to other people speaking for 9 hours minus a few breaks, I would die because I like to speak myself. So finally I got a chance to do that. Actually, I'm still alive and I still feel quite good. And I think that's because we've had a lot of excellent presentations today, very interesting presentations. I have enjoyed the day a lot, actually. Before I really start my resume, I would like to say that Professor Andrzej Wojtyla said something very interesting this morning. Well, he said a lot of interesting things this morning, but he said, families shape health habits. And I agree strongly. We could also add that families suffer from the consequences of poor health in a population. Actually, families shape health habits was my message at the conference in Łódź in 1984. I think that's the first time I met Witold Zatonski and became good friends. So I would just like to underline this point that families are important. Families shape health behaviors, families shape health, and families suffer the consequences when we do not do our job well enough. The presenters today have pointed at the need for more and better data to describe changes in tobacco use and alcohol use in Poland and in the Baltic countries. But in spite of shortcomings of existing data, presenters have been able to give an interesting picture of the current situation in Poland and the Baltic states and beyond. And I would like to highlight some of the findings that I believe are particularly important. And I do this from a behavioral science perspective. And I will not be able to do justice to all presenters, but I'll do my best. First, a short glimpse into theory. The field of health behavior is stuffed with conceptual models and theory. Some of the papers presented at this conference are highly interesting for one particular perspective, the diffusion of innovations perspective. I know many of you are familiar with this perspective. Still, I would like to point at one of its elements. According to this model, consumption patterns or innovations spread in a population along certain patterns. Populations can be divided into 5 groups dependent on where in the process of change they are located. First come the innovators, sometimes called pioneers. They are the few who take the lead and change first. Then we have the early adopters, the early majority, the late majority, and finally the laggards. Not only introduction of new products follow particular patterns, but to some extent also demarketing of products. So when it comes to the process of change towards non-smoking, the process started among men, and after some time also among women. And in both men and women, the well-educated groups started first. This process of change has taken place in country after country. Some countries started first, other countries followed. A lot of apparently contradictory research findings make more sense if we put them into the perspective of this diffusion of innovations model. Gorbina, Kujalo, and Pildava, sorry if I don't have a good pronunciation, have shown that in Latvia, during the period 2000 to 2020, lung cancer mortality decreased among men, but increased among women. This illustrates how a reduction in the prevalence of smokers started first among men and only later among women in Latvia. Liutkute Gumarov has shown that in Lithuania, during the period 2005 to 19, the prevalence of daily smokers decreased from 42% to 30% in men and remained stable at a remarkably low level in women, 10%. And Iveta Pudele, during her presentation, has added similar findings. All these results make sense from a diffusion of innovation perspective and illustrates how well the process seems to be similar across countries. As a general rule, as I said, reductions in the prevalence of smokers are initiated among the well-educated groups, medical doctors being one of them. In 2019, the most important factor shaping smoking prevalence in Poland was education. Among men, the prevalence of smokers among those with only primary education was as high as 49%. Among men with higher education, the proportion was 8% only, a huge difference. Among women, there is a surprisingly low proportion of smokers among those who have only primary education. But even this is understandable in a diffusion of innovation perspectives. Perhaps the women in this group are simply lagging so much behind that they haven't reached the level of smoking that the other groups have reached. So when smoking prevalence among the well-educated reach bottom close to 0, and when reduction among the late majority and among the laggards continues, there will also be a reduction in differences between groups defined by levels of education. So first, there will be an increased difference, and then there will be a reduced difference as time passes. The next slide shows a picture of a good friend of mine. He was Norway's parallel to Witold Satonsky, and he made me very aware of these two strategies already 35 years ago. He said, you could speed up the diffusion process in order to reach all groups more effectively, or you could target late majority and laggards groups specifically. And both strategies are perfectly legitimate, and there are ways to target late majority and laggard groups specifically, which may actually contribute to level out differences between socioeconomic groups. The processes of change become more complicated when there are new competing or supplementary products introduced, such as e-cigarettes, or more broadly, the use of electronic nicotine delivery systems, ENGs. It's interesting to note that in 2016, already among boys in Poland, the prevalence of current users of e-cigarettes was higher than the prevalence of current cigarette users. Furthermore, that among Polish girls, the percentages were approximately equally high. It's also interesting to note that dual use was widespread. In another study, it was shown that the prevalence of ENGs use among adults in Poland is low. This in contrast to the widespread use among school students. Continuous monitoring to see how the development will be during the years to come, particularly among young adults, is important. While diffusion of innovation perspectives are easily applied in the field of decline in prevalence of smoking, they presently seem less easy to apply on changes in reduction of alcohol consumption. The sudden increase in alcohol consumption that started in Poland after the year 2000 is highly worrying. The contrast between changes in tobacco sales with strong reductions after 1990 and alcohol consumption with its increase after 1990 is really striking, as shown in these illustrations provided by Satonsky. The increase in alcohol consumption is so large that it seems to have reduced the increase and even led to a slight decrease in overall life expectancy in the Polish population. This is alarming. The increase in alcohol use in the Polish population probably has to do with the weakening of alcohol control measures, beer advertising, which returned to television in 2001, and the reduction in taxes on spirits by 30% in 2002. And in addition to this, there were strong campaigns for sales of small vodka bottles from 2010. Lithuania used to be the country with the highest per capita consumption of alcohol in the EU. That was the case in 2016. An impressive set of control measures were introduced during 2 periods, as shown in the lists here on this slide. I won't read the list. You can examine this more carefully late in the evening over bottles of alcohol-free beer, if you like. Lithuania is no longer number 1 in alcohol consumption. Per capita alcohol consumption in Lithuania is going down. Jürgen Rehm and associates have distinguished between 3 groups of alcohol control measures using Lithuania as his study ground. Tier 1 or level 1 consists of general population interventions where we can expect immediate impact. 3 of the interventions in Lithuania were classified as Tier 1 interventions. They included penalties for drunk driving, bans on marketing and advertising on TV, radio, and internet, increases in excise taxation, and reduced availability of alcohol. Observational studies have their limitations, as you all know. And if my memory serves me well, Rehm and associates mentioned in their publication some competing explanations for the reduction in alcohol consumption in Lithuania, which has already taken place. Stelemekas, who has presented today, in the second author of the publication by Rehm and Associate, he concluded as follows, and I believe in this conclusion. Lithuania sets an example in the field of public health, showing how strong alcohol control policies may significantly contribute to improving multiple public health indicators in a relatively short period of time. What about Latvia? Isajeva, Springi, and Gobina have told us that Latvia had the highest recorded alcohol consumption in OECD in 2019. Latvia had the highest share of alcohol-dependent drinkers in 2016, largely among men. There is an urgent need for broad and more effective alcohol prevention strategies in Latvia, including gender-specific programs. That is their conclusion. When we go 40 to 50 years back in time, countries in Southern Europe used to have very high levels of alcohol consumption, 20 liters per adult per day in Italy and 24 in France. Italy is now down to 5 liters and France is down to 10. And according to Malvesi, Negri and La Vecchia, the strong decline in alcohol consumption has taken place despite absence of systematic new regulations. They point at factors like avoidance of drinking at lunch due to social and working life changes, and new generations starting drinking at an older age and drinking less regularly as explanations. The drinking cultures of countries in the Mediterranean used to be different and probably still are, with less binge drinking and wine drinking during meals being typical. The experiences from Italy and other Southern European countries show that reductions in alcohol consumption can occur through other processes than comprehensive control policies. The relevance for the situation in Poland and the Baltic states is, however, difficult to determine. Probably the relevance is low. All we can conclude is that there obviously is more than one road that leads to Rome. Sorry. The causal paths from public health action to statistics on morbidity and mortality are often hard to document. Some of the studies that we have been introduced to at this conference are remarkable in the sense that effects on morbidity and mortality appear to be explained rather directly by control measures and policies. How can we explain that Poland hasn't had an increase in the incidence of liver cirrhosis, which is so different from neighboring countries? A weakening of alcohol control measures that was specific to Poland is a plausible explanation. How can we explain that Lithuania has had a remarkable decrease in alcohol-attributable mortality? The strong alcohol control policies and measures during the period 2008 to 2018 offer an obvious explanation. And there have been similar evidence presented to us today from Estonia. Although single observational studies may offer limited evidence, multiple studies showing consistent patterns of associations may offer stronger evidence. We now expect Latvia to introduce the strongest set of alcohol control policies and measures available, this in order to observe the strongest decline in alcohol consumption and alcohol-related morbidity and mortality ever recorded. This would add another piece of evidence to the puzzle we are trying to piece together. In the presentation by Kinga and her team on health inequalities in Poland, several dimensions of inequalities are addressed, most of them listed here. Again, these can be studied late at night over alcohol-free or something. Inequalities can exist at different levels, including countries and geographical regions. Some of you are familiar with the Closing the Gap in the European Union project, which was coordinated by Witold Satonsky, also mentioned by Kinga earlier today. It was sponsored by the European Commission and by the Polish Ministry of Science and Higher Education. Serious and consistent inequalities in health between old and new EU member countries were documented. To a large extent, inequalities related to use of tobacco and related to use of alcohol. At this conference, new documentation has been presented by Satonsky and his team. Life expectancies at birth are generally lower in the newest member countries. Gender differences in life expectancy are generally larger in EU 10 countries. That means Central Eastern European countries. In Poland, there are 8-year gender difference in life expectancy at birth. There are systematic regional differences, largest among men, and there are pronounced urban-rural differences. A number of inequalities in tobacco smoking related to gender, age, and education have been documented. As far as alcohol consumption is concerned, however, the association with the level of education tends to be the opposite of what we have seen for smoking of cigarettes. The higher level of education, the higher the proportion reporting to have used alcohol during the last 12 months. Death rates due to alcoholic liver disease in men are, however, highest among those with the lowest level of education, and the death rates increases strongly in all educational groups as well as in both genders between 2002 and 2011, and even more so among women than among men. This discrepancy, this apparent discrepancy between behavioral data and data on mortality and morbidity actually is known from several countries. This new documentation of differences between EU member countries and the differences documented within the Polish population are not at all reassuring. They are rather alarming. There is an urgent need for action. Finally, I would like to remind you all about the declaration from the first World Conference on Family Health, which took place in Galicia in 2019. The declaration was published in Journal of Health Inequalities. And the text sounds like this, part of the text, the conclusion. Participants at the Galicia conference call on international organizations, governments, NGOs, and all stakeholders to promote strong governance for public health and comprehensive action across all sectors in all countries in order to prevent disease, promote health, and reduce inequalities. Health must be for all, irrespective of location, gender, age, position, and circumstances. During this conference, progress has been documented, but challenges in Poland and the Baltic states still remain. And the serious challenges in Poland and the Baltic states that have been documented at this conference require immediate and strengthened action. Thank you for your attention.
Już, tak? Dobrze. Panowie przewodniczący, szanowni
Mr. Chairpersons, I have the great honor to summarize the first, second, third sessions named as A sessions. The subject matter of the sessions fit extensively in the problems of family health during the crisis and conflicts, which makes up a leading topic, the leading topic of the World Conference. During the three sessions, we discussed the issues concerning the care for the family, care for family health in Poland, Israel, Mozambique, and Ukraine, and the situation pertaining to COVID-19 pandemics and the human rights during armed conflicts. I would like to say that all the contributions and papers and presentations fit within the main subject of the conference, showing how the issues, being the titles of respective conference, affect the family health, its development and sense of stability. During the first session, we had a chance to listen to how much diverse is the level of healthcare over families in specific countries. This is the outcome of many circumstances. For example, the level of earning, historic circumstances related to the history of development of healthcare systems within the years, and also social and political conditions. And we must remember that an important element of these contributions was showing on the basis of the evaluation of the directions for the improvement of healthcare. In every country, it may vary. Perhaps Israel is different, but I will refer to this in a moment. Each country has specific problems which make up the perspectives for the development of further effective or even perfect healthcare. When it comes to our country, so these are first of all the problems of many years, lack of financing of the healthcare system, the lack of definite measures in order to improve the organization of providing healthcare services, or staff inadequacies. You can go on talking about it, but as a consequence, this leads to the waiting time, especially in case of specialist visit or elective diagnostics or medical procedures. This was presented with the example of the nurses and midwives, but also other professional groups are not free from these problems, such as the shortage of staff. We hope for the improvement of this situation, and which can be provided by increased spendings on healthcare and the increasing number of universities that teach medical staff. For example, the Chalesian Academy, we teach more and more doctors, nurses, and paramedics. And also, there are increasing limits in the existing universities. An optimistic picture was painted by the comprehensive approach to the problem related to maternity on the basis of the solutions adopted in Israel. Certainly, it requires a great respect and acknowledgement, especially with regards to the safe childbirth and complexive healthcare. What needs to be stressed in a very specific country, we saw it, how many various ethnic groups are present, especially on with the example of the hospital that was presented to us. What deserves stressing and emphasis was the individual approach to women who spent time in that hospital, who deliver their babies in that hospital, but still who differ from each other with regards to religion or cultural background, which has some practical implications. And what is also important and worth stressing is the great humanization of the therapeutic process and the care process over the women in childbirth. We saw impressive equipment, but what matters first and foremost is not the equipment, but rather the approach of the staff and the extensive empathy and humanization for the patients. There were also serious problems in healthcare discussed in Mozambique, but I believe that the ambitious plans that the Professor Leonardo Sciavane presented to us, mostly concerning the decrease of mortality, of perinatal mortality, which is really high today, to the level of less than 70 cases in 2030. It is a plan that is ambitious, but it is within the reach, especially that the professor indicated in what way his country will reach it. That is why the improvement of healthcare and the improvement of the status of women in that country, or finally individualization of the healthcare. Also, healthcare in Ukraine follows its own course it gets reformed, and we could listen how the model of primary healthcare is developed. There are also many common elements with our healthcare model, but the differences are in the method of financing, because in Ukraine it is financed from the state treasury. An interesting solution is the introduction of the motivational pay. It was not possible to discuss it extensively, but there is a great distinction between the basic pay according to the official rates and also variable amounts depending on the quality and quantity of work, which is an interesting solution. We don't know how effective it is. The second session was devoted to the problems of COVID. As we said, the COVID affected significantly the life of every family and in many areas of their functioning, because it was the care for the health and life of the closest family members, lack of financial certainty, the fear for the loss of jobs, whether somebody had their own business, so it was the fear of bankruptcy of an enterprise, and also distorted educational process at all levels of education, and finally negative outcome in human mental condition related to the long period of staying at home as a result of remote work. And it's quite difficult to disagree with the statement that mental health would be the most neglected aspect of COVID-19 pandemic. And the data which were presented, the results of studies and meta-analysis, both worldwide and also carried out in the University of Łódź in Poland, point to the great scale of these problems and their effect on mental health. The rate of problems with various types of disorders, mental disorders, are really high, and these disorders are the conditions of depression, anxiety, with suicidal thoughts, high level of stress, and excessive consumption of alcohol. And also juxtaposing this scale of the problem, the high rates of people who are struggling with mental problems, and on the other hand, given the potential that the psychiatric care in our system of healthcare, we could expect that the time for solving these problems will be long. It's worth referring to the problems of pandemic of COVID-19, that it is necessary to introduce some progress with regards to the rate of people who are vaccinated, because we saw the great discrepancy even in the countries of the EU, ranging from Portugal, where we have about 83% of people vaccinated, to 20% in Bulgaria, and also a great difference between specific continents. If the process of vaccination in the dimension of specific countries and also specific continents, if it does not speed up, we will be facing pandemic for a very long time, because we don't know that there hasn't been any pandemic which did not come to an end. So I will not refer to medieval times, but also the recent great pandemic of the Spanish flu in 1918, 1919 also came to its end. So it lasted more than 2 years. How did it end? At that time, nobody knew the etiological factor because the virus of flu was isolated in 1933. So 15 years after the onset of pandemic, and the flu vaccination was created 10 years later in 1933. So 20 years after the pandemic, and pandemic came to its end. But what was the cost? The cost was 50 or 100 million of deaths. And unfortunately, if, as I said, if there is no significant increase with regards to vaccinations, we will struggle with the pandemic by means of contracting the virus. But let me ask a question, what the cost will be. And finally, I will move on to the last session, the third one, concerning the laws of the armed conflicts. So here at that point, it's worth to quote perhaps the title of a very well-known song of Czesław Niemen, that this world is really strange. Ladies and gentlemen, people stepped on the moon, tried to conquer Mars. The civilization is developing, and also legal regulations regulate all issues, conventions, treaties, resolutions, declarations, international communities. Everybody can be the advocate for it, but there are still disasters and there is a lot of suffering and turmoil. There are special courts for justice which study these issues, but the life goes on, and in the way that is really tragic. And the summary of what I said was really, let's say, really moving contribution of Assumpta Giranese, who discussed the effect or the lack of effect of all the international measures, or the lack of measures in spite of the regulations. That is the tragedy of genocide in Rwanda and all the conflicts. It was 1994. So it seemed that at that point in history, it was a long time ago, but the sequelae of this genocide are going on until today. And we could listen to that, to this contribution, showing the tragedies of children of that time who are now adults with great burden of the suffering because they lost their closest family members, and it referred not only to their parents but to entire families. So until today, Rwanda is trying to face the outcomes of the conflict.
But of course, there were many, we could name many such contemporary conflicts, such as the one in Syria, Libya, and others. We could name many more. But let us hope that the world will only become wiser as the time goes on. So the sessions I am reviewing were very much diverse in terms of the topics addressed, and they reflected the main theme of this conference, the health of the family under very diverse conditions. Many conclusions from the debate show that a lot has to be done still to ensure the well-being of families and their correct development. It would be trivial to say, it would be a cliche to say that even the best organized conference
ale o trudnych problemach na pewno
but it's important to discuss important problems. It's important to put them in the spotlight, because that's one of the ways in which we can reach out and involve those people who can make a difference. And we all believe that we can change the world one step at a time.
Ja chciałem jako organizator i
as the organizer of this conference and the rector of the host institution, I would like to thank
przede wszystkim tym, którzy podsumowywali
I would like to thank the reviewers of the sessions. I'd like to thank Professor Life Arrow, who participated in the first edition of the conference and was a contributor to the declaration that we adopted 2 years ago. I'm happy that the professor has been following us very closely all day long, because his summary was very detailed indeed. I am deeply moved. And I really thank you a lot for joining us here in Kalisz, for traveling over long distances to take part in this discussion. It is a great honor and privilege for me, and I am lost for words, but still I do want to express my gratitude. I'd like to thank all of those people who have been participating in this conference online. It's been a huge privilege, and I don't think it will go to waste. So very slowly but surely, we will be thinking not only about local communities, we will be thinking about the family as the smallest building block of a bigger community, a building block that we can never lose sight of. I would like to thank everyone for their participation, for being so active in our debates. I would like to thank those of you who took part in the workshops. I'm referring to nurses at this point. I have to tell you that yesterday
zwiedzaliśmy park. Pan profesor Meron chciał
parks in Kalisz with the mayor of Kalisz and with Professor Meron, because Professor Meron wanted to see the kayak marina, because he actually used to kayak on the Prosna before the war. I had 3 phone calls from an unknown number, and I eventually took the call, and it was a call from our students who saw the rector approaching as they were having coffee in an outdoor cafe. I think these were recent graduates of our academy. And they wanted to thank us for emphasizing the fact that delivery is not only a health procedure, it's also a procedure that needs to take into account the background of the woman who is about to give birth. So thank you for that, because those young ladies noticed that delivery was about giving birth. It was not only about the mechanical delivery of the baby, it's about passing life on, and it was important to respect different traditions and cultures. And they told me that yes, they were aware that they could encounter such cases in their professional lives. So thank you very much for that, because we can see that it's already bearing fruit. I didn't really know that you actually held a workshop one day before, and those students informed me of that. So thank you for those workshops as well, for opening our students' eyes to many new issues. When we started organizing this conference, we based our work on many years of thinking. For the first time, I was made aware of this topic in Georgetown. during my bioethics course. I met Wojciech Żmudziński there. We studied together in Georgetown. And it was highlighted there that we had to keep on thinking about the family as the smallest social building blocks, and we should start from it in order to improve the health of the entire population. It was not an easy path to organize the first conference back in 2019 because it requires money, it requires sponsors, but we did it. We did it here in Kalisz, and I am all the more delighted to be able to welcome you here at this second conference. It is thanks to you that we have managed to organize it. It touches upon a very relevant topic, the health of families in the face of crises, tension, conflict, and the pandemic has also had an enormous impact on family health. And so I am delighted that you were here to share your experience and your scientific output.
Ta konferencja jakby została zapoczątkowana przyznaniem tytułu doktora honoris causa
Yesterday, we granted the first honorary doctoral degree of our university to an esteemed member of the academia. Ms. Sumpta also delivered a lecture, and her attitude corresponds to the one demonstrated by Professor Marin. It reflects his life attitude, because Professor Marin is not looking for retaliation, for revenge. No. He has proven and made it clear with his attitude that we can focus on the future without thinking about revenge. Today, Professor Asumpta proved that once again, and that is something that embodies true humanity and true, genuine Christianity. And that's also something that was mentioned by Father Żmudziński,
był świadkiem tego, co się działo w Albanii.
The things happening in Albania. I would like to thank for all of that. Thank all of you.
Przyjemną rzeczą.
I will finish on a lighter note. Conferences such as this one are organized to exchange experience.
Zakończy się to przyjemną rzeczą. Rozmawiałem z panem profesorem Andrzejem Bazylewiczem.
And he convinced me to establish an Institute of Studies of Human Happiness here in Kalisz. It seems quite abstract, but then I talked to Father Żmudziński. He mentioned Kotarbiński, and he said that this approach to human emotion and to human happiness is something that is quite praiseworthy and recommended. So together with the professor, hopefully we will establish this Happiness Research Institute here in Kalisz. Father Żmudziński said that it was a very interesting topic indeed. From a philosophical perspective, we can count on his help. Thank you, Professor Zayas, for being with us and for gracing our conference with your presence. Your remarks were extremely relevant and extremely valid and enriching for us. I would like to thank your sons who were with us yesterday night. Thank you for participating, Professor. I am so happy to have you here with us during this conference. Thank you once again.
I drugą konferencję ogłaszam.
I declare the second edition of the conference closed.